Aphorism. The reader will not find aphorism in these pages. My brief sentences are the dots of color in a pointillist painting. Aphorism. It is easy to believe that we partake of certain virtues when we share in the defects they imply. Aphorism. Those who lament the narrowness of the environment in which they live long for events, neighbors, landscapes to give them the sensibility and intelligence which nature them. Aphorism. To adapt is to sacrifice a remote good to an immediate necessity. Aphorism. Spiritual maturity begins when we stop feeling like we have to take care of the world. Aphorism. In general, nothing is more difficult than not to feign understanding. Aphorism. Love is the organ with which we perceive the unmistakable individuality of beings. Aphorism. Liberty is not an end, but a means. Whoever mistakes it for an end does not know what to do once he attains it. Aphorism. To satisfy man's pride is perhaps easier than our pride imagines. Aphorism. There are 1,000 truths. Error is one. Aphorism. Our last hope lies in the injustice of God. Aphorism. For God there are only individuals. Aphorism. When things appear to us to be only what they appear to be, soon they appear to be even less. Aphorism. The psychologist dwells in the slums of the soul, just as the sociologist dwells on the outskirts of society. Aphorism. A voluptuous presence communicates its sensual splendor to everything. Aphorism. Every end other than God dishonors us. Aphorism. Only liberty limits the abusive interventions of ignorance. Politics is the science of social structures made suitable for the common life of ignorant beings. Aphorism. An ideal society would be the graveyard of human greatness. Aphorism. After every revolution, the revolutionary teaches that the true revolution will be tomorrow's revolution. The revolutionary explains that a despicable villain betrayed yesterday's revolution. Aphorism. Democratic parliaments are not forums where debates take place, but rather where popular absolutism registers its decrees. Aphorism. The bourgeois gives up his power in order to save his money. Then he gives up his money in order to save his skin, and finally they hang him. Aphorism. The bourgeoisie is any group of individuals dissatisfied with what they have and satisfied with what they are. Aphorism. Marxists define the bourgeoisie in economic terms in order to hide from us the fact that they belong to it. Aphorism. The militant communist before his victory deserves the greatest respect. Afterwards, he is nothing more than an overworked bourgeois. Aphorism. Love of the people is the aristocrat's vocation. The Democrat does not love the people except during election season. Aphorism. By the same measure that the state grows, the individual shrinks. Aphorism. Unable to achieve what it desires, progress christens what it achieves desire. Aphorism. Technology does not fulfill man's perennial dreams, but craftily mimics them. Aphorism. When people stop fighting for the possession of private property, they will fight for the usufruct in collective property. Aphorism. Social mobility occasions class warfare. The enemy of the upper classes is not the inferior man who lacks every chance to rise, but rather the man who does not manage to rise when others rise. Aphorism. A certain disdainful way of speaking about the people reveals the plebeian in disguise. Aphorism. Man believes that his impotence is the measure of things. Aphorism. The authenticity of the sentiment depends on the clarity of the idea. Aphorism. The mob admires the confused more than the complex. Aphorism. Thinking is often reduced to inventing reasons to doubt the obvious. Aphorism. To refuse to wonder is the mark of the beast. Aphorism. The man who renounces appears impotent to a man incapable of renouncing. Aphorism. There is no noble substitute for absent hope. Aphorism. More surely than an accursed wealth there is an accursed poverty, that of the man who suffers not from being poor but from not being rich, that of the man who complacently tolerates every misfortune shared by someone else, that of the man who desires not to abolish poverty, but to abolish the good he covets. Aphorism. Man prefers to excuse himself with somebody else's fault rather than with his own innocence. Aphorism. Time should be feared less because it kills than because it unmasks. Aphorism. Phrases are pebbles that the writer tosses into the reader's soul. The diameter of the concentric waves they displace depends on the dimensions of the pond. Aphorism. Genius is the capacity to make on our stiff, frozen imagination the impact that any book makes on a child's imagination. Aphorism. The philosopher is not the spokesman of his age, but an angel imprisoned in time. Aphorism. To be right is just one more reason not to achieve any success. Aphorism. The perfections of the one we love are not fictions of love. To love, on the contrary, is the privilege of noticing a perfection invisible to other eyes. Aphorism. Religion did not arise out of the need to assure social solidarity, nor were cathedrals built to encourage tourism. Aphorism. Everything is trivial if the universe is not committed to a metaphysical adventure. Aphorism. The more serious its problems, the greater the number of inept men democracy calls forth to solve them. Aphorism. Legislation that protects liberty down to the last detail strangles liberties. Aphorism. More repulsive than the future which progressives involuntarily prepare is the future they dream of. Aphorism. The political presence of the masses always culminates in a hellish apocalypse. Aphorism. The struggle against injustice that does not culminate in sanctity culminates in bloody upheavals. Aphorism. Wise politics is the art of invigorating society and weakening the state. Aphorism. The historical importance of a man rarely corresponds to his intimate nature. History is full of victorious morons. Aphorism, spasms of injured vanity, or of greed trampled underfoot democratic doctrines, invent the evils they denounce in order to justify the good they proclaim. Aphorism, history buries without solving the problems it raises. Aphorism, the writer arranges for syntax to return to thought the simplicity which words take away. Aphorism, nobody has so much sentimental capital that he can afford to squander his enthusiasm. Aphorism, the momentary beauty of the instant is the only thing in the universe which accords with the deepest desire of our souls. Aphorism, in medieval society, society is the state. In the bourgeois society, state and society confront each other. In the communist society, the state is society. Aphorism, chance will always rule history, because it is not possible to organize the state in such a way that it does not matter who rules. Aphorism, we start out choosing because we admire, and we end up admiring because we chose. Aphorism, a compassionate providence allots each man his daily stultification. Aphorism, evil's greatest guile is its transformation into a domestic, secret god, a comforting presence on the hearth. Aphorism, vulgarity consists in striving to be what we are not. Aphorism, an intelligent idea produces sensual pleasure. Aphorism, a book does not educate someone who reads it to become educated. Aphorism, pleasure is the ludicrous spark caused by the contact between desire and nostalgia. Aphorism, for moving situations only will do. A stupid song expresses great pain better than a noble verse. Intelligence is an activity of impassible beings. Aphorism, wisdom consists in being moderate not out of horror of excess, but out of love for the limit. Aphorism, it is not true that things have value because life matters. On the contrary, life matters because things have value. Aphorism, truth, is the happiness of intelligence. Aphorism, in authentic humanism, there breathes the presence of a discreet and comfortable sensuality. Aphorism, whoever does not turn his back on the contemporary world dishonors himself. Aphorism, society rewards screaming virtues and discreet vices. Aphorism, we only have those virtues and those flaws which we do not suspect. Aphorism, the soul grows inwards. Aphorism, to excuse his attacks against the world, man determined that matter is inert. Aphorism, only he lives his life who observes it, thinks it, and says it. The rest let life live them. Aphorism, write concisely, so as to finish before making the reader sick. Aphorism, our maturity must reconquer its lucidity daily. Aphorism, thinking tends to be a response to an outrage rather than to a question. Aphorism, the ironist mistrusts what he says without believing that the opposite is true. Aphorism, beauty does not surprise us, but fills us till we overflow. Aphorism. The spirit searches in a painting for a sensual enrichment. Aphorism. Wisdom consists in resigning oneself to the only thing possible, without proclaiming it the only thing necessary. Aphorism. Only one thing is not in vain, the sensual perfection of the moment. Aphorism. The hero and the coward define in the same way the object which they perceive in antagonistic ways. Aphorism. What does it matter that the historian says what men do if he does not know how to relate what they feel? Aphorism. The prestige of culture makes the fool eat though he is not hungry. Aphorism. The serious man is just as idiotic as intelligence that is not serious. Aphorism. History shows not the inefficacy of actions, but the futility of intentions. Aphorism. He who is not aware that two opposite adjectives simultaneously qualify every object should not speak of anything. Aphorism. The arguments with which we justify our conduct are often dumber than our actual conduct. It is more tolerable to watch men live than to hear them spout their opinions. Aphorism. A man loves only someone who adores him, but respects only someone who insults him. Aphorism. What are called good manners are habits derived from respect for a superior, transformed into dealings between equals. Aphorism. Stupidity is the angel that expels man from his momentary paradises. 100. Aphorism. To scorn or to be scorned is the plebeian alternative of animal life. Aphorism. It is enough for a few wings to brush us, and ancestral fears will reawaken. Aphorism. To think like our contemporaries is the prescription for prosperity and for stupidity. Aphorism. Poverty is the only barrier to the throng of vulgarities that whinny inside souls. Aphorism. To educate man is to impede the free expression of his personality. Aphorism. God is the substance of what we love. Aphorism. We need people to contradict us in order to refine our ideas. Aphorism. Sincerity corrupts, simultaneously, good manners and good taste. Aphorism. Wisdom comes down to not showing God how things should be done. Aphorism. Something divine blossoms in the moment preceding triumph and following failure. Aphorism. All literature is contemporary for the reader who knows how to read. Aphorism. Prolixity is not an excess of words, but a dearth of ideas. Aphorism. They have buried metaphysics so many times that it must be considered immortal. Aphorism. A great love is a well-ordered sensuality. Aphorism. We call an egoist anyone who does not sacrifice himself to our egoism. Aphorism. The prejudices of other ages are incomprehensible to us when our own blind us. Aphorism. To be young is to fear being thought stupid. To mature is to fear being stupid. Aphorism. Mankind believes that it corrects its mistakes by repeating them. Aphorism. He who understands least is he who stubbornly insists on understanding more than can be understood. Aphorism. Civilization is what old men manage to salvage from the onslaught of young idealists. Aphorism. Thinking does not prepare one to live, nor does living prepare one to think. Aphorism. What we believe unites or divides us less than how we believe it. Aphorism. Human nobility is a work that time occasionally fashions in our daily ignominy. Aphorism. In the incoherence of a political constitution resides the only authentic guarantee of liberty. Aphorism. To depend solely on God's will is our true autonomy. Aphorism. Eloquence is the child of presumption. Aphorism. Refusing to consider what disgusts us is the most serious limitation threatening us. Aphorism. We all try to bribe our voice so that it will call sin error or misfortune. Aphorism. Man does not create his gods in his image and likeness, but rather conceives himself in the image and likeness of the gods in which he believes. Aphorism. The idea of another only interests the fool when it touches on his own personal tribulations. Aphorism. If God were the conclusion of a syllogism, I would not feel compelled to adore him. But God is not merely the substance of what I hope for, but the substance of what I live. Aphorism. What modesty is required to expect from man, only what he yearns for. Aphorism. Who does not fear that the most trivial of his present moments will seem a lost paradise in years to come. Aphorism. Elegance, dignity, nobility are the only values life does not succeed in disrespecting. Aphorism. A truthful, upright intellectual life grabs out of our hands arts, letters, sciences, in order to prepare us to confront fate alone. Aphorism. Despair is the dark valley through which the soul ascends toward a universe no longer sullied by greed. Aphorism. Nothing is more dangerous than to solve ephemeral problems with permanent solutions. Aphorism. Natural inequalities would make the Democrats' life bitter if slander did not exist. Aphorism. A certain intellectual courtesy makes us prefer the ambiguous word. The univocal term subjects the universe to its arbitrary rigidity. Aphorism. Pride's shadow smothers the sprouting of 1,000 infamies. Aphorism. The cause of democracy's stupidities is confidence in the anonymous citizen, and the cause of its crimes is the anonymous citizen's confidence in himself. Aphorism. Art never grows tiresome because each work is an adventure which no previous success guarantees. Aphorism. Writing would be easy if the same phrase did not appear alternately, depending on the day and the hour, mediocre and excellent. Aphorism. Rejection troubles us, and approval confuses us. Aphorism. Lasting friendships usually require a shared laziness. Aphorism. The authentic problem demands not that we solve it, but that we try to live it. Aphorism. Popular disturbances lack importance so long as they do not become ethical problems for the ruling classes. Aphorism. The novel adds to history its third dimension. Aphorism. No city reveals its beauty as long as its daily torrent runs through it. The absence of man is the final condition of the perfection of everything. Aphorism. Nothing is rarer than someone who affirms or denies, but does not exaggerate in order to flatter or to injure. Aphorism. How routine insults are today proves our ignorance in the art of living. Aphorism. Those who are partially wrong irritate us. Those who are totally wrong amuse us. Aphorism. Between intelligent adversaries, there exists a secret sympathy. Since we all owe our intelligence and our virtues to the virtues and intelligence of our enemy. Aphorism. The most desperate man is only the man who best hides his hope. Aphorism. Even if humility did not save us from hell, in any event it saves us from ridicule. Aphorism. Our ability to love something other than God proves our indelible mediocrity. Aphorism. In the silence of the night the spirit forgets the weary body holding it captive, and conscious of its imperishable youth, considers itself the brother of every earthly spring. Aphorism. Nobody is completely lacking in qualities able to arouse our respect, our admiration, or our envy. Whoever might appear unable to give us an example has been carelessly observed. Aphorism. Of the beings we love, their existence is enough for us. Aphorism. An American historian cannot write history without lamenting that Providence did not consult him beforehand. Aphorism. It is not the origin of religions or their cause which requires explanation, but rather the cause and origin of their eclipse and neglect. Aphorism. In the midst of 1,000 noble things, we sometimes pursue only the echo of some trivial lost emotion. Will my heart rest for eternity beneath the vineyard's shadow, near the rough, unfinished table, in the sight of the splendor of the sea? Aphorism. Participating in collective enterprises allows the appetite to be satiated, even as it feels uninterested. Aphorism. What cements society together is mutual flattery. Aphorism. Man would not feel so unfortunate if it were enough for him to desire, without pretending to have a right to what he desires. Aphorism. Vanity is not an affirmation but a question. Aphorism. The most foolish promise appears to us to be the return of a lost good. Aphorism. Criticism of the bourgeois receives praise from two sources. From the Marxist, who considers us intelligent because we confirm his prejudices, and from the bourgeois, who considers us wise because he is thinking about his neighbor. Aphorism. The ugliness of an object is a prior condition of its industrial multiplication. Aphorism. Modern man has the ambition of replacing with objects. He buys what other ages hope to obtain from the methodical cultivation of the sentiments. Aphorism. Other ages may have been as vulgar as ours, but none had the extraordinary sounding board, the inexorable amplifier of modern industry. Aphorism: the communist's temptation is spiritual freedom. Aphorism: the most presumptuous wisdom stands ashamed before the soul drunk with love or hatred. Aphorism: aging is a catastrophe of the body which our cowardice turns into a catastrophe of the soul. Aphorism: the near future will probably bring extraordinary catastrophes, but what threatens the world most certainly is not the violence of ravenous crowds, but the weariness of boring masses. Aphorism: to attribute to old age the dregs accumulated throughout life is the consolation of the old. Aphorism: moral delicacy forbids to itself things it allows to others. Aphorism: succumbing to noble temptations prevents surrendering to base temptations. Aphorism: conquering a fool humiliates us. Aphorism: the passage from one book to another book is made through life. Aphorism: words do not communicate, they remind. Aphorism: man hobbles through disappointment supported by small, trivial successes. Aphorism: far from establishing God as certain, ethics does not have sufficient autonomy to establish even itself as certain. Aphorism: how can anyone live who does not hope for miracles? Aphorism: legitimate ambitions become shy and resigning amidst the throng of fraudulent ambitions. Aphorism: the poison of desire is the nourishment of passion. Aphorism: to reform everyone else is an ambition which all mock yet which all nurse. Aphorism: triviality is the price of communication. Aphorism: antipathy and sympathy are the primordial attitudes of intelligence. Aphorism: every phenomenon has its sociological explanation, always necessary and always insufficient. Aphorism: books are not tools of perfection, but barricades against boredom. Aphorism: to think that only important things matter is the menace of barbarism. Aphorism: the only influences on our life are small truths, insights. Aphorism: because he does not understand the objection that refutes him, the fool believes he has been proved right. Aphorism: what arouses our antipathy is always a lack of something. Aphorism: many a modern poem is obscure, not like a subtle text, but like a personal letter. Aphorism: we live because we do not view ourselves with the same eyes with which everybody else views us. Aphorism: we live as long as we believe we are fulfilling the promises we are breaking. Aphorism: speech was given to man not to deceive, but to deceive himself. Aphorism: spiritual realities move us by their presence, sensual realities by their absence. Aphorism: we should not conclude that everything is permitted if God does not exist, but that nothing matters. Permission ends up being laughable when what is permitted loses its meaning. Aphorism: criticism loses interest the more rigidly its tasks are defined. The obligation to concentrate only on literature, only on art, sterilizes it. A great critic is a moralist who strolls among books. Aphorism. Do they preach the truths in which they believe, or the truths in which they believe they ought to believe? Aphorism. Faith that does not know how to make fun of itself should doubt its authenticity. The smile is the solvent of the simulacrum. Aphorism. Who does not share the sorrow of the man who feels rejected, but who meditates on the anguish of the man who fears he has been chosen. Aphorism. To disagree is to assume a risk no one should assume but the mature and cautious conscience. Sincerity protects against neither error nor foolishness. Aphorism. Nobody is innocent of what he does, nor of what he believes. Aphorism. The destructive capacity of the imbecile's smile. Aphorism. The people does not elect someone who will cure it, but someone who will drug it. Aphorism. Compassion agrees, at times, to solutions which a certain intellectual sense of honor obliges it to reject. Aphorism. The individual today rebels against immutable human nature, so that he might refrain from amending his own correctable nature. Aphorism. Whoever tries to educate and not exploit a people, or a child, does not speak to them in baby talk. Aphorism. Perfection is the point where what we can do and what we want to do coincide with what we ought to do. Aphorism. Between the anarchy of instincts and the tyranny of norms, there extends the fleeting and pure territory of human perfection. Aphorism. Beauty, heroism, glory feed on man's heart like silent flames. Aphorism. Leveling is the barbarian's substitute for order. Aphorism. Rare are those who forgive us when we make it harder for them to shirk their duties. Aphorism. Societal salvation is near when each person admits that he can save only himself. Society is saved when its supposed saviors despair. Aphorism. When today they tell us that someone lacks personality, we know they are speaking of a simple, trustworthy, upright being. Aphorism. Personality in our time is the sum total of what impresses the fool. Aphorism. The greatest modern error is not to proclaim that God died, but to believe that the devil has died. Aphorism. A ceremony is a technical procedure for teaching indemonstrable truths. Ritual and pomp overcome man's blindness before what is not material and coarse. Aphorism. If the philosophy and the arts and letters of the past century are only the superstructures of its bourgeois economy, we should defend capitalism to the death. All stupidity commits suicide. Aphorism. Love and hate do not create, but reveal, qualities which our indifference obscures. Aphorism. In order to challenge God, man puffs up his emptiness. Aphorism. The atrocity of the act of revenge is proportional not to the atrocity of the offense, but to the atrocity of the man taking revenge. For the methodology of revolutions. Aphorism. What reason considers impossible is the only thing that can make our heart overflow. Aphorism. The professorial tone is not characteristic of one who knows, but of one who doubts. Aphorism. The intelligent man's unjust judgments tend to be truths wrapped up in a bad mood. Aphorism. The people has never been, except at the expense of another social class. Aphorism. Modern man already knows that political solutions are ludicrous and suspects that economic solutions are too. Aphorism. We believe we confront our theories with the facts, but we can only confront them with theories of experience. Aphorism. The most execrable tyranny is that which adduces principles we respect. Aphorism. South American exuberance is not abundance, but disorder. Aphorism. Transforming the world. The occupation of a convict resigned to his punishment. Aphorism. Tired of sliding down the comfortable slope of daring opinions, intelligence finally settles in the rocky terrain of commonplaces. Aphorism. There is something unforgivably vile in sacrificing even the most foolish of principles to the most noble of passions. Aphorism. Prejudices defend against stupid ideas. Aphorism. The silent presence of a fool is the catalyst that precipitates in a conversation all the stupidities of which the most intelligent speakers are capable. Aphorism. A naked body solves all the universe's problems. Aphorism. I envy those who do not feel that they own only their stupidities. Aphorism. An individual's culture is the sum total of intellectual or artistic objects that bring him pleasure. Aphorism. Ridicule is the highest court of appeals in our earthly condition. Aphorism. The historian of religions should learn that the gods do not resemble the forces of nature, but rather the forces of nature resemble the gods. Aphorism. The Bible was not inspired by a ventriloquist God. The divine voice passes through the sacred text like a stormy wind through the foliage of the forest. Aphorism. Sex does not solve even sexual problems. Aphorism. When he believes he says what he wants, the writer only says what he can. Aphorism. Goodwill is the panacea of the foolish. Aphorism. We would like not to caress the body we love, but to be that caress. Aphorism. Not reject but prefer. Aphorism. The sensual is the presence of a value in the sensible. Aphorism. Paradise is hidden not in our inner opacity, but in the terrace and trees of a well-tended garden beneath the midday sun. Aphorism. Human is the adjective which serves to excuse any infamy. Aphorism. 200 years ago it was permissible to trust in the future without being totally stupid. But today, who can believe in the current prophecies, since we are yesterday's splendid future? Aphorism. To liquidate a social class or a people is an undertaking that angers no one in this century but the intended victims. Aphorism. Freedom is not the goal of history, but the material with which it works. Aphorism. Marx may win battles, but will win the war. Aphorism. Industrial society is condemned to forced perpetual progress. Aphorism. When they define property as a social function, confiscation is near. When they define work as a social function, slavery is on its way. Aphorism. True glory is the resonance of a name in the memory of imbeciles. Aphorism. When a longing for purity persuades him to condemn social hypocrisy, man does not recover his lost integrity, but loses his shame. Aphorism. Man is an animal that imagines he is a man. Aphorism. Those who proclaim themselves avant-garde artists usually belong to yesterday's vanguard. Aphorism. When only boorish solutions confront each other, it is difficult to express an opinion with subtlety. Rudeness is this century's passport. Aphorism. The arts flourish in societies that view them with indifference, and perish when the devout reverence of fools encourages them. Aphorism. There are two kinds of men, those who believe in original sin and idiots. Aphorism. Demagogy is the term Democrats use when democracy frightens them. Aphorism. It is enough for beauty to touch our tedium for our heart to be torn like silk between the hands of life. Aphorism. Sociological categories authorize us to move about in society without paying attention to each man's irreplaceable individuality. Sociology is the ideology of our indifference toward our neighbor. Aphorism. In order to exploit man in peace, it is most convenient to reduce him first to sociological abstractions. Aphorism. What still protects man in our time is his natural incoherence. That is to say, his spontaneous horror before consequences implicit in principles he admires. Aphorism. To age with dignity is the task of every moment. Aphorism. Nothing is more alarming than science in the hands of an ignoramus. Aphorism. The price intelligence charges its chosen ones is resignation to daily banality. Aphorism. The fool is disturbed not when they tell him that his ideas are false, but when they suggest that they have gone out of style. Aphorism. Everything looks like chaos to us, except our own disorder. Aphorism. History erects and topples, incessantly, the statues of different virtues on top of the unmoving pedestal of the same vices. Aphorism. Our aspirations in someone else's mouth usually come across to us as irritating stupidity. Aphorism. Political violence leaves behind fewer corpses than rotting souls. Aphorism. Truth is what the most intelligent man says, but nobody knows who the most intelligent man is. Aphorism. Each new generation accuses the past ones of not having redeemed man, but the servility with which the new generation adapts to the world after its own failure is proportional to the vehemence of its accusations. Aphorism. Tyrannies have no more faithful servants than revolutionaries who are not protected against their inborn servility by witnessing a firing squad at a young age. Aphorism. Modern society affords itself the luxury of letting everyone say what they want because today everybody thinks basically the same thing. Aphorism. There is no villainy equal to that of the man who supports himself with the virtues of his adversary in order to conquer him. Aphorism. The economic interpretation of history is the beginning of wisdom, but only its beginning. Aphorism. The unbeliever is dumbfounded that his arguments do not alarm the Catholic, forgetting that the Catholic is a vanquished unbeliever. His objections are the foundations of our faith. Aphorism. Politics is the art of searching for the best relationship between force and ethics. Aphorism. Nobody thinks seriously as long as originality matters to him. Aphorism. Psychology is, properly speaking, the study of bourgeois behavior. Aphorism. The evil which an idiot commits becomes idiocy, but its consequences do not go away. Aphorism. In the dark shadows of evil, intelligence is the reflection of God behind us, the reflection which obstinately pursues us, the reflection which is not extinguished except on the last frontier. Aphorism. Nobody knows exactly what he wants as long as his adversary does not explain it to him. Aphorism. What is threatening about a technological device is that it can be used by someone who lacks the intellectual capacity of the man who invented it. Aphorism. Science's greatest triumph appears to lie in the increasing speed with which an idiot can transport his idiocy from one place to another. Aphorism. Youth is a promise each generation breaks. Aphorism. Popular art is the art of the people, which does not appear to the people to be art. That which does appear to be art to the people is vulgar art. Aphorism. Professional worshippers of man believe they are authorized to scorn their fellow man. The defense of human dignity allows them to be boors toward their neighbor. Aphorism. When they begin demanding the total subjection of life to a code of ethics, they end up subjecting that code to life. Those who refuse to absolve the sinner end up absolving the sin. Aphorism. Honesty in politics is not stupidity, except in the eyes of the swindler. Aphorism. A man with good manners excuses himself as he makes use of his rights. Aphorism. The ancient who pain, the modern who denies sin. They entangle themselves in identical sophisms. Aphorism. Modern man does not escape the temptation to identify what is permitted with what is possible. Aphorism. The Democrat defends his convictions by declaring whoever attacks him obsolete. Aphorism. Anguish over the decline of civilization is the affliction of a reactionary. The Democrat cannot lament the disappearance of something of which he is ignorant. Aphorism. The fool does not content himself with violating an ethical rule. He claims that his transgression becomes a new rule. Aphorism. In a bourgeois country, just as in a communist land, they disapprove of escapism as a solitary vice, as a debilitating and wretched perversion. Modern society discredits the fugitive so that no one will listen to his account of his journeys. Art or history man's imagination or his tragic and noble destiny. These are not criteria which modern mediocrity will tolerate. Escapism is the fleeting vision of abolished splendors and the probability of an implacable verdict on today's society. Aphorism. Love is the act which transforms its object from a thing into a person. Aphorism. A work of art has, properly speaking, not meaning but power. Its presumed meaning is the historical form of its power on the transitory spectator. Aphorism. Virtue that does not doubt itself culminates in attacks against the world. Aphorism. A nation's soul is born from an historical event, matures by accepting its destiny, and dies when it admires itself and imitates itself. Aphorism. Adherence to communism is the right which allows the bourgeois intellectual to exorcise his uneasy conscience without abjuring his bourgeois identity. Aphorism. Man lives himself as anguish or as a creature. Aphorism. There is no worse foolishness than the truth in the mouth of a fool. Aphorism. Layers of imbecility deposit themselves in the soul like sediment over the years. Aphorism. Unlike the biblical archangel, Marxist archangels prevent man from escaping their paradises. Aphorism. Democratic revolutions begin the executions as they announce the prompt abolition of the death penalty. Aphorism. The communist hates capitalism with the Oedipus complex. The reactionary views it only with xenophobia. Aphorism. Hell is a place that can only be identified from paradise. Aphorism. What is thought against the church, unless it is thought from within the church, lacks interest. Aphorism. Even when sin does assist in the construction of every society, modern society is the beloved child of the capital sins. Aphorism. A Catholic should simplify his life and complicate his thought. Aphorism. Evil, like the eyes, does not see itself. May he tremble who sees himself as innocent. Aphorism. Faith is what allows us to wander astray into any idea without losing the way out. Aphorism. The believer is not a possessor of inherited property recorded in a land registry, but an admiral looking upon the shores of an unexplored continent. Aphorism. He who accepts the rank which nature assigns him does not turn into the mere absence of what he is not. Even the most modest thing has, in its proper place, immeasurable worth. Aphorism. Solitude is the laboratory where commonplaces are. Aphorism. An intelligent man is one who maintains his intelligence at a temperature independent of his environment's temperature. Aphorism. Neither imitation of the past nor of the present is an infallible remedy. Nothing saves the mediocre from their mediocrity. Aphorism. The reactionary longs to convince the majorities, the Democrat to bribe them with the promise of others' goods. Aphorism. Liberal parties never understand that the opposite of despotism is not stupidity, but authority. Aphorism. Each of life's insults of a beloved countenance nourishes true love. Aphorism. Societies in agony struggle against history with the power of their laws, like the shipwrecked struggle against the waters with the power of their screams. Brief whirlpools. Aphorism. Wisdom in this century consists above all in knowing how to put up with vulgarity without becoming upset. Aphorism. I do not know of a sin which is not, for the noble soul, its own punishment. Aphorism. Today more than ever man runs after any fool who invites him along on the trip, deaf to the lookout keeping watch on the ruined roads and the collapsed bridges. Aphorism. The prophet who accurately foretells the growing corruption of a society is not believed, because the more that corruption grows, the less it is noticed by the corrupt. Aphorism. Poetry which disdains poetic musicality becomes petrified in a graveyard of images. Aphorism. The basic problem of every former colony, the problem of intellectual servitude, of impoverished tradition, of subaltern spirituality, of inauthentic civilization, of obligatory and shameful imitation, has been resolved for me with supreme simplicity. Catholicism is my native land. Aphorism. Individuals or nations have distinct virtues and identical defects. Baseness is our common patrimony. Aphorism. Life is an instrument of intelligence. Aphorism. The South American intellectual, in order to feed himself, imports junk from the European market. Aphorism. Even between fanatical egalitarians, the briefest encounter reestablishes human inequalities. Aphorism. Christianity does not deny the splendor of the world, but rather invites us to search for its origin, to climb towards its pure snow. Aphorism. What draws us away from God is not sensuality but abstraction. Aphorism. The virile age of thought is fixed not by experience, nor by years, but by the encounter with certain philosophies. Aphorism. The modern sensibility, instead of demanding the repression of envy, demands that we suppress the object which arouses it. Aphorism. The prejudice of not having prejudices is the most common one of all. Aphorism. There is no spiritual victory which need not be won anew each day. Aphorism. The soul that climbs to perfection often abandons the lands conquered down below, where subordinate demons install themselves, ridiculing and dirtying that soul. Aphorism. The threat of collective death is the only argument which shakes humanity's complacency today. Atomic death troubles it even more than its increasing degradation. Aphorism. To live is modern man's only value. Even the modern hero does not die except in the name of life. Aphorism. Resignation to error is the beginning of wisdom. Aphorism. Questions only fall silent when faced with love. Why love is the only impossible question. Aphorism. Love is not a mystery, but a place where mystery is dissolved. Aphorism. What is great, for the sensibility, is not the sum of the parts, but the quality of certain wholes. Greatness of size. Every modern building shows this is not related to monumental greatness. Aphorism. Modern individualism is nothing but claiming as one's own the opinions everyone shares. Aphorism. The modern state fabricates the opinions which it later respectfully collects under the name of public opinion. Aphorism. Abstract art is not illegitimate but limited. Aphorism. The conscience discovers its freedom when it feels obliged to condemn what it approves. Aphorism. To patronize the poor has always been, in politics, the way to enrich oneself. Aphorism. In the arts, what goes by the name of authenticity is the convention of the day. Aphorism. No being deserves our interest for more than an instant, or for less than a lifetime. Aphorism. Progressivist hope does not swell up except in speeches. Aphorism. Collective representations today are opinions which the organs of propaganda impose. The collective today is not what many sell, but what many buy. Aphorism. When individual envies come together, we customarily christen them noble popular aspirations. Aphorism. The poor man's patience in modern society is not virtue but cowardice. Aphorism. Loyalty is sincere as long as it does not believe itself to be a virtue. Aphorism. To the masses what matters is not whether they are free, but whether they believe they are free. Whatever cripples their freedom does not alarm them, unless they are told it should. Aphorism. To appreciate the ancient or the modern is easy, but to appreciate the obsolete is the triumph of authentic taste. Aphorism. The pessimists prophesy a future of rubble, but the optimistic prophets are even more horrifying when they proclaim the future city where baseness and boredom dwell, in intact beehives. Aphorism. Yesterday we believed that it was sufficient to scorn what man achieves. Today we know that we must also scorn what he desires. Aphorism. To love is to understand the reason God had for creating what we love. Aphorism. Man tends to exercise all his powers. The impossible seems to him the only legitimate limit. A civilized man, however, is one who, for various reasons, refuses to do everything he can. Aphorism. Adolescents take wing with the disdain of eagles, and soon crash softly into the ground like pretentious chickens. Aphorism. A vocabulary of 10 words is enough for a Marxist to explain history. Aphorism. The leftist screams that freedom is dying when his victims refuse to finance their own murders. Aphorism. Love is essentially the adherence of the spirit to another naked body. Aphorism. Let us repudiate the abominable suggestion that we should renounce friendship and love in order to banish misfortune. On the contrary, let us mingle our souls just as we weave our bodies together. May the beloved be the land of our shattered roots. Aphorism. What is called the social problem is the urgent necessity of finding a balance between the evident equality of men and their evident inequality. Aphorism. The proletarian does not detest the bourgeoisie for any reason other than the economic difficulty of imitating it. Aphorism. Politicians in a democracy are the condensers of idiocy. Aphorism. Love loves the ineffableness of the individual. Aphorism. The greater the importance of an intellectual activity, the more ridiculous the pretension in enhancing the competence of one who carries it out. A dentistry degree is respectable, but a philosophy degree is grotesque. Aphorism. To reform society through laws is the dream of the incautious citizen and the discreet preamble to every tyranny. Law is the juridical form of custom or the trampling of liberty. Aphorism. The legitimacy of power depends not on its origin, but on its ends. Nothing is forbidden to power if its origin grants it legitimacy, as the Democrat teaches. Aphorism. Catholicism does not solve all problems, but it is the only doctrine that raises them all. Aphorism. It is not only between generations where experience is lost, but also between periods of an individual life. Aphorism. The progressive's intelligence is never more than the accomplice of his career. Aphorism. Modern architecture knows how to erect industrial shacks, but it does not succeed in building either a palace or a temple. This century will leave behind only the tire tracks of the transports it employed in the service of our most sordid greed. Aphorism. Modern man does not imagine any end higher than to serve the anonymous whims of his fellow citizens. Aphorism. Individual egoism believes it is absolved when it is compressed together into a collective egoism. Aphorism. Common life is so miserable that the most unfortunate man can be the victim of a neighbor's envy. Aphorism. Universal suffrage is not designed to make the majority's interests triumph, but to make the majority believe their interests triumph. Aphorism. The inferior man is always right in an argument because the superior man has condescended to argue. Aphorism. Population growth disquiets the demographer only when he fears that it will impede economic progress or make it harder to feed the masses. But that man needs solitude, that human proliferation produces cruel societies. That distance is required between men so that the spirit might breathe, does not interest him. The quality of a man does not matter to him. Aphorism. Only the trivial protects us from boredom. Aphorism. Man pays for the intoxication of liberation with the tedium of liberty. Aphorism. The history of man is not the catalogue of his situations, but the account of his unpredictable ways of using them. Aphorism. The practical politician dies from the consequences of the theories he disdains. Aphorism. Consumption, for the progressive, is justified only as a means of production. 400. Aphorism. Our time is more full of worn-out Marxists than apostate Marxists. Aphorism. Two beings inspire particular pity today: the bourgeois politician whom history patiently silences, and the Marxist philosopher whom history patiently refutes. Aphorism. A totalitarian state is the structure into which societies crystallize under demographic pressures. Aphorism. The imbecility of his passions saves man from the imbecility of his dreams. Aphorism. The traditional commonplace scandalizes modern man. The most subversive book in our time would be a compendium of old proverbs. Aphorism. Progress is the scourge God has chosen for us. Aphorism. Every revolution makes us nostalgic for the previous one. Aphorism. The authentic revolutionary rebels in order to abolish the society he hates. Today's revolutionary revolts in order to inherit one he covets. Aphorism. Modern man does not love but takes refuge in love, does not hope but takes refuge in hope, does not believe but takes refuge in a dogma. Aphorism. Eroticism exhausts itself in promises. Aphorism. Fear is the secret engine of this century's endeavors. Aphorism. Nothing is as difficult as to learn that force too can be ridiculous. Aphorism. True talent consists in not making oneself independent from God. Aphorism. The unforeseeable grace of an intelligent smile is enough to blast away the layers of tedium which the days deposit. Aphorism. Eroticism, sensuality, and love, when they do not converge in the same person, are nothing more, in isolation, than disease, vice, and foolishness. Aphorism. A genuine vocation leads the writer to write only for himself, first out of pride, then out of humility. Aphorism. To be a protagonist in the drama of life, it is enough to be a perfect actor, whatever the role one plays. Life has no secondary roles, only secondary actors. Aphorism. In an authentic culture, reason becomes sensibility. Aphorism. The soul should open itself up to foreign invasion, refuse to defend itself, favor the enemy, so that our authentic being appears and arises, not like a fragile structure protected by our timidity, but like our rock, our incorruptible granite. Aphorism. The progressive believes that everything soon becomes obsolete, except his ideas. Aphorism. In today's political spectrum, no party is closer than any other to the truth. There are simply some that are farther away. Aphorism. Sad like a biography. Aphorism. To be Christians is to find ourselves before one from whom we cannot hide, before whom it is impossible to disguise ourselves. It is to assume the burden of the truth, no matter whom it injures. Aphorism. Man is more capable of heroic acts than of decent gestures. Aphorism. Modern man calls his ambition a duty. Aphorism. The preaching of progressives has so corrupted us that nobody believes that he is what he is, but only what he did not succeed in being. Aphorism. The whims of the incompetent crowd are called public opinion, and the expert's judgments private opinion. Aphorism. The first step of wisdom is to admit, with good humor, that our ideas have no reason to interest anybody. Aphorism. Rational is everything with which routine dealings familiarize us. Aphorism. In the dismal and suffocating building of the world, The cloister is the space open to the sun and to the air. Aphorism: liberty is indispensable not because man knows what he wants and who he is, but so that he can find out who he is and what he wants. Aphorism: if liberty is to last, it should be the goal of social organization and not the starting point. Aphorism: the egalitarian passion is a perversion of the critical sense, atrophy of the faculty of discrimination. Aphorism: the rational, the natural, the legitimate, are nothing more than what is customary. To live under a political constitution that endures among customs that endure is the only thing that allows us to believe in the legitimacy of the ruler, in the rationality of habits, and in the naturalness of things. Aphorism: the history of neither a people nor an individual is intelligible to us if we do not acknowledge that the individual's or the people's soul can die without the people or the individual dying. Aphorism: culture is not so much the religion of atheists as of the uncultured. Aphorism: the idea of the free development of personality seems admirable as long as one does not meet an individual whose personality has developed freely. Aphorism: yesterday progressivism captured the unwary by offering them freedom. Today all it needs to do is offer them food. Aphorism: the freer man believes he is, the easier it is to indoctrinate him. Aphorism: in democracies they call the directing class, that class which the popular vote does not let direct anything. Aphorism: dialogue between communists and Catholics has become possible ever since communists started to falsify Marx and Catholics Christ. Aphorism: a politician may not be capable of thinking any stupidity, but he is always capable of saying it. Aphorism: the imbecile does not discover the radical misery of our condition except when he is sick, poor, or old. Aphorism: revolutionary intellectuals have the historic mission of inventing the vocabulary and the themes for the next tyranny. Aphorism: to make a catastrophe inevitable, there is nothing more effective than to call an assembly to propose reforms to avert it. Aphorism: that Christianity cures social diseases, as some say, or that, on the contrary, it poisons the society that adopts it, as others assert, are theses that interest the sociologist but are of no interest for a Christian. A convert to Christianity has converted because he believes it is true. Aphorism: in this century of nomadic crowds profaning every illustrious place, the only homage a respectful pilgrim can render a venerable shrine is not to visit it. Aphorism: Marxism will only rest when it transforms peasants and workers into petty bourgeois office clerks. Aphorism: to love is to hover without rest around the impenetrability of a being. Aphorism: peace does not flourish except among moribund nations, under the sun of iron hegemonies. Aphorism: democratic massacres belong to the logic of the system, ancient massacres to the illogicality of man. Aphorism: communism used to be a vocation, today it is a career. Aphorism: The Democrats' electoral strategy is based on a contemptuous notion of man totally contrary to the flattering notion he spreads in his speeches. Aphorism: the Marxist does not believe it possible to condemn without adulterating what he condemns. Aphorism: a Catholic thought does not rest until it puts the chorus of the heroes and the gods in order around Christ. Aphorism: to mature consists not in renouncing our desires, but in admitting that the world is not obliged to fulfill them. Aphorism: to be intelligent in politics, it is enough to go up against a dumber opponent. Aphorism: when he is defeated by a majority, the true Democrat should not merely acknowledge that he was defeated, but also confess that he was wrong. Aphorism: Catholicism teaches what man would like to believe, yet does not dare to. Aphorism: the poor man does not envy the rich man for the opportunities for noble behavior which wealth facilitates, but rather for the degradations which wealth makes possible. Aphorism: the general will is the fiction which allows the Democrat to pretend that there is a reason, other than simple fear, to bow to a majority. Aphorism: contempt for formalities is a guarantee of imbecility. Aphorism: a man is called a liberal if he does not understand that he is sacrificing liberty, except when it is too late to save it. Aphorism: every marriage between an intellectual and the Communist Party ends in adultery. Aphorism: a youth takes pride in his youth, as if it were not a privilege enjoyed by even the most idiotic. Aphorism: to denigrate progress is too easy. I aspire to the professorship in methodical regression. Aphorism: idle wealth is wealth which only serves to produce more wealth. Aphorism: few men would put up with their lives if they did not feel like victims of chance. To call justice injustice is the most popular of consolations. Aphorism: the man who denounces a politician's intellectual limitations forgets that it is to them that he owes his successes. Aphorism: aesthetics indicates to the artist in which region of the universe the beauty for which he is searching can be found, but it does not guarantee him that he will succeed in capturing it. Aphorism: what is vulgar is not what the crowd does, but rather what pleases it. Aphorism: what is philosophy for the Catholic, but the way intelligence lives its faith. Aphorism: my faith fills my solitude with its hushed whisper of invisible life. Aphorism: sensuality is the permanent possibility of rescuing the world from the captivity of its insignificance. Aphorism: reason is a hand which presses down on our chest to ease the throbbing of our disordered heart. Aphorism: the smile of the being we love is the only effective remedy for tedium. Aphorism: he who abandons himself to his instincts degrades his face as obviously as he degrades his soul. Aphorism: discipline is not so much a social necessity as an aesthetic obligation. Aphorism: to be an aristocrat is to not believe that everything depends on the will. Aphorism, it is not possible to choose between injustice and disorder. They are synonyms. Aphorism. Industrial society is the expression and fruit of souls in which virtues destined to serve usurp the place of virtues destined to command. Aphorism. Totalitarian society is the common name for the social species whose scientific name is industrial society. The embryo today allows us to foresee the adult animal's deformity. Aphorism. Let us not speak badly of nationalism. Without the virulence of nationalism, Europe and the world would already be ruled by a technical, rational, uniform empire. Let us give credit to nationalism for 2 centuries, at least, of spiritual spontaneity, of free expression of the national soul, of rich historical diversity. Nationalism was the last spasm of the individual before the gray death awaiting it. Aphorism, truth is in history, but history is not the truth. Aphorism, to call himself cultivated, it is not enough for an individual to adorn his specialty with bits and pieces of other specialties. Culture is not a group of special objects, but a subject-specific attitude. Aphorism, to industrialize a country, it is not enough to expropriate the rich man. It is necessary to exploit the poor man. Aphorism, under the pretext of giving work to the hungry, the progressive sells the useless artifacts he produces. The poor are industrialism's pretext for enriching the rich man. Aphorism, as stupid as a catechism may be, it is always less so than a personal confession of faith. Aphorism, in silent solitude, only the soul capable of conquering in the most public disputes bears fruit. The weakling begs for commotion. Aphorism, my faith grows with the years, like the foliage of a silent spring. Aphorism, intelligent discussion should be limited to clarifying differences. Aphorism, the Bible is not the voice of God, but of the man who encounters him. Aphorism, the reformers of contemporary society persist in decorating the cabins of a ship that is going under. Aphorism, modern man destroys more when he constructs than when he destroys. Aphorism, bourgeois hegemony culminates with the industrialization of communist society. The bourgeoisie is not so much a social class as the ethos of industrial society itself. Aphorism, if we demand that the object have only the form with which it best fulfills its functions, all objects of the same species converge ideally in a single form. When technical solutions become perfect, man will die of boredom. Aphorism, let us replace all those definitions of the dignity of man, which are only short, ecstatic prayers, with a simple, plain one, to do everything slowly. Aphorism, to live with lucidity a simple, quiet, discreet life among intelligent books, loving a few beings. Aphorism, a sentence should be hard like a rock and shake like a branch. Aphorism, to defend civilization consists, above all, in protecting it from man's enthusiasm. 500. Aphorism, a little patience in dealing with a fool, helps us avoid sacrificing our good manners to our convictions. Aphorism. So long as we do not come across educated fools, education seems important. Aphorism. The Antichrist is probably man. Aphorism. The cultured man does not turn culture into a profession. Aphorism. The Christian has nothing to lose in a catastrophe. Aphorism. To educate the soul consists in teaching it to transform its envy into admiration. Aphorism. Serious books do not instruct, but rather demand explanations. Aphorism. To believe is to penetrate into the heart of what we merely knew. Note the Spanish word here translated as heart literally means guts, entrails, or viscera. Aphorism. Faith does not confound unbelief, but rather consumes it. Aphorism. Society tends to be unjust, but not in the way the conceited imagine. There are always more masters who do not deserve their position than servants who do not deserve theirs. Aphorism. Resistance is futile when everything in the world is conspiring to destroy what we admire. We are always left, however, with an incorruptible soul, so that we might contemplate, judge, and disdain. Aphorism. I listen to every homily with involuntary irony. My religion, just like my philosophy, comes down to trusting in God. Aphorism. Contemporary literature, in any period, is the worst enemy of culture. The reader's limited time is wasted by reading 1,000 mediocre books that blunt his critical sense and impair his literary sensibility. Aphorism. The terms which the philosopher invents to express himself, and which the people eventually use as worn-out metaphors, pass through an intermediate stage when the semi-educated employ them, with pedantic emphasis, in order to feign thoughts they do not have. Aphorism. Each new truth we learn teaches us to read a different way. Aphorism. The bourgeoisie, despite everything, has been the only social class capable of judging itself. Every critic of the bourgeoisie feeds off of bourgeois criticisms. Aphorism. Art criticism's worst vice is the metaphorical abuse of philosophical vocabulary. Aphorism. The biblical prophet is not an augur of the future, but a witness to the presence of God in history. Aphorism. Hypocrisy is not the hypocrite's tool, but his prison. Aphorism. Happiness is that state of the sensibility in which everything appears to have a reason for being. Aphorism. Instead of looking for explanations for the fact of inequality, anthropologists should look for the explanation for the notion of equality. Aphorism. Civilization is not an endless succession of inventions and discoveries, but the task of ensuring that certain things endure. Aphorism. In order to understand another's idea, it is necessary to think it as one's own. Aphorism. Each moment has its own law, and not just the law which binds it to all other moments. Aphorism. At certain moments of abundance, God overflows into the world, like a sudden, unexpected spring gushing into the peace of midday. Aphorism. Any rule is preferable to caprice. The soul without discipline disintegrates into the ugliness of a larva. Aphorism, not the closed-off completeness of a sphere, but rather the midday fullness of a pond reflecting the sky. Aphorism. Behind every common noun arises the same common noun with a capital letter. Behind love is love. Behind the encounter is the encounter. The universe escapes its captivity when in the individual instance we perceive the essence. Aphorism. Every rebellion against the order of man is noble, so long as it does not disguise rebelliousness against the order of the world. Aphorism. Moral perfection lies in feeling that we cannot do what we ought not to do. Ethics culminates where the rule appears to be an expression of the person. Aphorism. The soul is man's task. Aphorism. Every man is capable at each moment of possessing those truths which matter. In the future await the subordinate truths. Aphorism. One being alone can suffice for you, but let it never be man. Aphorism. Sometimes the crime to be committed is so horrible that the nation is not a good enough pretext, and it is necessary to invoke humanity. Aphorism. The world is a shattered purpose that the noble soul endeavors to restore. Aphorism. The effectiveness of an individual is less a virtue than a threat to his neighbors. Aphorism. The thirst runs out before the water does. Aphorism. In every age a minority lives today's problems and a majority yesterday's. Aphorism. Modern education delivers intact minds to propaganda. Aphorism. From the sum of all points of view does not emerge the object in relief, but confusion. Aphorism. Man unleashes catastrophes when he insists on making coherent the contradictory pieces of evidence among which he lives. Aphorism. Our freedom has no other guarantee than the barricades which the anarchic countenance of the world throws up against the imperialism of reason. Aphorism. The individual believes in the meaning of history when the foreseeable future appears favorable to his passions. Aphorism. Reasons, arguments, proofs appear each day less evident to the believer, and what he believes more evident. Aphorism. There are ideas that are not true, but which should be. Aphorism. Apologetics should mix skepticism and poetry. Skepticism to strangle idols, poetry to seduce souls. Aphorism. Apostatizing from literature is how one makes a career today in letters, like apostatizing from the bourgeoisie among the bourgeois. Aphorism. History might only come from insignificant actions. Aphorism. The writer never confesses to anything except what fashion authorizes. Aphorism. Upon each person depends whether his soul, deprived of its many pretensions by the years, is revealed as bitter spite or as humble resignation. Aphorism. Serenity is the fruit of uncertainty freely accepted. Aphorism. Intelligence is guided not so much by ratiocination as by sympathies and aversions. Aphorism. Intelligence hastens to solve problems which life has not even raised yet. Wisdom is the art of stopping it. Aphorism. How rare are those who do not admire books they have not read. Aphorism. Let us bow our heads when the historian demonstrates that a certain thing happened, but let us be content to smile when he asserts that it was bound to happen. Aphorism. What happens in periods of unbelief is not that religious problems appear absurd, but that they do not appear to be problems. Aphorism. In a century where the media publish endless stupidities, the cultured man is defined not by what he knows but what he does not know. Note, the word for not to know, it can also be translated as to ignore. Aphorism. When we see that man cannot calculate the consequences of his actions, political problems do not lose their importance, but the solutions lose their interest. Aphorism. Religion is the tremor that the shaking of our roots transmits to our branches. Aphorism. God is not the object of my reason, nor of my sensibility, but of my being. God exists for me in the same act in which I exist. Aphorism. Happiness is a moment of silence between two of life's noises. Aphorism. The businessman's greed surprises me less than the seriousness with which he satisfies it. Aphorism. Whoever is curious about how to measure his stupidity should count the number of things that seem obvious to him. Aphorism. Lyric poetry alone survives, because the human heart is the only corner of the world which reason dares not invade. Aphorism. Every truth is a risk we assume by supporting ourselves on an indefinite series of infinitely small pieces of evidence. Aphorism. My truth is the sum of what I am, not a simple summary of what I think. Aphorism. Nobody will ever induce me to absolve human nature because I know myself. Aphorism. To civilize someone is to teach him how to use what is inferior without putting a price on it. To be civilized is to not confuse the important with the merely necessary. Aphorism. The barbarian either totally mocks or totally worships. Civilization is a smile that discreetly combines irony and respect. Aphorism. Individualism degenerates into the beatification of caprice. Aphorism. Authority is not delegating men, but procuring values. Aphorism. Law is not what an act of the will decrees, but what intelligence discovers. Aphorism. Popular consent is an index of legitimacy, but not a cause. In the debate over the legitimacy of power, neither its origin in the vote nor its origin in force counts. Power is legitimate if it fulfills the mandate which the vital and ethical necessities of a society confer on it. Aphorism. When respect for tradition dies out, society, in its incessant desire to renew itself, consumes itself in a frenzy. Aphorism. It is no longer enough for the citizen to submit. The modern state demands accomplices. Aphorism. The psychiatrist considers only vulgar behavior sane. Aphorism. The ancients saw in the historical or mythical hero, in Alexander or in Achilles, the the standard of human life. The great man was paradigmatic, his existence exemplary. The patron saint of the democrat, on the other hand, is the vulgar man. The democratic model must be strictly lacking in every admirable quality. Aphorism. The proletariat appears when the people become a class which adopts bourgeois values without possessing bourgeois property. Aphorism. In order to avoid a manly confrontation with nothingness, man erects altars to progress. Aphorism. Man at times despairs with dignity, but it is rare for him to hope with intelligence. Aphorism. Fleeing does not protect against tedium. To save ourselves, it is necessary to domesticate that flabby, lumbering beast. In tedium freely assumed bloom the noblest things. Aphorism. As a new problem is born out of a problem solved, wisdom consists not in solving problems but in taming them. Aphorism. We always prefer relief that exacerbates over a remedy that cures. Aphorism. Each act of resignation is a brief agony. Aphorism. The only antidote to envy, in vulgar souls, is the conceit of believing that they have nothing to envy. Aphorism. For modern man, catastrophes are not a lesson, but insults from the universe. Aphorism. In its desire to gain the upper hand over democratic humanitarianism, modern Catholicism summarizes the two great commandments of the gospel thus: "You shall love your neighbor above all things." Aphorism. The believer knows how to doubt. The unbeliever does not know how to believe. Aphorism. The fool is scandalized and laughs when he notices that philosophers contradict each other. It is difficult to make the fool understand that philosophy is precisely that, the art of contradicting each other without canceling each other out. Aphorism. Whoever feels he is the spokesman of public opinion has been enslaved. Aphorism. The crowd calls no actions intelligent except actions of the intellect in the service of instinct. Aphorism. The correct use of liberty can consist in adhering to a destiny, but my liberty consists in being able to refuse to do that. The right to fail is an important right of man. Aphorism. Indifference to art is betrayed by the pompous solemnity of the homage often rendered it. True love remains silent or mocks. Aphorism. Individuals interest the modern historian less than their circumstances. A reflection of the current confusion. The way of life matters more than the quality of the one who lives. Aphorism. The true aristocrat is the man who has an interior life, whatever his origin, his rank, or his fortune. Aphorism. Nothing that happens is necessary, but everything becomes necessary once it has happened. Everything has a cause, but every cause has a virtual multitude of effects. Aphorism. Only the imbecile never feels like he is fighting on his enemy's side. Aphorism. The contemporary Christian is not sorry that nobody else agrees with him, but that he does not agree with everybody else. Aphorism. A just society would be lacking in interest. The discrepancy between the individual and the position he occupies is what makes history interesting. Aphorism. Vulgarity consists as much in disrespecting what deserves respect as in respecting what does not deserve it. Aphorism. The leftist is so worried about the problems of the 19th century that he does not worry about the problems of the 20th century. The problems raised by the industrialization of society prevent him from seeing the problems raised by industrialized society. Aphorism. Progress ages badly. Each generation brings a new model of progressivism and discards with contempt the previous model. Nothing is more grotesque than yesterday's progressive. Aphorism. No period is a transition period. Every age is an absolute that devours itself. Aphorism. The modern tragedy is not the vanquishing of reason, but the triumph of reason. Aphorism. The loneliness of modern man in the universe is the loneliness of a master among silent slaves. Aphorism. Whoever does not understand that two perfectly contrary attitudes can both be perfectly justified ought not to engage in criticism. Aphorism. The history of art is the history of its materials, its techniques, its themes, its social conditions, its psychological motives, or its set of intellectual problems, but never the history of beauty. A value has no history. Aphorism. Rather than a Christian, perhaps I am a pagan who believes in Christ. Aphorism. In the social sciences, one generally weighs, counts, and measures to avoid having to think. Aphorism. Intuition is the perception of the invisible, just as perception is the intuition of the visible. Aphorism. In an egalitarian society, neither the magnanimous nor the humble fit in. There is only room for pretentious virtues. Aphorism. Man is nothing but the spectator of his impotence. Aphorism. All satisfaction is a form of forgetfulness. Aphorism. The explanation for religious experience is not to be found in psychology manuals. It is in the Church's dogmas. Aphorism. The enemies of the modern world in the 19th century could trust in the future. In this century, there only remains bare nostalgia for the past. Aphorism. We are in the habit of calling moral improvement our failure to realize that we have switched vices. Aphorism. The succession of generations is the vehicle, but not the motor of history. Aphorism. The calculations of intelligent men tend to fail because they forget the fool, those of fools because they forget the intelligent man. Aphorism. Every individual with ideals is a potential murderer. Aphorism. Since the authentic work of art is obviously original, the cultural illiterate imagines that the original work is necessarily a work of art. Aphorism. The history of these Latin American republics should be written without disdain, but with irony. Aphorism. In vain does the old man adopt the opinions of a young man to make others doubt his old age. Aphorism. The upper class in society is the class for which economic activity is a means, the middle class that for which it is an end. The bourgeois does not aspire to be rich, but to be richer. Aphorism: the ambitious man's tactical stupidity threatens to become authentic stupidity. The senile Democrat's mind contains nothing but ideas for campaign speeches. Aphorism: the future impassions those who believe in the efficacy of the will, whereas the past fascinates those who recognize the impotence of human endeavors. What man aims for is always boring, but what he attains sometimes astonishes us. Aphorism: God is a nuisance for modern man. Aphorism: the subconscious fascinates the modern mentality, because there it can establish its favorite stupidities as irrefutable hypotheses. Aphorism: the majority of men have no right to give their opinion, but only to listen. Aphorism: the regions of the soul least understood are always the most densely populated. The most daring explorers of the soul disembark in urban areas. Aphorism: triviality never lies in what is felt, but in what is said. Aphorism: there are people who admit without shame that they study literature. Aphorism: rulers who represent only a minority have to invent civilization in order not to perish. The delegates of a majority, on the other hand, can be vulgar, rude, cruel with impunity. The greater the majority that supports him, the less cautious the ruler is, the less tolerant, the less respectful of human diversity. When rulers deem themselves governors of all humanity, terror is near. Aphorism: men disagree less because they think differently than because they do not think. Aphorism: a simple comma at times distinguishes a trivial remark from an idea. Aphorism: the goals of all ambition are vain, and their exercise harmful. Aphorism: a man is wise if he has no ambition for anything, but lives as if he had an ambition for everything. Aphorism: contemplated in light of our sorrow or our happiness, of our enthusiasm or our disdain. The world displays a texture so subtle, an essence so fine, that every intellectual vision, compared to that vision of the sentiments, barely seems like clever vulgarity. Aphorism: progress, democracy, the classless society, excite the crowd, but leave the muses cold and disagreeable. Aphorism: the future tense is the imbecile's favorite tense. Aphorism: modern artists are so ambitious to differ from one another that that very same ambition groups them together into a single species. Aphorism: as poor and needy as it may be, every life has moments worthy of eternity. Aphorism: nothing is more repugnant than what the fool calls harmonious and balanced sexual activity. Hygienic and methodical sexuality is the only perversion cursed by both demons and angels. Aphorism: fantasy exploits the discoveries of the imagination. Aphorism: without dignity, without sobriety, without refined manners, there is no prose that fully satisfies. We demand of the book we read not just talent, but also good breeding. Aphorism: good manners, in the end, are nothing but the way in which respect is expressed. Since respect, in its turn, is a feeling inspired by the presence of an admitted superior, wherever hierarchies are absent, trivial, or fictitious, but revered good manners die out. Rudeness is a democratic product. Aphorism. We feel the same way about an intelligent man who becomes a Marxist as an unbeliever feels about a pretty girl who enters the convent. Aphorism. There is no stupid idea which modern man is not capable of believing, as long as he avoids believing in Christ. Aphorism. The contemporary artist's ambition is for society to repudiate him and the press to praise him. Aphorism. It is not the heavenly city of the apocalypse which keeps the progressive Catholic awake, but the garden city. Aphorism. Man can construct machines capable of virtually everything, except of having self-consciousness. Aphorism. In no previous age did the arts and letters enjoy greater popularity than in ours. Arts and letters have invaded the school, the press, and the almanacs. No other age, however, has produced such ugly objects, nor dreamed such coarse dreams, nor adopted such sordid ideas. It is said that the public is better educated, but one does not notice. Aphorism. Art educates no one but the artist. Aphorism. A man is wise not so much because he says the truth, but because he who knows the exact scope of what he says, because he does not believe he is saying anything more than what he is saying. Aphorism. Whoever acquires experience in politics trusts only in the classic maxim, do not do today what you can leave for tomorrow. Aphorism. To mature is to transform an increasing number of commonplaces into authentic spiritual experience. Aphorism. Ideas tyrannize the man who has but few. Aphorism. An aristocratic society is one where the desire for personal perfection is the animating spirit of the social institutions. Aphorism. The new catechists profess that progress is the modern incarnation of hope. But progress is not hope emerging, but the dying echo of hope already vanished. Aphorism. The three enemies of literature are journalism, sociology, ethics. Aphorism. Liberty lasts only so long as the state functions amid the indifference of its citizens. Despotism threatens when the citizen agitates for or against his government. Aphorism. Europe, properly speaking, consists of those countries educated by feudalism. Aphorism. For the Marxist, rebelliousness in non-communist societies is a sociological fact, and in communist society, a merely psychological fact. In the former, the exploited rebel, in the latter, traitors reveal themselves. Aphorism. Is guilty of the insipidity of Spanish criticism, because he bequeathed an ironic book to a people without irony. Aphorism. A man is intelligent only if he is not afraid to agree with fools. Aphorism. Nobody finds himself by searching merely for himself. Personality is born out of conflict with a norm. Aphorism. Everybody feels superior to what he does, because he believes he is superior to what he is. Nobody believes he is the little that he really is. Aphorism. Coherence and obviousness are mutually exclusive. Aphorism. The object of bad taste is manufactured, where social prestige makes people acquire objects which give no pleasure to those who buy them. Aphorism, destructions and reconstructions in history have known authors. Constructions are anonymous. Aphorism, whoever cites an author shows that he was incapable of assimilating him. Aphorism, to show the unstable soul that we understand his problem, is to make it insoluble. A dumb look dissolves anxieties. Aphorism, objective vision, is not vision without prejudices, but vision subjected to the prejudices of others. Aphorism, there are two symmetrical forms of barbarism: peoples who have nothing but customs and peoples who respect nothing but laws. Aphorism, there is no need to expect anything from anyone, nor to disdain anything from anyone. Aphorism, those who believe in the truth limit their readings to the popular errors of the day. Aphorism, when we think that a writer's soul interests us, it is merely because we are calling his talent soul. Aphorism, in finding out what an intelligent man said, it is customary only to listen to the fool who mimics him. Aphorism, none of us finds it difficult to love the neighbor who seems inferior to us, but to love someone we know is superior is another thing. Aphorism, all peace is bought with vile acts. Aphorism, man lives from the disorder of his heart and dies from the order which life establishes in it. Aphorism, Marxism announces that it will replace the governance of persons with the administration of property. Unfortunately, Marxism teaches that the governance of persons consists of the administration of property. Aphorism, it is enough at times that a society suppress a custom it assumes is absurd for a sudden catastrophe to show it its error. Aphorism, the progressive cleric excoriates the ghetto mentality of the old Christian today. Those clerics prefer the commercial and financial activity of the modern Jew to the ghetto where Israel's faithfulness flourished. Aphorism, the only intelligence without prejudices is one that knows which it has. Aphorism, only because he commanded us to love men does the modern cleric resign himself to believing in the divinity of Jesus, whereas, in truth, it is only because we believe in the divinity of Jesus that we resign ourselves to loving men. Aphorism, the spectacle of injured vanity is grotesque when the vanity is another's and repugnant when it is ours. Aphorism, nobody who knows himself can absolve himself. Aphorism, the philosophies which the public knows and values are strings of vulgarities attributed to illustrious names. Aphorism, liberty, for the Democrat, consists not in being able to say everything he thinks, but in not having to think about everything he says. Aphorism, to meditate is to converse with someone who is dead. Aphorism, when a commonplace impresses us, we believe we have an idea of our own. Aphorism, in this century of threats and menaces, nothing is more frivolous than to occupy oneself with serious things. Aphorism, in the bosom of the church today, are those who do not understand that Christianity needs a new theology, and progressives are those who do not understand that the new theology must be Christian. Aphorism. Once I believe I have mastered a truth. The argument which interests me is not the one which confirms it, but the one which refutes it. Aphorism. The anonymity of the modern city is as intolerable as the familiarity of modern customs. Life should resemble a salon of people with good manners, where all know each other but where none hug each other. Aphorism. The taste of the masses is characterized not by their antipathy to the excellent, but by the passivity with which they enjoy equally the good, the mediocre, and the bad. The masses do not have bad taste. They simply do not have taste. Aphorism. The virtual admirer is what corrupts prose. Aphorism. It is not rare to find French historians for whom the history of the world is an episode in the history of France. Aphorism. The modern Christian does not ask God to forgive him, but to admit that sin does not exist. Aphorism. In order to ally himself with the communist, the leftist Catholic asserts that Marxism merely criticizes Christianity's compromises with the bourgeoisie, when it is Christianity's essence which Marxism condemns. Aphorism. Many people love man only so they can forget God with an easy conscience. Aphorism. The post-conciliar church seeks to draw people into the fold by translating the commonplaces of contemporary journalism into the insipid jargon of the Vatican Chancery. Aphorism. When today we hear someone exclaim, "Very civilized, very humane," there can be no doubt we are dealing with abject stupidity. Aphorism. The state of tension between social classes, a constant structural phenomenon, metamorphoses into class warfare only when a political class uses it as a tool for demagoguery. Aphorism. The gods punish not the pursuit of happiness, but the ambition to forge it with our own hands. The only licit desire is for something gratuitous, for something which depends on nothing in us. The mere trace of an angel resting for an instant upon the dust of our heart. Aphorism. Doctrinaire individualism is dangerous not because it produces individuals, but because it suppresses them. The product of the doctrinaire individualism of the 19th century is the mass man of the 20th century. Aphorism. 3 persons in our age make it their profession to detest the bourgeoisie. The intellectual, that typical representative of the bourgeoisie. The communist, that faithful executor of bourgeois intentions and ideals. The progressive cleric, that final triumph of the bourgeois mind over the Christian soul. Aphorism. The struggle against disorder is nobler than order itself. The man who is master of himself is not as magnanimous as the man who suppresses the insurrection of his soul. The deepest silence is that of a terrified crowd. Aphorism. Our society insists on electing its rulers so that an accident of birth or the whim of a monarch will not suddenly deliver power into the hands of an intelligent man. Aphorism. Impartiality is the child of laziness and fear. Aphorism. To be Christian, in accordance with the latest fashion, consists less in repenting of our sins than in repenting of our Christianity. Aphorism. The modern Christian feels professionally obligated to act jovially and jokingly, to show his teeth in a cheerful grin, to profess a slavering friendliness, in order to prove to the unbeliever that Christianity is not a somber religion, a pessimistic doctrine, an ascetic morality. The progressive Christian shakes our hand with the wide grin of a politician running for office. Aphorism: a cultured man is someone for whom nothing lacks interest and almost everything lacks importance. Aphorism: when they die, aristocracies explode, democracies deflate. Aphorism: fools used to attack the church, now they reform her. Aphorism: the three of egoism are individualism, nationalism, collectivism, the democratic trinity. Aphorism: the reactionary invented the dialogue upon observing differences among men and the variety of their intentions. The Democrat engages in a monologue because humanity expresses itself through his mouth. Aphorism: the leftist Catholic is correct in discovering in the bourgeois the rich man of the parable, but is mistaken in identifying the militant proletariat with the poor of the gospel. Aphorism: men can be divided between those who insist on taking advantage of today's injustices and those who long to take advantage of tomorrow's. Aphorism: love of poverty is Christian, but adulation of the poor is a mere electioneering tactic. Aphorism: in order not to think of the world which science describes, man gets drunk on technology. Aphorism: the individual seeks out the heat of the crowd in this century to protect himself against the cold emanating from the corpse of the world. Aphorism: intentional, systematic originality is mediocrity's contemporary uniform. Aphorism: journalism is writing exclusively for others. Aphorism: modern conflicts originate less in the intention to conquer the enemy than in the desire to suppress the conflict. Booty, ideology, or adventure has motivated fewer wars in our time than the idyllic dream of peace. Aphorism: politics is not the art of imposing the best solutions, but of blocking the worst. Aphorism: no one rebels against authority, but only against those who usurp it. Aphorism: the poor really only hate stupid wealth. Aphorism: it is not so much that the modern mentality denies the existence of God as that it does not succeed in giving meaning to the term. Aphorism: a progressive defends progress by saying that it exists. The murderer also exists, and the judge condemns him. Aphorism: revolutionary opinions are the only career in contemporary society which assures a respectable, lucrative, and peaceful social position. Aphorism: statistics are the tool of the man who renounces understanding in favor of manipulation. Aphorism: modern psychology renounced introspection, not so much to obtain more exact results as to obtain less disquieting results. Aphorism: when individuality withers, sociology flourishes. Aphorism: there are only instants. Aphorism: modern society neglects the basic problems of man, since it barely has time to attend to those to which it gives rise. Aphorism: primitive man transforms objects into subjects. Modern man transforms subjects into objects. We can suppose that the former deceives himself, but we know with certainty that the latter is wrong. Aphorism: for 2 centuries the people has borne the burden not only of those who exploit it, but also of those who liberate it. Its back is buckling under the double weight. Aphorism: when their religious depth disappears, things are reduced to a surface without density where nothingness shows through. Aphorism: in order to convince our interlocutors, it is often necessary to invent contemptible, deceitful, ridiculous arguments. Whoever respects his neighbor fails as an apostle. Aphorism: amusing books shame the illiterate. Aphorism: the death of God is an interesting opinion, but one that does not affect God. Aphorism: contemporaries respect tedious books when they are pretentious and pedantic. Posterity laughs at those crumbling idols, in order to venerate, of course, the analogous sham saints of their time. Aphorism: the church, when she pushed the doors wide open, wished to make it easier for those outside to enter, without thinking that it actually made it easier for those inside to leave. Aphorism: to mature is to see increase the number of things about which it seems grotesque to give an opinion, for or against. Aphorism: a man is intelligent if what seems easy to everybody else seems difficult to him. The number of audacious solutions a politician proposes increases with the stupidity of the listeners. Aphorism: an honest conviction does not reject the possibility of being wrong. It simply does not conceive the probability of being wrong. Aphorism: a philosophy that avoids the problem of evil is a fairy tale for gullible children. Aphorism: to complicate is man's highest prerogative. Aphorism: there is nobody who does not suddenly discover the importance of virtues he scorns. Aphorism: the Latin American intellectual has to search for problems for the solutions he imports. Aphorism: contemporary painting has more enthusiasts than contemporary literature, because a picture can be seen in 2 seconds of boredom, whereas a book cannot be read in less than 2 hours of tedium. Aphorism: the grandiloquence of theories of aesthetics increases with the mediocrity of the works, like that of orators with the decadence of their country. Aphorism: the crisis of Christianity today has been provoked not by science, nor by history, but by the new means of communication. Religious progressivism is the task of adapting Christian doctrines to the opinions sponsored by news agencies and publicity agents. Aphorism: the obedience of the Catholic has been distorted into an unlimited docility to all the winds of the world. Aphorism: the mob only believes it is thinking freely when its reason surrenders itself into the hands of collective enthusiasms. Aphorism: in order to distract the people while they exploit it, stupid despots choose circus fights, whereas the astute despot prefers electoral fights. Aphorism: not having gotten men to practice what she teaches, the contemporary church has resolved to teach what they practice. Aphorism: No party, sect, or religion should trust those who know the reasons for which they join. All authentic allegiance in religion, politics, or love precedes deduction. The traitor has always chosen rationally the party he betrays. Aphorism: the people never believe that whoever speaks emphatically speaks folly. Aphorism: with good humor and pessimism, it is not possible to be either wrong or bored. Aphorism: to interpret certain men, sociology is enough. Psychology is overkill. Aphorism: the revolutionary is, basically, a man who does not suspect that humanity can commit a crime against itself. Aphorism: we should respect the eminent individual whom the people respect, even when he does not deserve it, in order not to disrespect the notion of respect. Aphorism: in societies where everybody believes they are equal, the inevitable superiority of a few makes the rest feel like failures. Inversely, in societies where inequality is the norm, each person settles into his own distinct place, without feeling the urge, nor even conceiving the possibility, of comparing himself to others. Only a hierarchical structure is compassionate towards the mediocre and the meek. Aphorism: the historian's task consists less in explaining what happened than in making understood how the contemporary understood what happened to him. Aphorism: just as in our society the dregs of society triumph, so too in our literature the dregs of the soul triumph. Aphorism: the reactionary today is merely a traveler who suffers shipwreck with dignity. Aphorism: for the fool, only those behaviors which conform to the latest fashionable theory in psychology are authentic. The fool, upon observing himself, always views himself as corroborating experimentally whatever stupidity he presumes to be scientific. Aphorism: my brothers, yes, my equals, no, because there are older and younger brothers. Aphorism: the pornographic novel will always miscarry, because copulation is not an act of the individual, but an activity of the species. Aphorism: God does not ask for our cooperation, but for our humility. Aphorism: nothing is more difficult than to comprehend another's incomprehension. Aphorism: Catholics have lost even the endearing ability to sin, without arguing that sin does not exist. Aphorism: nobody scorns yesterday's foolishness as much as today's fool does. Aphorism: each day I expect less and less to meet somebody who does not nurse the certainty of knowing how the world's ills might be cured. Aphorism: the common man often has a personality in everyday dealings, but the effort to express it transforms him into an exponent of fashionable topics. Aphorism: vulgarity is born when authenticity is lost. Authenticity is lost when we search for it. Aphorism: men are less equal than they say and more equal than they think. Aphorism: the most interesting chapter of sociology is yet to be written, that which studies the bodily repercussions of social events. Aphorism: the contemporary anthropologist, under Democrats' severe gaze, skips quickly over ethnic differences like over hot coals. Aphorism, purity, poetry, authenticity, dignity are the key words in today's technical vocabulary to speak about any pornographic story. Aphorism. The revolutionary attitude of modern youth is unequivocal proof of their aptitude for a career in administration. Revolutions are perfect incubators of bureaucrats. Aphorism. To democratize Christianity, they have to falsify the texts, reading equal where they say brother. Aphorism. The tragedy of the left. To diagnose the disease correctly, but to aggravate it with its therapy. Aphorism. The technical excellence of intellectual work has reached such a point that libraries are bursting at the seams with books which we cannot disdain, but which are not worth the trouble to read. Aphorism. Life is a workshop of hierarchies. Only death is democratic. Aphorism. Cultural activities is an expression we hear not in the mouth of someone who spontaneously engages in them, but in the mouth of someone who performs them for profit or for prestige. Aphorism. The cultural propaganda of the last decades, scholarly, journalistic, etc., has not educated the public. It has merely obtained the result, like so many a missionary, that the natives celebrate their ceremonies in secret. Aphorism. The now secular task of democratizing culture has achieved the result not that more people admire, for example, Shakespeare or Racine, but that more people believe they admire them. Aphorism. Nothing endures for certain and only instances count, but the instant reserves its splendor for someone who imagines it to be eternal. The only thing that has value is the ephemeral which appears immortal. Aphorism. Authentic intelligence spontaneously sees even the most humble fact of daily life in the light of the most general idea. Aphorism. The interjection is the supreme tribunal of art. Aphorism. In ages like this, whoever has pride cannot humble himself before the greatness of the times. Aphorism. In order to licitly ridicule the spectacle of others' ambitions, we are first required to strangle our own. Aphorism. The dignity of man, the greatness of man, the rights of man, etc. A verbal hemorrhage which the simple sight of our face in the morning as we shave should staunch. Aphorism. Human problems are neither exactly definable nor remotely solvable. He who expects Christianity to solve them has ceased to be a Christian. Aphorism. Having promulgated the dogma of original innocence, democracy concludes that the man guilty of the crime is not the envious murderer, but the victim who aroused his envy. Aphorism. This century is turning out to be an interesting spectacle not for what it does, but for what it undoes. Aphorism. Modern man fears technology's capacity to destroy, when it is its capacity to construct which threatens him. Aphorism. When the race of egoists absorbed in perfecting themselves dies out, nobody will be left to remind us that we have the duty to save our intelligence, even after we have lost all hope of saving our skin. Aphorism. Castaways more readily forgive the imprudent pilot who sinks the ship than the intelligent passenger who predicts its drift towards the reef. Aphorism. There are vices of a fallen archangel, and there are vices of the simple, infernal crowd. Aphorism, each individual calls, culture, the collection of things he regards with respectful boredom. Aphorism, clerics and journalists have smeared the term love with so much sentimentality that even its echo stinks. Aphorism, man, until yesterday, did not deserve to be called a rational animal. The definition was inexact as long as he invented, according to his preference, religious attitudes and ethical behavior, aesthetic tasks and philosophical meditations. Today, on the other hand, man limits himself to being a rational animal, that is to say, an inventor of practical rules at the service of his animality. Aphorism, educating consists not in cooperating in the free development of the individual, but in appealing to the decency we all possess against the perversity we all possess. Aphorism, true problems do not have a solution but a history. Aphorism, those who ask the church to adapt herself to modern thinking are in the habit of confusing the urgent need to respect certain rules with the obligation to adopt a repertory of idiotic postulates. Aphorism, the historian's greatest sin lies in viewing any age whatsoever as only an anticipation, preparation, or cause of another. Aphorism, we disfigure duties and pleasures when we ignore the fact that each thing carries with it the criterion which convicts or acquits it. Aphorism, whoever merely resigns himself to his lot feels frustrated by a destiny without meaning. Whoever humbly accepts it knows that he just does not understand the significance of the divine decision concerning him. Visitors to a palace who admire nothing but the latrines. Aphorism, the only 18th century writer to be revived by the admiration of our contemporaries, is. Aphorism, when a Catholic defends himself better against vices than against heresy, already there is only a little Christianity left in his head. Aphorism, to visit a museum or to read a classic are, for the contemporary masses, simple ethical requirements. Aphorism, we frequently discover, after many years, that deliberate solutions end up being more intolerable than problems. Aphorism, negative criticism sometimes achieves those conversions of the soul which significantly modify the problems. Constructive criticism only multiplies catastrophes. Aphorism, to lighten the load of the Christian ship foundering in modern waters, liberal theology yesterday jettisoned the divinity of Christ, and radical theology today jettisons the existence of God. Aphorism, the leftist intellectual does not attack anything with fearlessness and arrogance, except ideas he believes to be dead. Aphorism, obviously, in many cases we come up with our ideas, but we are not the first, nor the only ones to come up with them. Aphorism, anybody has the right to be stupid, but not to demand that we revere his stupidity. Aphorism, modern drudgery does not make it more difficult to believe in God, but it does make it impossible to feel him. Aphorism, intelligence is strengthened by the eternal commonplaces, and it is weakened by those of its time and place. Aphorism, It does not help the mediocre man at all to emigrate to where great men reside. We all carry our mediocrity wherever we go. Aphorism, history, is what is reconstructed by an imagination capable of thinking the consciousness of others. The rest is politics. Aphorism, the distance between young and old is the same today as it has always been. Today people speak of the generation gap, because today's adult refuses to become old, and the youth, with all due disrespect, assures him that he is old. Aphorism. It fell to this century to have the privilege of inventing the pedantry of obscenity. Aphorism. As the waters of this century rise, delicate and noble sentiments, sensuous and fine tastes, discreet and profound ideas take refuge in a few solitary souls, like the survivors of the flood on some silent mountain peaks. Aphorism. We spend a life trying to understand what a stranger understands at a glance, that we are just as insignificant as the rest. Aphorism. By embracing the modern mentality, Christianity became a doctrine which it is not easy to respect, nor interesting to do so. Aphorism. Latin American revolutions have never sought anything more than to hand power over to some directoire. Aphorism. Those whose gratitude for receiving a benefit is transformed into devotion to the person who grants it, instead of degenerating into the usual hatred aroused by all benefactors, are aristocrats, even if they walk around in rags. Aphorism. The fervor of the homage which the Democrat renders to humanity is comparable only to the coldness with which he disrespects the individual. The reactionary disdains man. Without meeting an individual he scorns. Aphorism. Colonialism's true crime was to turn the great Asiatic peoples into the outskirts of the West. Aphorism. What is personal in the artist is not the person, but his vision of the world. Aphorism. To be civilized is to be able to criticize what we believe in without ceasing to believe in it. Aphorism. Families are often purulent cells of stupidity and unhappiness, because an ironic necessity demands that the governance of such elemental structures require as much intelligence, astuteness, and diplomacy as does the governance of a state. Aphorism. The best organized political enterprises, just like the wisest economic measures, are only games of chance where one wins by a stroke of luck. The statist, made conceited by his success, asserts that he knowingly bought the winning lottery ticket. Aphorism. Whoever looks without admiration or hatred has not seen. Aphorism. The historian does not establish himself in the past with the intention of better understanding the present. What we were is not pertinent to his inquiry into what we are. What we are is not pertinent to his investigation of what we were. The past is not the historian's apparent goal, but his real goal. Aphorism. The increasing disintegration of the person can be measured by comparing the expression amorous adventure, which was in style in the 18th century, with the expression sexual experience, which is used in the 20th century. Aphorism. With somebody who is ignorant of certain books, no discussion is possible. Aphorism. There is no individual who, upon evaluating himself without previous preparation, does not find that he is inferior to many, superior to few, equal to none. Aphorism. The religious life begins when we discover that God is not a postulate of ethics, but the only adventure in which it is worth the trouble to risk ourselves. Aphorism. An economy is called socialist if it needs to make great efforts to set up the spontaneous mechanisms of capitalism. Aphorism. With the object of preventing dangerous concentrations of economic power in the hands of a few anonymous associations, socialism proposes that the totality of economic power be entrusted in a lone anonymous association called the state. Aphorism. The adversary of modern principles has no allies more loyal than the consequences of those principles. Easter an empty tomb. Aphorism. It would be easier to resolve modern problems if, for example, it were possible to sustain the utopian fancy that what causes the multiplication of plastic objects is only the manufacturer's commercial greed, and not the idiotic admiration of the presumed buyers. Aphorism. Modern man does not expel God in order to assume responsibility for the world, but rather in order not to have to assume responsibility. Aphorism. With the whole world becoming more bourgeois, I miss the dead aristocracy less than I miss the vanished people. Aphorism. Intelligence consists not in handling intelligent ideas, but in handling any idea intelligently. Aphorism. The ineptitude and folly of the bishops' and popes' chatter would disturb us, if we old Christians had not fortunately learned as little children to sleep during the sermon. Aphorism. When we hear the final chords of a national anthem, we know with certainty that someone has just said something stupid. Aphorism. God is the term with which we notify the universe that it is not everything. Aphorism. The technical man believes he is a superior being, because he knows what, by definition, anybody can learn. Aphorism. Man is made vain by his works, because he forgets that, though what he makes belongs to him, it does not belong to him to have the capacity to make it. Aphorism. Dialogue perverts its participants. Either they are obstinate out of a desire to fight, or they give in out of laziness. Aphorism. For more than a millennium, the period of European history lasted during which social salvation was possible, and was achieved several times. But in democratic or imperial times we can only save souls, and not always that. Aphorism. Indignant with the bourgeois who eases his conscience by giving alms from his own private wealth, the leftist Catholic proposes to do it through self-sacrifice by distributing the private wealth of others. Aphorism. Every straight path leads directly to a hell. Aphorism. Modern society harbors the peculiar intention of systematically substituting political authorities for social authorities. That is to say, administrative duties for civilizing requests. Aphorism. What the contemporary psychologist emphatically rejects is less the notion of instinct than the word instinct. Aphorism. Since to explain is to identify, Knowledge is not explanatory where individuality is its object. Aphorism. It is not easy to discern whether contemporary journalism is a cynical way to get rich by corrupting man, or a cultural apostolate carried out by hopelessly uncivilized minds. Aphorism, lucidity in the 20th century, has as its prerequisite abandonment to hope. Aphorism. Many people believe that a laconic statement is dogmatic and judge the generosity of an intelligence by the verbosity of its prose. Aphorism. A culture dies when nobody knows in what it consists, or when everybody thinks he knows. Aphorism. The modern world bitterly censures those who turn their back on life, as if it were possible to know with certainty that turning one's back on life is not turning one's face toward the light. Aphorism. Social conflicts in a healthy society are rooted between functional sectors, in a sick society between economic strata. Aphorism. Let us not accuse modern man of having killed God. That crime is not within his reach, but of having killed the gods. God survives untouched, but the universe withers and decays because the subordinate gods have passed away. Aphorism. Poetry is God's fingerprint in human clay. Aphorism. Compared to so many dull intellectuals, to so many artists without talent, to so many stereotyped revolutionaries, a bourgeois without pretensions looks like a Greek statue. Aphorism. Our misery proceeds less from our problems than from the solutions which are appropriate for them. Aphorism. The Church was able to baptize medieval society because it was a society of sinners, but her future is not promising in modern society, where everyone believes they are innocent. Aphorism. Many doctrines are less valuable for the truths they contain than for the errors they reject. Aphorism. This foolish century allows the vulgarity of eroticism to deprive it of the delights of immodesty. Aphorism. The reactionary does not become a conservative except in ages which maintain something worthy of being conserved. Aphorism. The new liturgists have gotten rid of the sacred pulpits, so that no villain will assert that the Church aspires to compete with the secular professors' bully pulpits. Note the Spanish word translated here as bully pulpit is. This word refers in Spanish primarily to a professor's professorship, in English endowed chair, but also to a bishop's authority, Latin cathedra from the Greek da. Aphorism. Philosophy is the art of lucidly formulating problems. Inventing solutions is not an occupation of serious intellects. Aphorism. Those who seek to abolish man's alienation by changing the juridical structure of the economy remind one of the man who solved the problem of his marital misfortune by selling the sofa on which the adultery took place. Aphorism. The muse does not visit the man who works more or the man who works less, but whomever she feels like. Aphorism. We only succeed in saying what we want when we accidentally say what we should. Aphorism. The modern world demands that we approve what it should not even dare ask us to tolerate. Aphorism. The colony which gains its independence passes from acknowledged imitation to artificial originality. Aphorism. Journalists and politicians do not know how to distinguish between the development of an idea and the lengthening of a sentence. Aphorism. Those who remove man's chains free only an animal. Aphorism. History would be reduced to an inventory of types if each one of its typical instances did not inhere in a person. Aphorism. Just as much as by the fact which humbles our pride, I am delighted by the noble gesture which dispels the fear of our radical baseness. Aphorism. We can never count on a man who does not look upon himself with the look of an entomologist. Aphorism. The world appears less alien to someone who acts than one's own soul appears to someone who observes. Aphorism. Progress in the end comes down to stealing from man what ennobles him, in order to sell to him at a cheap price what degrades him. Aphorism. If the Europeans renounce their particularities in order to generate the good European, we fear they will only beget another American. Aphorism. The gate of reality is horizontal. Aphorism. The worst demagogues are not recruited from among the poor and envious, but from among the wealthy and ashamed. Aphorism. The Marxist has no doubt about the perversity of his adversary. The reactionary merely suspects that his adversary is stupid. Aphorism. The historian deals with history like an artist painting a portrait, the sociologist like a policeman adding to his file. Aphorism. The unbeliever does not forgive the apostate who confirms him in his unbelief. Aphorism. Catholics do not suspect that the world feels swindled by every concession that Catholicism makes to it. Aphorism. Atop the bell tower of the modern church, the progressive cleric, instead of a cross, places a weather vane. Aphorism. Revolution. Every revolution. Revolution per is the matrix of bourgeoisies. Aphorism. The first revolution broke out when it occurred to some fool that law could be invented. Aphorism. An historical period is the period of time during which a certain definition of the legitimate prevails. Revolution is the transition from one definition to another. Aphorism. As those things which age does not ennoble are as rare as men whom age does ennoble, the modern world destroys old things and prolongs man's senility. Aphorism. Reading the newspaper degrades whomever it does not make into a brute. Aphorism. Perhaps individually men are our neighbors, but massed together they are surely not. Aphorism. Democracy does not entrust power to anyone who does not pay it the homage of sacrificing to it his conscience and taste. Aphorism. So great is the Marxist's faith in Marx that he usually refrains from reading him. Aphorism. Faith in God does not solve problems but makes them laughable. The serenity of the believer is not a presumption of knowledge, but a fullness of confidence. Aphorism. The punishment of the man who searches for himself is that he finds himself. Aphorism. Knowing which reforms the world needs is the only unequivocal symptom of stupidity. Aphorism: even if inequality could be wiped out, we should prefer it to equality out of love for polychromy. Aphorism: a great historian is not so much one who notices defects in what he admires as one who acknowledges virtues in what he detests. Aphorism: the old despotisms limited themselves to locking man up in his private life. Those of the new stamp prefer that he have nothing but a public life. To domesticate man, all one has to do is politicize all his gestures. Aphorism: terror is the natural regime for every society without traces of feudalism. Aphorism: though he knows he cannot win, the reactionary has no desire to lie. Aphorism: would that the of the 18th century would rise from the dead with their wit, their sarcasm, their audacity, so that they would undermine, dismantle, demolish the prejudices of this century, the prejudices they bequeath to us. Aphorism: generalizing extends our power and impoverishes our spirit. Aphorism: the most repulsive and grotesque of spectacles is that of the superiority of a living professor over a dead genius. Aphorism: those sins that scandalize the public are less grave than those it tolerates. Aphorism: today's revolutionaries are just impatient heirs. Revolution will be spoken of seriously when the consumption they hate is not just someone else's consumption. Aphorism: the decay of modern civilization is only doubted in an underdeveloped country. Aphorism: man's three enemies are the devil, the state, and technology. Aphorism: physiology on one side, sociology on another, sign the partition of psychology. Personal life has been abolished like the Polish Sejm. Aphorism: the most ominous of modern perversions is the shame of appearing, if we do not flirt with evil. Aphorism: the historian should show us that the past was, at the same time, trivial like every present and fascinating like every past. Aphorism: I am not a nonconformist modern intellectual, but an indignant medieval peasant. Aphorism: the writer cannot pride himself on the successes he attains, but on the mistakes he avoids. Aphorism: modern civilization automatically recruits anyone who moves. Aphorism: the intention to engage in dialogue today presupposes the intention to betray. Aphorism: just as the Democrat's electoral skill seems to be a proof of his intelligence, the follies of his public declarations seem to be deliberate, until we discover, to our astonishment, that he believes in them. Aphorism: foolish ideas are immortal. Each new generation invents them anew. Aphorism: let us try, as we grow older, to assume attitudes which our adolescence would have approved, and to have ideas which it would not have understood. Aphorism: nothing happens more frequently than that we feel we possess several ideas, because we only seize upon inadequate expressions of the same one. Aphorism: the souls of youths would not be so boring if they did not exhibit them so freely. Aphorism: the progressive cleric never, disappoints an aficionado of the ridiculous. Aphorism. It is easier to forgive the progressive for progress than for his faith. Aphorism. The history of Christianity reveals to the Christian what kind of presence Christ wanted to have in history. To seek to erase that history, to return to the lone Christ of the Gospels, is not a gesture of devotion but of pride. Aphorism, a gesture, just one gesture, is enough at times to justify the existence of the world. Aphorism, when reason takes flight to escape history, it is not in the absolute where it alights, but in the fashion of the day. Aphorism, confusion is the normal result of a dialogue, except when a single author invents it. Aphorism, time modifies the topography of our convictions. Aphorism, contemporary thinkers differ among each other in the same way as do international hotels, whose uniform structure is superficially adorned with indigenous motifs, when, in truth, the only interesting thing is mental localism, which expresses itself in a cosmopolitan vocabulary. Aphorism. Capitalism is abominable because it achieves that disgusting prosperity promised in vain by the socialism that hates it. Aphorism. Revelation is the value that suddenly supervenes on a psychological event. Aphorism. Religious individualism forgets the neighbor. Communitarianism forgets God. The more serious error is always the latter. Aphorism, the most customary form of suicide in our time, consists of firing a bullet into the soul. Aphorism, so great is the distance between God and human intelligence that only an infantile theology is not puerile. Aphorism, the reactionary does not respect everything history brings, but respects only what it brings. Aphorism, the modern theologian longs to transform Christian doctrine into a simple ideology of community behavior. Aphorism, those who prophesy more than indefinite cycles of decline and ascent are hiding some suspicious product they want to sell for cash. Aphorism, doctrines that seek to sway crowds must hide, shamefully, the inevitable arbitrariness of their postulates and the inevitable uncertainty of their conclusions. Aphorism, to be authentically modern is, in any century, a sign of mediocrity. Aphorism, for the myth of a past golden age, present-day humanity today has substituted the myth of a future plastic age. Aphorism, after the passage of a few years, we only hear the voice of the person who spoke without any shrillness. Aphorism, solutions are the ideologies of stupidity. Aphorism, once youth is past, chastity forms a part not so much of ethics as of good taste. Aphorism, to discover the countenance of Christ in the face of modern man, requires more than an act of faith and act of credulity. Aphorism, we can neither place conditions on life, nor receive everything it gives. Aphorism, we should politely welcome into our souls all of the world's beauty, without delivering our eternal heart up to that transient guest. Aphorism, We should resign ourselves to the fact that nothing lasts, but refuse to hasten anything's demise. Aphorism. The caprices of his passions perhaps save man from the catastrophe toward which he is launched by the automatisms of his intelligence. Aphorism. God is the truth of all illusions. Aphorism. The true religion is monastic, ascetic, authoritarian, hierarchical. Aphorism. We eventually understand the man who knows what he is saying, no matter how complicated what it is he is saying. But it is impossible to understand the man who merely imagines that he knows what he is saying. Aphorism. The belief in the fundamental solubility of problems is a characteristic peculiar to the modern world. That all conflict between principles is simply a matter of equivocation, that there will be aspirin for every headache. Aphorism. To feel capable of reading literary texts with the impartiality of a professor is to confess that literature has ceased to be pleasurable for us. Aphorism. The more fundamentally he shares the prejudices of his time, the easier it is for the historian to believe he possesses objective criteria by which to judge history. Fashion is the only absolute which nobody disputes. Aphorism. The act of despoiling an individual of his goods is called robbery, when another individual does the despoiling, and social justice, when an entire collective entity robs him. Aphorism. A writer's biographers tend to eliminate the person in order to occupy themselves with his insignificant life. Aphorism. At the end of the last century, there was only an art without style. In the second half of this century, there is only a style without art. Aphorism. The extravagance of modern art is teaching us to appreciate properly the blandness of classic art. Aphorism. Bureaucracies do not succeed revolutions by coincidence. Revolutions are the bloody births of bureaucracies. Aphorism. The noblest things on earth may not exist except in the words that evoke them, but it is enough that they be there for them to be. Aphorism. The adolescent's insolence is nothing more than the bucking of an ass getting used to the stable, whereas the insolence of the adult who brusquely casts off his shoulders the years of patience doubling him over is a marvelous spectacle. Aphorism. Duties or pleasures, objects or persons. It suffices to move them from the subordinate place corresponding to each one to turn them into nothing. Aphorism. Every nonconformist knows in the depths of his soul that the place his vanity rejects is the exact same place nature has assigned him. Aphorism. There are fewer ambitious individuals in the world today than individuals who believe they are morally obliged to be ambitious. Aphorism. The most to which a man who knows himself can aspire is to be the least repugnant possible. Aphorism. A basic postulate of democracy. The law is the citizen's conscience. Aphorism. Tolerance consists of a firm decision to allow them to insult everything we seek to love and respect, as long as they do not threaten our material comforts. Modern, liberal, democratic, progressive man, as long as they do not step on his calluses, will let them degrade his soul. Aphorism. To say that freedom consists of something other than doing what we want is a lie. That it is proper, on the other hand, to limit freedom is an obvious fact. But deceit begins when they seek to identify freedom with the limitations they impose on it. Aphorism, modern history, ultimately, comes down to the defeat of the bourgeoisie and the victory of bourgeois ideas. Aphorism, the preacher of the kingdom of God, when it is not Christ who preaches, ends up preaching the kingdom of man. Aphorism, when the desire for other places, other centuries, awakens in us, it is not really in this or that time, in this or that country where we desire to live, but in the very phrases of the writer who knew how to speak to us of that country or that time. Aphorism, nations or individuals with rare exceptions only behave themselves decently when circumstances do not allow for anything else. Aphorism, if yesterday's bourgeois bought pictures because their subject was sentimental or picturesque, today's bourgeois does not buy them when they have a picturesque or sentimental subject. The subject continues to sell the picture. Aphorism, ethics should be the aesthetics of conduct. Aphorism, whoever does not get a head start on his old age does not prolong his youth, but corrupts even his memories. Aphorism, as long as they do not turn equality into a dogma, we can treat each other as equals. Aphorism, I do not yearn for a virgin nature, a nature without the peasant's ennobling footprint and without the palace crowning the hill, but a nature safe from plebeian industrialism and irreverent manipulation. Aphorism, the writer who has not tortured his sentences tortures his reader. Aphorism, modern man has imprisoned himself in his autonomy, deaf to the mysterious sound of the surge that beats against our solitude. Aphorism, man closes his eyes before the real problems, just as the commentator does before the real difficulties of the text. Aphorism, when dialogue is the last resort, the situation is already hopeless. Aphorism, Christianity did not invent the notion of sin, but that of forgiveness. Aphorism, the universe takes revenge on those who treat it as an inanimate mechanism, not by making them die humiliated, but rather prosperous and brutish. Aphorism, modern society is proceeding simultaneously to become inhospitable to the old and to multiply their number by prolonging their lives. Aphorism, modern man no longer dares to preach that the individual is born as a blank slate. Too many mishaps have taught him that we are the oppressed heirs of our family, our race, our blood. Blood is not an innocent liquid, but the viscous paste of history. Aphorism, certain things are interesting only when lived, others only when imagined. Aphorism, let us not give anyone occasion to be vile. He will take advantage of it. Aphorism, reason corrects logical errors, but spiritual errors can only be corrected by a person's conversion. The presumed proofs vanish in silence when we contemplate them from a higher spiritual level. Aphorism, of the book of the world, we know nothing but pages written in a language we do not understand. Aphorism, the age draws near in which nature, displaced by man, will not survive except in arboretums and museums. Aphorism. Wisdom comes down to never forgetting either the nothingness that man is, or the beauty that is at times born in his hands. Aphorism. Everything that makes man feel that mystery envelops him makes him more intelligent. Aphorism. The downfall of the powerful seems to us like a decree of providence, because it delights our envy. Aphorism. The democratization of eroticism has at least served to show us that virginity, chastity, purity are not bitter and morbid old maids, as we believed, but silent vestals of a pure flame. Aphorism. Rhetoric does not win battles by itself, but no one wins battles without it. Aphorism. Man assures himself that life vilifies him in order to hide the fact that it merely reveals him. Aphorism. The world would be even more tedious if it were as easy to act as to dream. Aphorism. It is not impossible that the battalions of clerics at the service of man have been infiltrated by a few of God's fifth columnists. Aphorism. Bureaucracy is not frightening because it paralyses, but because it functions. Aphorism. A constant flow of news invades existence today, destroying the silence and peace of humble lives without abolishing their tedium. Aphorism. Perception of reality today dies crushed between modern work and modern entertainment. Aphorism. To find oneself at the mercy of the people's whims, thanks to universal suffrage, is what calls the guarantee of freedom. Aphorism. History. If we follow it with the eyes of a partisan, rather than observe it with mere curiosity, makes us swing foolishly back and forth between nostalgia and anger. Aphorism. The incorrigible political error of the man of good will is to presuppose naively that at every moment it is possible to do what must be done, here, where what is necessary is often impossible. Aphorism. Modern society becomes degraded so quickly that each new morning we contemplate with nostalgia yesterday's adversary. The Marxists are already starting to look like the West's last aristocrats. Aphorism. When economic and social revolutions are not simply ideological pretexts for religious crises, after a few years of disorder, everything continues as before. Aphorism. True revolutions do not begin with their public outbreak, but rather end with it. Aphorism. The best palliative for anguish is the conviction that God has a sense of humor. Aphorism. Demagogy soon ceases to be an instrument of the democratic ideology in order to become the ideology of democracy. Aphorism. To appeal not to God, but to his justice, fatally leads us to place him before the tribunal of our prejudices. Aphorism. Mankind does not need Christianity so it can construct the future, but so it can confront it. Aphorism. Useless like a revolution. Aphorism. Values like the soul are born in time, but do not belong to it. Aphorism. Society does not become civilized through the stimulus of sonorous sermons, but through the catalytic action of discreet gestures. Aphorism: to be a revolutionary one must be a little daft. To be a conservative, a little cynical. Aphorism: wealth makes life easier. Poverty, rhetoric. Aphorism: Jesus Christ would not attract listeners today by preaching as the Son of God, but as the son of a carpenter. Aphorism: to be an historian requires a rare talent. To make history all that is needed is a little shamelessness. Aphorism: teaching exempts one from the obligation to learn. Aphorism: egalitarian societies strangle the imagination without even satisfying envy. Aphorism: treating an inferior with respect and affection is the classic syndrome of the reactionary psychosis. Aphorism: repentant, like a victorious revolutionary. Aphorism: the imagination is the only place in the world where one can dwell. Aphorism: man, in order to govern, blindfolds himself with ideologies. Aphorism: values are not citizens of this world, but pilgrims from other heavens. Aphorism: modern civilization would be committing suicide if it were truly succeeding in educating man. Aphorism: lack of imagination saves a people from many catastrophes. Aphorism: the historian tends to forget that in every era man has no problems except those he believes he has. Aphorism: intelligent optimism is never faith in progress, but hope in a miracle. Aphorism: to maintain that all ideas are respectable is nothing but pompous nonsense. Nevertheless, there is no opinion that the support of a sufficient number of imbeciles does not oblige one to put up with. Let us not disguise our impotence as tolerance. Aphorism: intelligence consists not in finding solutions, but in not losing sight of the problems. Aphorism: I am not trying to poison the wells, but to show that they are poisoned. Aphorism: nothing is more dangerous for faith than to frequent the company of believers. The unbeliever restores our faith. Aphorism: revolutionaries do not destroy anything in the end, except what made the societies against which they rebel tolerable. Aphorism: when the philosopher renounces leadership, the journalist puts himself in charge. Aphorism: the problems of an underdeveloped country are the favorite pretext for leftist escapism. Lacking new merchandise to offer to the European market, the leftist intellectual peddles his faded wares in the Third World. Aphorism: an atheist is respectable as long as he does not teach that the dignity of man is the basis of ethics, and that love for humanity is the true religion. Aphorism: nature just died in this century. Only in the art of past centuries do we discover, to our astonishment, that nature is not a simple physics experiment exploited by diligent organisms. Aphorism: a life that has been lived to the fullest is one which delivers to the grave, after long years, an adolescent whom life did not corrupt. Aphorism: the experience of a man who has lived a long life can usually be reduced to a few trivial anecdotes with which he decorates an incurable stupidity. Aphorism, let us tremble if we do not sense, in this abject modern world, that with each day our neighbor is less and less our fellow man. Aphorism, observing life is too interesting to waste time living it. Aphorism, the cultivated man is not someone who walks around loaded with answers, but who is capable of asking questions. Aphorism, the contemporary reader smiles when the medieval chronicler speaks of Roman paladins, but he remains serious when the Marxist discusses the Greek bourgeoisie or American feudalism. Aphorism, to disrespect individuality is the object of education. Forgetting such an obvious truth has led, in part, to modern depravity. Aphorism, a peaceful bourgeois existence, is the authentic longing of the human heart. Aphorism, the intelligent man tends to fail because he does not dare to believe in the true extent of human stupidity. Aphorism, the proletariat gravitates to the bourgeois life, just as bodies gravitate to the center of the earth. Aphorism, the individual declares himself a member of some collective entity, with the aim of demanding in its name what he is ashamed to claim in his own name. Aphorism, for a society that lives among statistics, to suspect that each unit is a unique person with his own destiny turns out to be troubling and alarming. Aphorism, whoever makes his confession outside the confessional only intends to avoid repenting. Aphorism, every being lies there, shattered to pieces by its life, and there is no way for our love to pick up all the pieces. Aphorism, there was never any happiness so free of threats that we would dare live it again. Aphorism has not fought for the freedom, but the irresponsibility of the press. Aphorism, concessions are the steps up the gallows. Aphorism, the modern world obliges us to refute foolish ideas instead of silencing the fools. Aphorism, the only alternative at the end of this century. Eastern barracks, Western brothel. Aphorism, the intelligent leftist admits that his generation will not construct the perfect society, but trusts in a future generation. His intelligence discovers his personal impotence, but his leftism prevents him from discovering man's impotence. Aphorism, slandered like a reactionary. Aphorism, superficiality consists, basically, in hatred of the contradictions of life. Aphorism, the most ardent passion does not deceive if it recognizes the inadequacy of its object. Love is not blind when it loves madly, but when it forgets that even the irreplaceable loved being is only a mysterious first fruits. Love that does not believe it is justified is not betrayal, but propedeutic. Aphorism, let us not try to convince. Apostolate harms good manners. Aphorism, let us accept sociology as long as it classifies and does not seek to explain. Aphorism, to search for the truth outside of time, is the way to find the truth of our time. Whoever searches for the truth of his time finds the of the day. Aphorism, what most likely is upon us is not a revolutionary terror, but a counter-revolutionary terror implemented by disgusted revolutionaries. Aphorism. For the trunk of individuality to grow, one must prevent freedom from making the trunk spread out into branches. Aphorism. The appearance of nationalism in any nation indicates that its originality is in its death throes. Aphorism. That Christianity may not solve social problems is no reason to commit apostasy, except for those who forget that it never promised to solve them. Aphorism. It is not a restoration for which the reactionary yearns, but for a new miracle. Aphorism. Only the soul anchored in the past is not shipwrecked in night storms. Aphorism, a motto for the young leftist: revolution and pussy. Aphorism. Hope is not fatally stultifying. If we do not hope in a future with an uppercase F, to cherish the hope of a new earthly splendor is not illicit, provided we hope in a splendor that is wounded, frail, mortal. We can love what is of the earth without fault, as long as we remember that we love fleeting clay. Aphorism. Civilization always consists in dressing oneself, not undressing. Aphorism. The only important lessons are those which cannot be transmitted except by the tone of one's voice. Aphorism. Modern man's misfortune lies not in having to live a mediocre life, but in believing that he could live a life that is not mediocre. Aphorism. Democracy is the political regime in which the citizen entrusts the public interests to those men to whom he would never entrust his private interests. Aphorism. Every work of art speaks to us of God, no matter what it says. Aphorism. Happily, the world cannot be explained. What kind of world would it be if it could be explained by man? Aphorism. To engage in dialogue with those who do not share our postulates is nothing more than a stupid way to kill time. Aphorism. The dissemination of culture has had the effect of enabling the fool to chatter about what he does not know. Aphorism. Common good, general will, historical necessity are the names with which the flatterer christens the whims of force. Aphorism. As a criterion of what is best, modern man knows nothing but posteriority. Aphorism. To discover the fool there is no better reagent than the word medieval. He immediately sees red. Aphorism. Bureaucracy is one of democracy's means that turn into one of its ends. Aphorism. The names of famous leftists end up as insulting adjectives in the mouths of leftists. Aphorism. That liberation of humanity whose praises the 19th century sang ended up being nothing more than international tourism. Aphorism. When we sail in oceans of stupidity, intelligence requires the aid of good taste. Aphorism. Justice has been one of the motors of history, because it is the name envy assumes in the mouth of the son contesting his parents' will. Aphorism. The 19th century did not live with more anguish because of its sexual repression than the 20th century with its sexual liberation. Identical obsession, even when the symptoms are the opposite. Aphorism. Being a reactionary is not about believing in certain solutions, but about having an acute sense of the complexity of the problems. Aphorism. Capitalist society became wealthy by joining the ignorance of an astute entrepreneur, whose job is to direct, with the science of a stupid technician, whose job is to execute. Socialism seeks to become wealthy by entrusting the task of directing to the technician. Aphorism. A typical trait is not a trait that recurs a certain number of times, but one that has particular importance. Statistics do not replace intuition. Aphorism. Bourgeois reformers prepare legal precedents for their future despoilers. Aphorism. I do not know whether, in another world, the devil punishes an irreligious society. But I see that it is soon punished here by aesthetics. But I see that it is soon punished here by aesthetics. Aphorism. Photography murdered the imagination. Aphorism. It is not enough to imagine something for it to exist, but only what we imagine exists. Aphorism. Faith is not knowledge of the object, but communication with it. Aphorism. Frustration is the distinctive psychological characteristic of democratic society. Where all may legitimately aspire to the summit, the entire pyramid is an accumulation of frustrated individuals. Aphorism. The unrestricted publication of news, which is demanded by the mass media, has forced the public lie to assume, in the state, the traditional function of the secret. Aphorism. Fools believe that humanity only now knows certain important things, when there is nothing important which humanity has not known since the beginning. Aphorism. The devil does not gain mastery over the soul that knows how to smile. Aphorism. Posterity is not going to understand what an achievement mere good sense is in this insane century. Aphorism. The key event of this century is the demographic explosion of idiotic ideas. Aphorism. Man is not imprisoned, he imprisons himself. Aphorism. A partisan of equality who is not envious can only be so because he is stupid. Aphorism. The sentences handed down on the day of judgment will be less categorical and emphatic than those handed down by any journalist on any topic. Aphorism. Individualism and collectivism are both social repercussions of the belief in the immortality of the soul. The individual turns in on himself, examines himself, observes himself, and discovers his individuality, or he turns out from himself, projects himself, disperses himself, and confuses himself with a collectivity, according to whether he believes or does not believe in an incorruptible tribunal. Aphorism. Youths sail in a sea of conformity without noticing it. In each wave pulling it along, youths notice only the short-lasting foam differentiating it from the others, and not the common tide pushing them all together. Aphorism. The ideas which influence politics the least are political ideas. Aphorism. No social class has exploited the other social classes more brazenly than that which today calls itself the state. Aphorism. It is not just to reproach this century's writers for their bad taste, when the very notion of taste has perished. Aphorism. Denying that a human nature exists is the ideological trick the optimist employs to defend himself against history. Aphorism: new evidence is not more perfect than old evidence. It is merely new evidence. Aphorism: if man ever managed to fabricate a man, the enigma of man will not have been deciphered, but obscured. Aphorism: whoever fights against the process of aging merely ages without ever maturing. Aphorism: if we believe in God, we should not say, I believe in God, but rather, God believes in me. Aphorism: at times we doubt the sincerity of a person who flatters us, but never the truth of his flattery. Aphorism: a civilization's memory resides in the continuity of its institutions. The revolution that interrupts a civilization's memory by destroying those institutions does not relieve society of a bothersome comparison that is paralyzing it, but merely forces it to start over. Aphorism: intellectual combat is won not by throwing up barricades, but by courteously leaving the field open, so that the adversary's stupidities only break each other's noses. Aphorism: renouncing the world ceases to be an achievement and becomes a temptation as progress progresses. Aphorism: no one should take himself seriously, only hope eventually to be taken seriously. Aphorism: a patriot in democracies is someone who lives from the state, an egoist, someone from whom the state lives. Aphorism: man today does not live in space and time, but in geometry and chronometers. Aphorism: the people were spiritually rich until the semi-educated decided to educate them. Aphorism: social problems are the favorite refuge of those fleeing their own problems. Aphorism: art is the most dangerous reactionary ferment in a democratic, industrial, and progressive society. Aphorism: an irreligious society cannot endure the truth of the human condition. It prefers a lie, no matter how idiotic it may be. Aphorism: the only man who thanks life for what it gives him is the man who does not expect everything from life. Aphorism: unless we inherit a spiritual tradition to interpret it, life experience teaches us nothing. Aphorism: the city is disappearing while the entire world is becoming urbanized. A city in the West was a person. Today, overexpansion and state centralism are disintegrating it into a mere inanimate heap of housing. Aphorism: the eruption of non-European history into the Western tradition is an episode in the intellectual life of the 19th century. The participants in the Western tradition are not necessary heirs of non-Western history and can only inherit it by respecting the intellectual conditions of its entry into the patrimony of the West. In other words, there can be sinologists in the West, for instance, but no Taoists. Aphorism: a philosophy's atheism consists less in denying God than in not finding a place for him. Aphorism: subliterature is the group of worthy books that each new generation reads with pleasure, but which nobody can reread. Aphorism: the organ of pleasure is the intelligence. Aphorism: we all know, In every field, sergeants who are disdainful of Alexander. Aphorism, an ethics that does not command us to renounce, is a crime against the dignity to which we should aspire and against the happiness which we can obtain. Aphorism, the controversy surrounding a work of art today, is not a measure of aesthetic importance but of political exploitation. Aphorism, we mediocre men are saved when we are so mediocre that we succeed in seeing it. Aphorism, material prosperity, is less corrupting than the intellectual and moral prerequisites for achieving it. Aphorism, against the lowliness of the tasks which life assigns him, nobody protests as loudly as the man who is incapable of carrying out any others. Aphorism, we can beg for mercy, but with what right do we demand justice? Aphorism, the people, after a few years, would forget the names of illustrious demagogues if their successors did not oblige the taxpayer to pay for memorial services for them. The people's memory only welcomes as guests the names of kings. Aphorism, the solutions man finds always end up being less interesting than the problems. The only interesting solutions are those which God reserves to himself. Aphorism, the writer who does not offer intellectual trifles for sale cannot complain of his limited success. Aphorism, the writer's talent lies not in describing a person, a landscape, or a scene, but in making us believe he did. Aphorism, it is easier to forgive certain hatreds than to share certain admirations. Aphorism, between animal and man, there is no barrier but a palisade of taboos. Aphorism, even when we know that everything perishes, we should still construct our temporary shelters with granite. Aphorism, the imbecile's egoism is his neighbor's safeguard. Aphorism, the egoist may not know what is suitable for himself, but he does not act, at least, as if he knew what is suitable for everyone else. Aphorism, the frankness of someone who does not respect himself turns into simple shamelessness. Aphorism, mutual disrespect quickly turns friendship or love between plebeian souls into a mere bilateral contract for rudeness. Aphorism, the impact of a text is proportional to the cunning of its insinuations. Aphorism, an age is civilized if it does not reserve intelligence for professional work. Aphorism, a soul is cultured if in it the din of the living does not drown out the music of the dead. Aphorism, if it is merely a matter of organizing an earthly paradise, curates are more than enough. The devil will do. Aphorism, such is the complexity of historical events that every theory finds cases to which it can be applied. Aphorism, nations have two noble modes of existence: ascent or decadence, and one vulgar way, prosperity. Aphorism, revolutions are not the locomotives but the derailments of history. Aphorism, he who betrays us never forgives us for his betrayal. Aphorism, the promises of life disappoint no one but the man who believes they are fulfilled here. Aphorism. It is sufficient to open our windows to the night, so that the breeze of mysterious springtimes will stir the calcified ashes of our soul. Aphorism. Loyalty is the noblest music on earth. Aphorism. Brief upheavals are enough to demolish the buildings of the spirit, while our natural corruption protects technological successes. Aphorism. Every non-hierarchical society is divided into two parts. Aphorism. The individual is nothing but one of the multiple individualities of history. Aphorism. Civilizations are mortal is the greatest comfort for someone alive today. Aphorism. Reason, progress, and justice are the three theological virtues of the fool. Aphorism. The three stages of capitalism. In the first, the businessman trades in order to construct palaces for himself. In the second, to reinvest his earnings. In the third, to pay taxes. Aphorism. Where it is possible to say whatever one wants, no one makes the effort to say only what matters. Aphorism. The historian has three subjects: the individuality of persons, the individuality of concrete totalities, the individuality of the instant. Aphorism. Opinions, customs, institutions, cities. Everything has become vulgar, since we gave up repairing the old in order to buy every day some gaudy novelty. Aphorism. To be modern is not to have overcome yesterday's problems. It is to believe one has overcome them. Aphorism. If we trust in God, not even our own triumph should frighten us. Aphorism. What some call religion barely astonishes us more than what others call science. Aphorism. Modern society is abolishing prostitution through promiscuity. Aphorism. The jurist in democracies is not an expert in laws but in government functionaries. Aphorism. Social tissues become cancerous when the duties of some are transformed into the rights of others. Aphorism. A fight between democratic sects temporarily distracts them from the dismantling of society. Aphorism. Either we learn from Greek tragedy how to read human history, or we never learn how to read it. Aphorism. No paradise will arise within the bounds of time, because good and evil are not threads braided by history, but fibers of the only thread which sin spun for us. Aphorism. What is called the modern mentality is the process of exonerating the deadly sins. Aphorism. The simplistic ideas in which the unbeliever ends up believing are his punishment. Aphorism. Boredom is the antonym of solitude. Aphorism. We presume we can explain history, and yet we fail before the mystery of the person we know best. Aphorism. Without an enemy on the borders, the ruler forgets to be prudent. Aphorism. Even the farthest right of any right always seems too far to the left for me. Aphorism. There is no fool's opinion that is not worth hearing, but also none that is worth respecting. Aphorism. Fools worry about nothing but spelling and forget syntax. Aphorism. With the appearance of rational relations among individuals begins the process of a society's decay. Aphorism, to be modern, is to view another's death without emotion and never to think of one's own. Aphorism, to depend on God, is the being's being. Aphorism, an illustrious writer is not someone whom many people read, but someone whom many people believe they have read. Aphorism, the of the individual, is the teaching of Christianity and the postulate of historiography. Aphorism, revolutions destroy nothing of nations except their souls. Aphorism, today's conservatives are nothing more than liberals who have been ill-treated by democracy. Aphorism, the value of an emotion is independent of the idea, surely mediocre, in which it is expressed, as well as of the object, probably trivial, which provokes it. Aphorism, universal history, is the story of lost opportunities. Aphorism, civilization is in agony when agriculture forsakes being a way of life in order to become an industry. Aphorism, the gods are peasants who accompany man only up to the gates of large cities. Aphorism, liturgical incense is the oxygen of the soul. Aphorism, progress is the offspring of knowledge of nature. Faith in progress is the offspring of ignorance of history. Aphorism, to die and to disappear, are not synonyms when speaking of a nation. Aphorism, nothing assures man that what he invents will not kill him. Aphorism, the modern world appears invincible, like the extinct dinosaurs. Aphorism, authentic social transformations are not the work of frustration and envy, but the consequences of epidemics of disgust and boredom. Aphorism, ideologies were invented so that men who do not think can give their opinions. Aphorism, to innovate in liturgical matters is not sacrilege, but stupidity. Man only venerates immemorial routines. Aphorism, to be effective, the abuse of power presupposes the anonymity of the oppressor or the anonymity of the oppressed. Despotisms fail when unmistakable faces confront each other. Aphorism, if we do not analyze, we will not understand. But let us not presume that we have understood just because we have analyzed. Aphorism, the percentage of eligible voters who abstain from voting measures the degree of concrete liberty in a democracy. Where liberty is fictitious, or where it is threatened, the percentage tends towards zero. Aphorism, if we do not have hierarchies, we are eventually unjust with everything, even with what we were or what we are. Aphorism, evil promises what it cannot deliver on. Good delivers on what it does not know how to promise. Aphorism, modern stupidities are more irritating than ancient stupidities, because their proselytes seek to justify them in the name of reason. Aphorism, people more easily allow us to despise their serious occupation than their diversions. Aphorism, a bureaucratic destiny awaits revolutionaries, like the sea awaits rivers. Aphorism, today there is no one for whom to fight, only against whom to fight. Aphorism, the media today allow the modern citizen to be informed about everything, without understanding anything. Aphorism, nothing is more comical than to adduce names of famous believers like a certificate proving God's existence. Aphorism, the happiness of the being we love is the only earthly good that us beyond measure. Aphorism, a voice drunk with happiness, is a fact that reveals secrets about the very substance of the world. Aphorism, believing is more akin to groping than to hearing. Aphorism, the universe is a useless dictionary for someone who does not provide his own grammar. Aphorism, springtime is the dream of the eternal autumn of the world. Aphorism, intransigence in politics tends to be an affectation making up for personal weaknesses. Aphorism, neither a revolutionary's eloquence nor love letters can be read by third parties without laughing. Aphorism, the writer should be only his own spokesman. Aphorism, where we hear today the words order, authority, tradition, somebody is lying. Aphorism, a work of politics is unrepeatable, like a work of art, and equally capable of the same eternity. Aphorism, the readers of an illustrious author can be divided into two groups, those who admire him without reading him and those who disdain him without having read him. Aphorism, every revolution exacerbates the evils against which it breaks out. Aphorism, let us not blame technology for the misfortunes caused by our incapacity to invent a technology of technology. Aphorism, modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension and considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such. Aphorism, may God preserve us from purity in all fields, from the mother of political terrorism, from religious sectarianism, from ethical severity, from aesthetic sterility, from philosophical stupidity. Aphorism, strictly speaking, there is nothing new in the world except each new soul. The newness of things, therefore, is nothing more than the dye in which they are soaked by the soul they come across. Aphorism, in societies where the social position, instead of adhering to the person, constitutes merely a temporary commission, envy bursts out of the gate. La talents is the racetrack of envy. Aphorism, modern souls do not even become corrupted, they become rusty. Aphorism, the defeated reactionary always retains the option of entertaining himself with the victor's simplistic ideas. Aphorism, the progressive clergyman in revolutionary periods ends up dead but not as a martyr. Aphorism, stupidity is the fuel of revolutions. Aphorism, the Democrat attributes his errors to circumstances. We thank chance for what we got right. Aphorism, communication among men becomes difficult when ranks disappear. Individuals do not extend their hands to each other when walking in a crowd, but rather elbow each other. Aphorism, Democrats can be divided into those who believe wickedness is curable, and those who deny it exists. Aphorism: literature does not die because nobody writes, but when everybody writes. Aphorism: we only know how to carry ourselves with decency in front of the world when we know that we are owed nothing, without the pained grimace of a frustrated creditor. Aphorism: one must learn to be partial without being unjust. Aphorism: let us investigate where and when a new mentality is born, but let us resign ourselves to not knowing why. Aphorism: a sensual object is one that reveals its soul to the senses. Aphorism: the aged progressive is nostalgic, like an old flirt. Aphorism: we call origins the limits of our science. Aphorism: reactionary thought has been accused of irrationalism because it refuses to sacrifice the canons of reason to the prejudices of the day. Aphorism: values, like souls for the Christian, are born in history but are immortal. Aphorism: the religious problem grows worse each day because the faithful are not theologians, and the theologians are not faithful. Aphorism: for the Democrat it is not enough that we respect what he wants to do with his life. He demands, in addition, that we respect what he wants to do with our life. Aphorism: in literature laughter dies quickly, but the smile is immortal. Aphorism: culture lives from being a diversion and dies from being a profession. Aphorism: the two terms of the democratic alternative today, oppressive bureaucracy or repugnant plutocracy, are canceling each other out, combining into a single term, opulent bureaucracy, at once repugnant and oppressive. Aphorism: modern man will never admit that a stupid idea shared by many is not respectable but merely dreadful. Aphorism: virtue has become less rare than good breeding. Aphorism: until man rouses himself from his current orgy of pride, it is not worth the trouble attempting anything. Only looks not thrown out of focus by pride attain that lucid vision of the world which confirms what we preach. Aphorism: when society is cast entirely in the mold of the state, the person vaporizes. Aphorism: the mediocrity of any triumph does not deserve that we besmirch ourselves with the qualities it demands of us. Aphorism: only the soul of the contemplative does not die before the body. Aphorism: the people believes in the disinterestedness of its professional benefactors until they pass the bill to the people. Aphorism: the fatherland, without any nationalistic bombast, is only the area which an individual contemplates around him after having climbed a hill. Aphorism: modern society tramples liberties underfoot, like a column of tanks tramples a procession of pious women. Aphorism: where is the world headed? Toward the same transience from which it comes. Aphorism: let us not attribute to the intellect the catastrophes caused by the covetousness that blinds us. Aphorism: everything that interrupts a tradition obliges us to start over, and every origin is bloody. Aphorism: The human swarm returns submissively to the collective beehive when the night of a culture draws near. Aphorism. Scholasticism sinned by seeking to turn the Christian into a know-it-all. The Christian is a skeptic who trusts in Christ. Aphorism. The more complex the functions which the state assumes, the more subordinate the bureaucrats on whom the citizen's fortune depends. Aphorism. The modern state is a teacher who never grants his students a degree. Aphorism. Ideas become frightened and emigrate from where people decide to think in teams. Aphorism. Great intellectual tasks are not accomplished by one who deliberately undertakes them, but by one who modestly seeks to resolve personal problems. Aphorism. No ever began this way. Once upon a time there was a president. Aphorism. Christianity, when it abolishes its ancient liturgical languages, degenerates into strange, uncouth sects. Once contact is broken with Greek and Latin antiquity, once its medieval and patristic inheritance is lost, any simpleton turns into its exegete. Aphorism. Nothing softens up the bourgeois more than a revolutionary from a foreign country. Aphorism. Whoever inquires into the causes of a revolution should never infer them from its effects. Between the causes of a revolution and its effects are whirlwinds of accidents. Aphorism. The intelligent man quickly reaches reactionary conclusions. Today, however, the universal consensus of fools turns him into a coward. When they interrogate him in public, he denies being a Galilean. Aphorism. When the exploiters disappear, the exploited split into exploiters and exploited. Aphorism. Everyone examines a ratiocination more carefully than the evidence sustaining it. Aphorism. Ratiocinations carry themselves with more airs, grow more haughty, walk with more insolence, the further they distance themselves from their origin. Aphorism. When the notion of duty expels that of vocation, society becomes peopled with disfigured souls. Aphorism. The reactionary does not yearn for the feudal restoration of the past, but for the improbable rupture of the future with this sordid present. Aphorism. Stupidity is the mother of revolutionary atrocities. Savageness is only the godmother. Aphorism. Imagination, if it were creative, would be simply fantasy. Imagination is perception of what escapes ordinary perception. Aphorism. Modern society's lack of confidence in the future, reserved until yesterday to the intelligent man, today weighs down even on the imbecile. Aphorism. Everything in the individual comes forth from the intersection of space and time, except the individual himself. Aphorism. The individual is not a crossroads, but the mysterious Calvary erected there. Aphorism. The leftist, like the polemicist of yesteryear, believes he refutes an opinion by accusing the holder of that opinion of immorality. Aphorism. Those who wield a sociological vocabulary imagine they have understood because they have classified. Aphorism. Our contemporaries denigrate the past so that they do not commit suicide out of shame and nostalgia. Aphorism. Museums are the invention of a mankind that has no place for works of art, either in its home or in its life. Aphorism. Unanimity in a classless society results not from the absence of classes, but from the presence of the police. Aphorism. Each suppressed taboo makes human existence recede toward the dullness of instinct. Aphorism. Social problems cannot be solved, but we can ameliorate them by preventing our determination to alleviate just one from aggravating them all. Aphorism. The recluse is humanity's delegate to what is important. Aphorism. Defeats are never final when they are accepted with good humor. Aphorism. Dying societies accumulate laws like dying men accumulate remedies. Aphorism. Posterity is not the whole of future generations. It is a small group of men with taste, a proper upbringing and erudition in each generation. Aphorism. We can paint the decadence of a society, but it is impossible to define it, like the increasing dementia of a look. Aphorism. God invented tools, the devil machines. Aphorism. We believe in many things in which we do not believe we believe. Aphorism. The laws of biology alone do not have fingers delicate enough to fashion the beauty of a face. Aphorism. The right to power was the central subject of politics yesterday. The techniques of seizing power are today the central subject of politics. Aphorism. The standard-bearers of liberty celebrated by the 19th century ended up as the vanguard of industrial despotism. Aphorism. Yesterday's bourgeois forgave himself everything if his sexual conduct was strict. Today's forgives himself everything if it is promiscuous. Aphorism. Art is the supreme sensual pleasure. Aphorism. Universal suffrage in the end does not recognize any of the individual's rights except the right to be alternately oppressor or oppressed. Aphorism. Political blunders repeat themselves because they are the expression of human nature. Successes do not repeat themselves because they are the gift of history. Aphorism. Grave problems never frighten the fool. Those men who are disquieted, for example, by the qualitative deterioration of a society, make him laugh. Aphorism. Reactionaries are recruited from among the front row spectators of a revolution. Aphorism. The intellectual tragedy of the democratic ruler is the obligation to enact the program he publicly proclaimed so that he would be elected. Aphorism. The progressive's cardinal syllogism is simply beautiful. The best always triumphs, because what triumphs is called the best. Aphorism. Modern man treats the universe like a lunatic treats an idiot. Aphorism. Each day we demand more from society so that we can demand less from ourselves. Aphorism. The plethora of laws is a sign that nobody knows any more how to command intelligently, or that nobody knows any more how to obey freely. Aphorism. As a consequence of technological advances, The old prophets of catastrophes are giving way to the witnesses of catastrophes that were already predicted. Aphorism. Civilizations differ radically among themselves. From civilization to civilization, however, the few civilized men acknowledge each other with a discreet smile. Aphorism. Sociologists, psychologists, psychiatrists are experts in generalities. When by the bull's horns of a concrete case, they all look like Anglo-Saxon bullfighters. Aphorism. Reason is no substitute for faith, just as color is no substitute for sound. Aphorism. The individual who lies to himself, just like the society that does not lie to itself, soon rots and dies. Aphorism. Intellectual honesty is a virtue which every successive generation presumes it is practicing for the first time. Aphorism. The rapid evolution of a society destroys its customs and imposes on the individual, in place of the silent education of traditions, the reins and the whip of laws. Aphorism. Our tolerance grows with our disdain. Aphorism. Imagination is the capacity to perceive, through the senses, the attributes of the object which the senses do not perceive. Aphorism. Vulgar dreams are fulfilled here, but those which the adolescent dreams under the oppressive foliage of summer do not build their nests here. Aphorism. Let us respect the two poles of man, concrete individual human spirit, but not the middle zone of an animal with opinions. Aphorism. To speak of the eternal, it is sufficient to speak with talent of the things of the day. Aphorism. The new left gathers together those who acknowledge the ineffectiveness of the cure without ceasing to believe in the prescription. Aphorism. Decadence does not derive from an excess of civilization, but from the attempt to take advantage of civilization in order to elude the prohibitions of which it consists. Aphorism. Modern man accepts any yoke, as long as the hand imposing it is impersonal. Aphorism. It never occurs to the intellectual who is indignant at the embourgeoisement of the proletariat to renounce those things whose enjoyment by the proletariat horrifies him as proof of embourgeoisement. Aphorism. It is never too late for anything truly important. Aphorism. There is no truth which it is not licit to strangle if it would harm someone we love. Aphorism. As long as the entertainment is sufficiently vulgar, nobody protests. Aphorism. Let us not complain of the soil in which we were born, but rather of the plant we are. Aphorism. Order is a deception, but disorder is not a solution. Aphorism. If men were born equal, they would invent inequality to kill boredom. Aphorism. Glory, for the authentic artist, is not the sound of praise, but the terrible silence of the instant when he believed he hit his mark. Aphorism. Imagination withers away in a society whose cities lack gardens enclosed by high walls. Aphorism. When we accept our mediocrity with good humor, the disinterestedness with which we take joy in another's intelligence almost makes us intelligent. Aphorism. Languages were corrupted yesterday thanks to ignorant peasants. Today they are corrupted by the pedantry and carelessness of the uncultivated specialist. Aphorism. Philosophy does not have the task of transforming a world that is transformed all by itself, but of judging that transformed world. Aphorism. On the wide-open steppe the individual finds no protection against the inclemency of nature, nor in egalitarian society against the inclemency of man. Aphorism. That the Gospels are a reflection of the primitive church is an acceptable thesis for the Catholic, but lethal for Protestantism. Aphorism. Whereas the Protestant depends on a text, we Catholics are the process where the text was born. Aphorism. When he died, Christ did not leave behind documents but disciples. Aphorism. To understand is to find confirmation of something previously divined. Aphorism. An abrupt demographic expansion rejuvenates society and makes its stupidities recrudesce. Aphorism. A soul is noble not when nothing injures it, but when it heals quickly. Aphorism. Culture presumes that we will die educating ourselves, at whatever age we pass away. Aphorism. Man has as much of a soul as he believes he has. When that belief dies, man becomes an object. Aphorism. By believing that the wax figures fabricated by psychology are alive, man has been gradually losing his knowledge of man. Aphorism. To the happiness of those we love most we are allowed to contribute only a silent tenderness and an impotent compassion. Aphorism. Modern society only respects science as an inexhaustible provider of what it covets. Aphorism. Artificially fomenting greed, in order to become rich by satisfying it, is the sin of capitalism. Aphorism. Man believes he is lost among facts, when he is only caught in the web of his own definitions. Aphorism. A man is called a communist if he fights for the state to assure him a bourgeois existence. Aphorism. Our plans should be modest, our hopes boundless. Aphorism. The politician attends to nothing with seriousness except to something trivial. Aphorism. Legal freedom of expression has grown alongside the sociological enslavement of thought. Aphorism. Political science is the art of quantifying the amount of freedom man can handle and the amount of servitude he needs. Aphorism. Sex and violence do not replace transcendence after it has been banished. Not even the devil remains for the man who loses God. Aphorism. There is no ideal tolerable for more than a few days. Aphorism. Pain leaves a deep impression, but only the ethical conflict educates. Aphorism. He who teaches ends up believing that he knows. Aphorism. A fool is someone who has opinions about the of the day. Aphorism. Someone who forgives everything because he understands everything, simply has not understood anything. Aphorism. Revolutions swing back and forth between Puritanism and debauchery without touching civilized ground. Aphorism, when the object loses its sensual fullness and becomes an instrument or a sign, reality evaporates and God vanishes. Aphorism, a work of art today, is anything that sells for a high price. Aphorism, modern history is the dialogue between two men, one who believes in God, another who believes he is a god. Aphorism, men can be divided into those who make their life complicated to gain their soul, and those who waste their soul to make their life easier. Aphorism, only for God are we irreplaceable. Aphorism, when one century's writers can write nothing but boring things, we readers change century. Aphorism, the secular importance of religion lies less in its influence on our conduct than on the noble sonority with which it enriches the soul. Aphorism, there are words for deceiving others like rational, and others like dialectic for deceiving oneself. Aphorism, degradation is the current price of brotherhood. Aphorism, the modern world will not be punished. It is the punishment. 4th of July, the best thing about the United States is a confused but profound sense of the importance of each man. It is like a kind of primitive humanism, a kind of elemental. For a certain type of American, there easily sprouts up a demand for independence, an impossibility of accepting anything his conscience does not ordain. The danger of that naive individualism lies in the confidence it bestows upon itself. It thus prepares the ground for the germination of ridiculous doctrines and sects, which are not tempered by any criticism, nor disturbed by any irony. The inevitable reverse of that quality is provincialism. Aphorism. Specialized vocabularies allow one to speak with precision in the natural sciences and to disguise trivialities in the humanities. Aphorism. We call the beauty of a language the skill with which some write it. Aphorism. It is not from starvation that the spirit sometimes dies, but from satiety of trivialities. Aphorism. The soul is not in the body, but rather the body is in the soul. But it is in the body where we feel the soul. The absolute is not in history, but rather history is in the absolute. But it is in history where we discover the absolute. Aphorism. Between the dictatorship of technology and the technology of dictatorship, man no longer finds a crack through which he can slip away. Aphorism, today it is called having common sense, not to protest against the abject. Aphorism. To be a Marxist appears to consist in exempting human societies from the Marxist interpretation. Aphorism. Will the revolutionary learn someday that revolutions prune rather than uproot? Aphorism. Everything can be sacrificed to the misery of the people. Nothing should be sacrificed to its greed. Aphorism. Modern pedagogy neither cultivates nor educates. It merely transmits opinions. Aphorism. Nobody, nothing in the end forgives, except Christ. Aphorism. Man does not find himself thrown only among objects. He is also immersed in religious experiences. Aphorism. Someone who lacks vocabulary to analyze his ideas christens them intuitions. Aphorism. Let us learn to accompany those we love in their errors, without becoming their accomplices. Aphorism. To punish an idea, the gods condemn it to inspiring enthusiasm in the fool. Aphorism. We do not invoke God as defendants, but as parched lands. Aphorism. Social improvements do not come from powerful shake-ups, but from light nudges. Aphorism. It is not possible to hope for anything now that the state is the soul's only recourse against its own chaos. Aphorism. The increasing freedom of customs in modern society has not suppressed domestic conflicts. It has only taken away their dignity. Aphorism. The people will adopt even refined opinions if those opinions are preached with crude arguments. Aphorism. Without a certain religious childishness, a certain intellectual profundity is unattainable. Aphorism. Where gestures lack style, ethics itself becomes debased. Aphorism. Those who are active in the New Left today are disoriented and helpless reactionaries. Aphorism. Fools become indignant only with consequences. Aphorism. The higher part of ethics does not deal with moral behavior, but with the quality of the soul. Aphorism. Great democratic convulsions do incurable harm to the soul of a people. Aphorism. Several civilizations were plundered because freedom inadvertently opened the gate to the enemy. Aphorism. The egalitarian considers courtesy a confession of inferiority. Among egalitarians, rudeness marks rank. Aphorism. We should all resign ourselves to not being enough at first and to being more than enough later. Aphorism. Modern optimism is a commercial product designed to oil the wheels of industry. Aphorism. The state is totalitarian by its essence. Total despotism is the form towards which it spontaneously tends. Aphorism. Totalitarianism is the sinister fusion of religion and the state. Aphorism. The sacrifice of profundity is the price demanded by efficiency. Aphorism. Courtesy is not incompatible with anything. Aphorism. Rudeness is not a proof of authenticity, but of bad manners. Aphorism. Each new generation criticizes the previous one, only to commit, in analogous circumstances, the opposite error. Aphorism. The fervor with which the Marxist invokes the future society would be moving if the rites of invocation were less bloody. Aphorism. Nothing is more common than to transform a duty that inconveniences us into an ethical dilemma. Aphorism. There are no more old people, only decrepit youths. Aphorism. Confusing the popular with the democratic is the Democrats' tactical ruse. Aphorism. A youth, normally, ends up resembling the adult he most despises. Aphorism. Nothing is more unforgivable than voluntarily imprisoning ourselves in another's convictions, when we should be trying to break through even the bars in the dungeon of our own intelligence. Aphorism. Nothing deserves more respect than the unfortunate people that has to beg, but nothing deserves less respect than the absurd drugs for which it clamors to remedy its misfortune. Aphorism. Cynicism is not a measure of astuteness, but of impotence. Aphorism. The problem is not sexual repression, nor sexual liberation, but sex. Aphorism. Revolution is progressivist and seeks the strengthening of the state. Rebellion is reactionary and seeks its disappearance. The revolutionary is a potential government official. The rebel is a reactionary in action. Aphorism. Democratic tribunals do not make the guilty tremble, but rather the accused. Aphorism. Envy is not a poor man's vice, but a rich man's. Of a less rich man before a richer man. Aphorism. Even the enemy of technology denounces its public, but trivial, outrages more than its invisible, but disastrous, destructions. As if contemporary man's feverish migration, for instance, were disturbing because of traffic accidents. Aphorism. Eroticism is the rabid recourse of souls in times that are in agony. Aphorism. Revolutions are frightening, but election campaigns are disgusting. Aphorism. The cultural standard of an intelligent people sinks as its standard of living rises. Aphorism. We cannot find shelter in the gospel alone, as we also cannot take refuge in the seed of the oak tree, but rather next to the twisted trunk and under the disorder of the branches. Aphorism. Man today oscillates between the sterile rigidity of the law and the vulgar disorder of instinct. He is ignorant of discipline, courtesy, good taste. Aphorism. Propose solutions, as if the world were not drowning in solutions. Aphorism. Modern Eastern spirituality, like the Eastern art of the last centuries, is merchandise from a bazaar. Aphorism. Imbecility changes the subject in each age so that it is not recognized. Aphorism. Hierarchies are heavenly. In hell all are equal. Aphorism. Newspaper reports are the modern substitute for experience. Aphorism. It is in the spontaneity of what I feel where I search for the coherence of what I think. Aphorism. I do not resign myself to the fact of man's idiotic collaboration with death, by ravaging, demolishing, reforming, abolishing. Aphorism. Progressive Christians painstakingly search through sociology manuals for material with which to fill lacunae in the gospel. Aphorism. Evil is not more interesting than good, but easier to relate. Aphorism. In politics, we should distrust even intelligent optimism and trust in the imbecile's fears. Aphorism. Man tends toward superficiality like a cork floats to the surface. Aphorism. In certain ages the spirit loses, no matter who wins. Aphorism. The two wings of intelligence are erudition and love. Aphorism. The egalitarian becomes exasperated when he sees that mandatory schooling wipes out conventional inequality only to aggravate innate inequality. Aphorism. Let us not pompously recommend that the inevitable be accepted with heroism, but rather that it be welcomed with courteous resignation. Aphorism, more than one presumed theological problem, comes only from the lack of respect with which God treats our prejudices. Aphorism, the highest and the lowest, used to belong to the same species. Today they belong to different species. There is today no characteristic in common between what has worth and what rules. Aphorism, the liturgy can definitely only speak in Latin. In the vernacular, it is vulgar. Aphorism, mere talent is in literature what good intentions are in conduct. N. Est. Aphorism, the progressive's enthusiasm, the Democrat's arguments, the materialist's demonstrations are the reactionary's delicious and succulent food. Aphorism, in the universities, philosophy merely hibernates. Aphorism, man matures when he stops believing that politics solves his problems. Aphorism, modern no longer defends any of the rights of man, except the right to consume. Aphorism, authentic intellectual seriousness does not frown, but rather smiles. Aphorism, that patriotism which is not a carnal adhesion to specific landscapes, is rhetoric designed by semi-educated men to spur the illiterate on towards the slaughterhouse. Aphorism, that which degrades. Aphorism, what I say here will seem trivial to whoever does not know everything to which I allude. Aphorism, civilizations are not made, but with good manners. Aphorism, oniric poetry does not prophesy, it snores. Aphorism, we cannot escape the triviality of existence through the gates, but rather only through the roofs. Aphorism, the cause of the modern disease, is the conviction that man can cure himself. Aphorism, revolutionary agitation is an endemic in the cities and only an epidemic in the country. Aphorism, hatred of the past is an unequivocal sign that a society is becoming more plebeian. Aphorism, history owes its importance to the values that emerge there, not to the masses of men who are shipwrecked there. Aphorism, to philosophize is not to solve problems, but to live them at a certain level. Aphorism, the wealthy man's sin is not his wealth, but the exclusive importance he attributes to it. Aphorism, to deduce the consequences of a fact, is something that is impossible. We can only deduce the consequences of our opinion of it. Aphorism, constructive criticism, in our time, is what helps perfect prisons. Aphorism, the Catholic theologian fulfills his duty only by disrespecting the letter of the Vespers and the spirit of the day. Aphorism, the past is the source of poetry. The future is the arsenal of rhetoric. Aphorism, the imagination is not the site where reality is, but where it is fulfilled. Aphorism, an event arouses passion less when its protagonists are interesting than when its observers are intelligent. Aphorism, only by establishing hierarchies can we limit the imperialism of the idea and the absolutism of power? Aphorism. Parliaments elected by means of universal suffrage first lose their moral prestige and then their political importance. Aphorism. What the mob calls history is a florilegium of erroneous interpretations compiled by the passion of the day. Aphorism. Sexual promiscuity is the tip society pays in order to appease its slaves. Aphorism. I am the asylum of all the ideas displaced by modern ignominy. Bastille Day, the war in thee, is the only political conflict that arouses my complete sympathy without troubling my reason. Aphorism. After the intelligent opinions have been excluded from the opinions of an age, what is left over is public opinion. Aphorism. Just as dangerous as believing the desirable to be possible is believing the possible to be desirable. Sentimental utopias and automatisms of technology. Aphorism. Souls become vitiated when bodies make themselves too comfortable. Aphorism. Rather than an ideological strategy, the left is a lexicographical tactic. Aphorism. Democrats describe a past that never existed and predict a future that is never realized. Aphorism. The number of votes by which a ruler is elected is not a measure of his legitimacy, but his mediocrity. Aphorism. Absolute monarchies disposed with less fickleness of the fortunes of one individual than popular absolutisms dispose of the destiny of entire social classes. Aphorism. The bourgeois does not applaud the man he admires, but the man he fears. Aphorism. Democracy has terror for its means and totalitarianism for its end. Aphorism. The shamelessness with which the revolutionary kills is more frightening than his killings. Aphorism. Journalists are the mob's courtiers. Aphorism. Freedom of the press is a nascent democracy's first demand and a mature democracy's first victim. Aphorism. Moderate Democrats promulgate the laws with which radical Democrats exterminate them. Aphorism. Democrats can be divided into two classes: those who perish because they do not succeed in suppressing with speeches the passions they unleashed with their harangues; those who survive because they alternate with the rhetoric that whips up the people's anger, the grape shot that pacifies it. Aphorism. Rhetoric is the only flower of the democratic garden. Aphorism. The Church, since the clergy became plebeian, curses all the conquered and applauds all the conquerors. Aphorism. Not intelligence but vanity reproaches intellectual isolation. Aphorism. A woman has the intellectual temperature of the medium in which she lives, vehement revolutionary or dauntless conservative, according to the circumstances. A reactionary she can never be. Aphorism. Today, whoever does not shout is neither heard nor understood. Aphorism. When the modern consciousness suspends its economic routines, it only oscillates between political anguish and sexual obsession. Aphorism. The left's ideas produce revolutions. Revolutions produce the right's ideas. Aphorism. Sociology protects the sociologist from all contact with reality. Aphorism. Happiness is the prickly flower of intelligent resignation. Aphorism. Class struggles are episodes. The fabric of history is the conflict between equals. Aphorism. The ruling class of an agrarian society is an aristocracy, that of an industrial society an oligarchy. Aphorism. It is possible to inculcate in the contemporary bourgeois any stupid idea in the name of progress, and to sell him any grotesque object in the name of art. Aphorism. The self-important man's lack of importance is sufficient revenge for us. Aphorism. We should admire or detest things for what they are, not for the consequences they may have. Aphorism. I understand that communism which is a protest, but not that which is a hope. Aphorism. The church will need centuries of prayer and silence to forge anew its flabby soul. Aphorism. Revolutions do not solve any problem other than the economic problem of their leaders. Aphorism. Our soul has a future, humanity has none. Aphorism. The modern state is the transformation of the apparatus which society developed for its defense into an autonomous organism which exploits it. Aphorism. Although we may have to yield to the torrent of collective stupidities dragging us along in its current, let us not allow ourselves to be dissolved in its mud. Aphorism. Capable men accept degrading themselves in order to triumph, and eventually they fail because they degraded themselves. Aphorism. Adapting to the modern world demands the hardening of one's sensibility and the debasing of one's character. Aphorism. The Democrat is capable of sacrificing even his interests to his resentments. Aphorism. Public opinion today is not the sum of personal opinions. Personal opinions, on the contrary, are the echo of public opinion. Aphorism. Social is the adjective that serves as a pretext for all swindles. Aphorism. Youths are not necessarily revolutionary, but rather necessarily dogmatic. Aphorism. The despotic decisions of the modern state are in the end made by an anonymous, subordinate, pusillanimous bureaucrat, who is probably also a cuckold. Aphorism. The current liturgy makes official the secular divorce between the clergy and the arts. Aphorism. The of the world blunts one's sensibility and does not refine one's senses. Aphorism. An excess of etiquette paralyses. A lack of etiquette animalizes. Aphorism. Vulgarity is not a product of the people, but of bourgeois prosperity. Aphorism. The distance between interlocutors of different generations is proportional to the stupidity of each interlocutor. Aphorism. Cordiality tends to be less an effusion of goodness than of bad manners. Aphorism. Power corrupts no one without fail, except the revolutionary who assumes it. Aphorism. Intellectual vulgarity attracts voters like flies. Aphorism. True eloquence causes the audience to tremble, but does not convince it. Without the promise of spoils, no oratory is effective. Aphorism. Man needs less to solve his problems than to believe that they have been solved. Aphorism. History is irreversible, but it is not unrepeatable. Aphorism. While the democratic voter disposes of another man's fate, his has already been disposed of by a bureaucrat. Aphorism. Rather than humanizing technology, modern man prefers to man. Aphorism. We try to excuse the defects we have by supposing they are the reverse of qualities we falsely attribute to ourselves. Aphorism. The plethora of objects in the midst of which we live has made us insensible to the quality, to the texture, to the individuality of the object. Aphorism. Making us feel intelligent is how nature notifies us that we are saying something stupid. Aphorism. Man does not admire anything sincerely except what is undeserved. Talent, lineage, beauty. Aphorism. The mastery which man has gained over nature only helps him to debase it without fear. Aphorism. Man's only precious goods are the moldy memories of his imagination. Aphorism. The press always chooses what to praise with impeccably bad taste. Aphorism. In the last century, they could fear that modern ideas would be right. Today we see that they were only going to win. Aphorism. Instead of industrial society, it is in fashion to say consumer society in order to avoid the problem by pretending to confront it. Aphorism. The great man's errors are so painful for us because they give a fool the chance to correct them. Aphorism. To have common sense is to have a presentiment in each concrete case of the pertinent limitations of the intellect. Aphorism. He who believes he is pardoning a vile sentiment by saying it is sincere is merely making it worse. Aphorism. Not everything betrays us, but there is nothing that cannot betray us. Aphorism. Just as evil was the first betrayal, betrayal is the only sin. Aphorism. Individuals in modern society are each day more similar to one another, and each day more estranged from one another. Identical monads clashing with each other with ferocious individualism. Aphorism. The press does not intend to inform the reader, but rather to persuade the reader that it informs him. Aphorism. Problems do not get solved, they merely go out of fashion. Aphorism. Nothing is more difficult than to doubt our victim's guilt. Aphorism. We end up treating each other as fungible goods when we cease believing in the soul. Aphorism. The supreme folly lies in doing even the most trivial things on principle. Aphorism. History is a series of nights and days, of short days and long nights. Aphorism. There is an illiteracy of the soul which no diploma cures. Aphorism. How many things would seem less irritating if we were less envious? Aphorism: if they had fewer saviors, societies would be in less need of being saved by saviors. Aphorism: among ideas, only the stupid ones are immortal. Aphorism: history inexorably punishes stupidity, but it does not necessarily reward intelligence. Aphorism: the reactionary does not argue against the world in the hope of defeating it, but so that the rights of the soul do not prescribe. Aphorism: humanity fell into modern history like an animal into a trap. Aphorism: God is that inscrutable feeling of protection at our back. Aphorism: when originality is rare, innovation abounds. Aphorism: the universalism of the plastic medieval languages took shape as regional variations, whereas the local varieties of the current cosmopolitan art are mere solecisms of pronunciation. Aphorism: Goya is the seer of demons, Picasso their accomplice. Aphorism: the fight against evil today is a rearguard action. Aphorism: the desire to be informed is the dissolvent of culture. Aphorism: prayer is the only act in whose effectiveness I trust. Aphorism: the absence of God does not clear the way for the tragic, but for the sordid. Aphorism: the modern mentality does not conceive that order can be imposed without resorting to police regulations. Aphorism: the abuse of the printing press is due to the scientific method and the expressionist aesthetic. To the former because it allows any mediocre person to write a correct and useless monograph, and to the latter because it legitimizes the effusions of any fool. Aphorism: civilization is what is born when the soul does not surrender to its congenital vulgarity. Aphorism: no one praises the people except the man who means to sell it something or rob it of something. Aphorism: the internationalization of the arts does not multiply their sources, but rather the causes of their corruption. Aphorism: Marx has been the only Marxist whom Marxism has not. Aphorism: order paralyses, disorder convulses. Inscribing an instituted disorder within an all-inclusive order was the miracle of feudalism. Aphorism: systematic reductions to single terms pleasure and pain, self-interest, economics, sex, etc. fabricate likenesses of intelligibility that seduce the ignorant. Aphorism: the decisions of the human conscience are the clandestine echo of fashion. Aphorism: the effect of democratic rhetoric on taste is called nausea. Aphorism: when an author is put on a school's syllabus, his name lives and his work dies. Aphorism: a confused idea attracts a fool like a flame attracts an insect. Aphorism: I trust less in the arguments of reason than in the antipathies of intelligence. Aphorism: where he is easy to refute, as in the natural sciences, the imbecile can be useful without being dangerous. Where he is difficult to refute, as in the humanities, the imbecile is dangerous without being useful. Aphorism: The cultural expressions of these new countries are not originally born one from another, like branches from the same trunk. On the contrary, being imported, they superimpose themselves mechanically one onto another, like Yolian. Aphorism. An authentic reader is someone who reads for pleasure the books which everyone else only studies. Aphorism. The solutions that puff contemporaries up with pride seem, within a few years, inconceivably stupid. Aphorism. Life demands that we reach conclusions, but not that we trust them. Aphorism. Nothing is more superficial than intelligences that comprehend everything. Aphorism. What was true yesterday is not always error today, as fools believe. But what is true today can be error tomorrow, as fools forget. Aphorism. To insult an inferior is just slightly more vile than to flatter him. Aphorism. Enthusiasm in leftist regimes is a synthetic product manufactured by the police. Aphorism. Social justice is the term used to claim anything to which we do not have a right. Aphorism. The true historian's greatest delight is the spectacle of a thesis colliding with a fact and shattering into 1,000 pieces. Aphorism. The reactionary does not condemn the bourgeois mentality, but rather its predominance. What we reactionaries deplore is the absorption of the aristocracy and the people by the bourgeoisie. It is the emasculation of liberty, or, alternatively, of equality. Aphorism. The apostles of culture eventually turn it into a business. Aphorism. No one should dare, without trembling, to influence anyone's destiny. Aphorism. What the Democrat calls man is no more than the ghostly projection of his pride. Aphorism. Everything is voluminous in this century. Nothing is monumental. Aphorism. Absolute revolution is the favorite topic of those who do not even dare to protest when they are trodden on. Aphorism. The only thing that makes modern man ashamed is to confess admiration for an author who is out of style. Aphorism. The leftist who protests equally against the crimes of the right or the left is called by his comrades, and rightly so, a reactionary. Aphorism. The eagerness with which an explanation for everything is sought in the psychology of the unconscious is a reflection of modern anxiety in the presence of transcendence. Aphorism. Even when it is right, a revolution solves nothing. Aphorism. Journalism was the cradle of literary criticism. The university is its tomb. Aphorism. I am like the people. Luxury does not upset me except in unworthy hands. Aphorism. Revolutions have as their function the destruction of the illusions that cause them. Aphorism. The reactionary is not upset by certain things, but by anything out of place. Aphorism. The reactionary is the guardian of every heritage, even the heritage of the revolutionary. Aphorism. To understand a philosopher, it is not necessary to make an inventory of his ideas, but to identify the angel against which he fights. Aphorism. The writer invites us to understand his language, not to translate it into the language of our equivalencies. Aphorism, to write for posterity, is not to worry whether they will read us tomorrow. It is to aspire to a certain quality of writing, even when no one reads us. Aphorism, I do not belong to a world that is passing away. I prolong and transmit a truth that does not die. Aphorism, I walk in the dark, but I am guided by the smell of broom. Aphorism, nothing obliges the man who only meditates to debate every fool who argues. Aphorism, even the most discreet truth appears to modern man to be insufferable insolence. Aphorism, how long an idea remains in effect does not depend on its validity. It depends on incidental circumstances. Aphorism, what is obvious to one age seems like an enigma to another age, and what is an enigma to one seems obvious to another, in never-ending cycles. Aphorism, fashion adopts those philosophies which cautiously avoid problems. Aphorism, what the beauty of a poem signifies has no connection at all with what the poem signifies. Aphorism, between the desert pole and the city pole, extends the equatorial zone of civilization. Aphorism, in order to cure the patient it injured in the 19th century, industrial society had to numb his mind in the 20th century. Spiritual misery is the price of industrial prosperity. Aphorism, for art's current anemia, let us blame the doctrine which advises each artist to prefer the invention of his own aesthetic idiom to the unmistakable use of a common aesthetic idiom. Aphorism, the Marxist calls a class truth, a truth that his class prevents him from understanding. Aphorism, without an alert imagination, intelligence runs aground. Aphorism, in the humanities, the latest fashion is taken for the current state of the discipline. Aphorism, the perfection of a work of art depends on the degree of obedience of its diverse elements to their proper hierarchy. Aphorism, socialism is the commercial name of state capitalism on the electoral market. Aphorism, complexes, which we do not reinforce by making them public instead of poisoning us, often commit suicide. Aphorism, a personal group of authentic solutions, has the coherence not of a system, but of a symphony. Aphorism, courtesy is the attitude of a man who does not need to presume. Aphorism, the fool calls conclusions he does not understand prejudices. Aphorism, the only thing that should disquiet us is what we do, even when the only thing that counts is what we are. Aphorism, new ideas occasion disturbances in history. New sensibilities change its course. Aphorism, current events, designates the sum total of what is insignificant. Aphorism, let us try always to adhere to the losing party, so that we will not have to be ashamed of what the winning party always does. Aphorism, being common and customary without being predictable, is the secret of good prose. Aphorism, Problems are also distributed along class lines. There are noble problems, plebeian problems, and innumerable middling problems. Aphorism. When a language is undergoing corruption, its speakers believe it is being brought up to date. In the youthfulness of contemporary prose, there are views of carcasses. Aphorism. Easy communications trivialize even what is urgent. Aphorism. What an age acclaims tends to be more incomprehensible than what it does not comprehend. Aphorism. Untouchable topics abound in democratic times. Race, illnesses, climate end up being caustic substances there. Unspeakable there is anything that might imply that humanity is not sway. Aphorism. The irrevocable edict ordering the demolition of the modern world only left us the ability to choose the demolisher, angel or demon. Aphorism. Revolutions bequeath to literature only the laments of their victims and the invectives of their enemies. Aphorism. Those who live in the twilight of history imagine that the day is being born when night is approaching. Aphorism. The voice that seduces us is not the voice with which the writer is born, but the one which is born from the encounter of his talent with his language, the mysterious person produced by his unmistakable use of language. Aphorism. Men do not proclaim themselves equals because they believe they are sons of God, but when they believe they partake of divinity. Aphorism. The principle of individuation in society is belief in the soul. Aphorism. The fewer adjectives we waste, the more difficult it is to lie. Aphorism. A ridiculous sense of shame will not allow the intelligent writer today to deal with anything but obscene topics. But since he learned not to be ashamed of anything, he should not be ashamed of decent sentiments. Aphorism. The revolutionary does not discover the authentic spirit of the revolution, except before the revolutionary tribunal that condemns him. Aphorism. The lie is the muse of revolutions. It inspires their programs, their proclamations, their panegyrics, but it forgets to gag their witnesses. Aphorism. Reading is an unsurpassable drug, because more than just the mediocrity of our lives, it allows us to escape the mediocrity of our souls. Aphorism. A person who is not a little absurd turns out to be insufferable. Aphorism. Systematic familiarity is the hypocrisy of an egalitarian who considers himself inferior or superior, but not equal. Aphorism. Let us beware of discourse where the adjective natural, without quotation marks, abounds. Somebody is deceiving himself or wants to deceive us. From natural borders to natural religion. Aphorism. Genuine thought only discovers its principles at the end. Aphorism. The Babel of explanations falls silent when an individual totality raises its voice. Aphorism. We must neither become petrified in our tastes, nor sway in the breeze of others' tastes. The two commandments of taste. Aphorism. The authentic aristocracy is a popular dream betrayed by historical aristocracies. Aphorism. Poetry must slip into this gloomy dusk like a partridge into the brush. Aphorism, intelligence, in certain ages, must dedicate itself merely to restoring definitions. Aphorism, when associated with humility, even defects turn out to be unpublished virtues. Aphorism, the looks of the participants in candid photographs of revolutionary scenes seem half cretinous, half demented. Aphorism, in aristocratic times, what has value is priceless. In democratic times, what is priceless has no value. Aphorism, the supposed enemies of the bourgeoisie are expert gardeners who prune its caducous branches. Bourgeois society is not in danger as long as its enemies admire what it admires. Aphorism, the sincere dialogue ends in a quarrel. Aphorism, history does not have laws that allow for predictions, but it does have contexts that allow for explanations, and tendencies that allow for presentiments. Aphorism, the left's bourgeois mentality will successively reconstruct all bourgeois societies that the left successively destroys. Aphorism, finding himself, for modern man, means dissolving himself in any collective entity. The feast of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary. The beauty of the figure of the Virgin comes at once from the sacred retinue of vanquished goddesses she evokes or replaces, and from the way in which she transcends them. Aphorism, the grandiloquence of the messenger tends to be proportional to the insignificance of the message. Aphorism, by intending practical ends, we always end up linking arms with neighbors we would not have wanted to touch with a 10-foot pole. Aphorism, the error lies not in dreaming that secret gardens exist, but in dreaming that they have doors. Aphorism, the Gospels in the hands of a progressive clergyman degenerate into a compilation of trivial ethical teachings. Aphorism, it is easier to make a man accept a new truth than to make him abandon the errors it refutes. Aphorism, a tenured professor only succeeds in embalming the ideas that are delivered to him. Aphorism, he who longs for perfect communication among individuals, their reciprocal perfect transparency, their mutual perfect possession, as a certain high priest of the left does, longs for the perfect totalitarian society. Aphorism, to demand that the intelligence abstain from judging, mutilates its faculty of understanding. It is in the value judgment that understanding culminates. Aphorism, terrorism does not arise where oppressors and oppressed exist, but where those who say they are oppressed do not confront oppressors. Aphorism, there exists no truth in the humanities that does not need to be rediscovered each week. Aphorism, the modern mind became paralyzed by believing that there are problems that have been solved. Aphorism, the leftist emulates the devout who continue venerating the relic after the miracle has been proved to be a hoax. Aphorism, civilizations are the summer noise of insects between two winters. Aphorism, he who overcomes himself merely displays his indigence in a more conspicuous place. Aphorism, a classless society, is one where there is neither aristocracy nor people, where only the bourgeois moves around freely. Aphorism, what the reactionary says never interests anybody, neither at the time he says it because it seems absurd, nor after a few years because it seems obvious. Aphorism, absolutism, whether intellectual or political, is the capital sin against the hierarchical method. Usurpation, by one of the terms in the system, of the liberties of the others. Aphorism, the wheel of fortune, is a better analogy for history than the evolution of humanity. Aphorism, illusions plague the man who renounces hope. Aphorism, freedom intoxicates, as the license to be another. Aphorism, only the political failure of the right balances in our time, the literary failure of the left. Aphorism, in order to act, an operational notion of the object is required, but a poetic notion is required in order to understand. Aphorism, Christianity does not teach that the problem is solved, but that the prayer is answered. Aphorism, the philosopher does not demonstrate, he shows. He says nothing to someone who does not see. Aphorism, God ends up being a parasite in souls where ethics predominates. Aphorism, the theologian corrupts theology by wanting to turn it into a science, by looking for rules for grace. Aphorism, what is difficult is not to believe in God, but to believe that we matter to Him. Aphorism, because he presumed that he was capable of giving fullness to the world, modern man sees it become emptier each day. Aphorism, a civilized society is one where physical pain and pleasure are not the only arguments. Aphorism, the Christian knows that he can claim nothing, but can hope for everything. Aphorism, we more readily abandon a reality than its symbols. Aphorism, Christianity does not solve problems. It merely obliges us to live them at a higher level. Those who claim that it does solve them entangle it in the irony of every solution. Aphorism, courtesy is an obstacle to progress. Aphorism, because his carefully calculated expectations failed, the fool believes that the madness of our hopes has been mocked. Aphorism, in society just as in the soul, when hierarchies abdicate the appetite's rule. Aphorism, we lack more solid reasons to anticipate that there will be a tomorrow than to believe that there will be another life. Aphorism, raising awareness, is the modest version of indoctrination. Aphorism, recent generations move among the ruins of Western culture, like a caravan of Japanese tourists among the ruins of Palmyra. Aphorism, the spirit is not transmitted from one mortal to another by way of formulas. More easily than through a concept, the spirit passes from one soul to another soul through a quivering of the voice. Aphorism, the spirit is fallible submission to norms, not infallible subjection to laws. Aphorism, we reactionaries escape, necessarily by good fortune, the vulgarity of conforming perfectly to the fashions of the day. Aphorism, The mortal sin of the critic lies in secretly dreaming that he could perfect the author. Aphorism: only among friends are there no ranks. Aphorism: the hand that has not learned how to caress does not know how to write. Aphorism: the deepest spiritual experiences do not come from profound intellectual meditations, but rather from the privileged vision of something concrete. In the Of the Soul, we do not venerate great gods, but fragments of phrases, the slice of a dream. Aphorism: man's different postures place him before different values. There exists no privileged position from which to observe the conjunction of all values into one single value. Aphorism: tradition is a work of the spirit which, in turn, is a work of the tradition. When a tradition perishes, the spirit is extinguished, and the presentations it shaped into objects revert to their condition as instruments. Aphorism: the world is not a place where the soul goes on an adventure, but the adventure itself. Aphorism: rhetoric is everything exceeding what is strictly necessary to convince oneself. Aphorism: traditional technology used to educate, because the mastery of it transmitted gestures integrated into a way of life. The teaching of rationalist technology merely instructs by transmitting gestures alone. Aphorism: new ideas tend to be an ember stirred up by new gusts of the spirit. Aphorism: man does not know what he destroys until after he has destroyed it. Aphorism: if words do not replace anything, only they complete everything. Aphorism: the man who says he is respectful of all ideas is admitting that he is ready to give up. Aphorism: because we know that God cares about the individual, let us not forget that he seems to care little about humanity. Aphorism: death is the unequivocal sign of our dependence. Our dependence is the unequivocal foundation of our hope. Aphorism: we solve certain problems by proving they do not exist, and others we deny even exist so that we do not have to solve them. Aphorism: the courteous man secretly seduces even the man who insults him. Aphorism: of anything important there are no proofs, only testimonies. Aphorism: ethical rules vary. Honor does not change. A man is noble if he prefers to fail rather than to debase the tools of his triumph. Aphorism: to a man who errs out of goodwill are imputed both his goodwill and his error. Aphorism: the demands of honor increase with the rank of the obligations, and soon seem extravagant to plebeian souls. Aphorism: what turns the contraction of a few muscles into a smile is the light touch of invisible wings. Aphorism: if we could demonstrate the existence of God, everything would eventually be subjected to the sovereignty of man. Aphorism: the steps of grace startle us like the steps of a passerby in the fog. Aphorism: everything that has value in the world is incongruous to it, and the world does not drag it along into the sunset. Our past happinesses await us at the end of the day's journey to anoint our injured feet. Aphorism: the passivity of things deceives us. We manipulate nothing with impudence without hurting a god. Aphorism: there is always a Thermopylae in which to die. Aphorism: reducing another's thought to its supposed motives prevents us from understanding it. Aphorism: news stories are the substitute for truths. Aphorism: the definition locates the object, but only the description captures it. Aphorism: the soul is only forged under the pressure of innumerable atmospheres of dreams. Aphorism: metaphysical problems do not haunt man so that he will solve them, but so that he will live them. Aphorism: in order to make the technician devote all his attention to his job, industrial society, without disfiguring his skull, compresses his brain. Aphorism: few people do not need circumstances to complicate their souls a little. Aphorism: the cost of progress is calculated in fools. Aphorism: the medic's fascinated imitation is the solvent of cultures. A culture, in fact, does not perish by absorbing exotic elements, but rather by being assimilated and spread by foreign minds. Aphorism: moribund cultures try to survive by imitating themselves systematically or by radically innovating. Spiritual health lies, on the contrary, in prolonging without imitating and in innovating without abolishing. Aphorism: the ways of winning are more disastrous than any defeat. Aphorism: the stage of history has become stifling. From the unlimited prehistoric spaces, we have arrived at the possible ubiquity of the most trivial event. Aphorism: the biographer should not confuse his obligation to tell us the how of his subject with the ridiculous pretension of explaining to us the why. Aphorism: the distances between nations, social classes, cultures, and races are a little thing. The fault line runs between the plebeian mind and the patrician mind. Aphorism: the man who is disrespectful in order to demonstrate his equality certifies his inferiority. Aphorism: to unleash great catastrophes today, great ambitions are not required. The accumulation of small envies is enough. Aphorism: modern luxury disarms envy. Aphorism: how to read is the last thing one learns. Aphorism: to one who anxiously asks what is to be done today, let us honestly answer that today all that is possible is an impotent lucidity. Aphorism: sin ceases to seem like a fiction when we have been slapped in the face by its aesthetic vulgarity. Aphorism: to educate is not to transmit instructions, but rather aversions and fervors. Aphorism: the sacrifice of the Mass today is the torturing of the liturgy. Aphorism: modern man is less proud than presumptuous. Aphorism: religious austerity fascinates, ethical severity repels. Aphorism: intelligence is enabled to discover new truths by rediscovering old truths. Aphorism: rigid moralism dulls the ethical sensibility. Aphorism: the look of any intelligent man makes any dignitary stumble. Aphorism. The most serious charge against the modern world is its architecture. Aphorism. Humanity is the only totally false God. Aphorism. A reactionary is anyone who is not prepared to buy his victory at any price. Aphorism. No one is important for a long time without becoming a fool. Aphorism. The twilight of certain lives has not the pathos of a sunset, but the fullness of midday. Aphorism. The practical man wrinkles a perplexed brow when he hears intelligent ideas, trying to figure out whether he is hearing nonsense or insolence. Aphorism. The public is not convinced except by the conclusions of syllogisms, of whose premises they are ignorant. Aphorism. In history, it is wise to hope for miracles and absurd to trust in plans. Aphorism. The intellectual irritates the civilized man, just as the adolescent irritates the adult, not because of the audacity of his bright ideas, but because of the triviality of his arrogance. Aphorism. The misfortune these days of innumerable decent souls lies in having to disdain, without knowing in the name of what to do so. Aphorism. Style is the order to which man subjects chaos. Aphorism. The determinist swears that there was no gunpowder when the gunpowder does not explode. He never suspects that somebody put out the fuse. Aphorism. To proclaim Christianity, the cradle of the modern world, is a grave accusation or a grave calumny. Aphorism. The book that today's youth adopts needs to do decades of penance to atone for the silly ideas it inspires. Aphorism. A decent man is one who makes demands upon himself that the circumstances do not make upon him. Aphorism. A youth's revolutionary activity is the rite of passage between adolescence and the bourgeoisie. Aphorism. Each person places his incredulity in a different place. Mine gathers where nobody doubts. Aphorism. I believe more in the smile than in the wrath of God. Aphorism. The specialist in the social sciences strives above all to quantify the obvious. Aphorism. Skepticism does not mutilate faith, it prunes it. Aphorism. Words are not enough for a civilization to be transmitted. When its architectural landscape crumbles, a civilization's soul deserts. Aphorism. Taste does not dishonor itself by virtue of what it likes or detests, but rather by virtue of what it erroneously equates. Aphorism. The soul is a quantity which decreases as more individuals come together. Aphorism. By suppressing certain liturgies, we suppress particular certainties. To fell sacred groves is to erase divine footprints. Aphorism. Only skepticism impedes the unceasing enthronement of idols. Aphorism. Modern is the characteristic desire of the petty bourgeois. Aphorism. The quality of an intelligence depends less on what it understands than on what makes it smile. Aphorism. What is most disquieting about the attitude of the contemporary clergyman is that his good intentions often appear to be unimpeachable. Aphorism, the results do not change, even when everything changes if the sensibility does not change. Aphorism, the fool exclaims that we are denying the problem when we show the falsity of his favorite solution. Aphorism, a modern man is a man who forgets what man knows about man. Aphorism, cultures dry out when their religious ingredients evaporate. Aphorism, the state will deserve respect again when it again restricts itself to being simply the political profile of a constituted society. Aphorism, every Christian has been directly responsible for the hardening of some unbeliever's heart. Aphorism, the periodic reflowering of what he decrees obsolete, makes life bitter for the progressive. Aphorism, faith is not assent to concepts, but a sudden splendor that knocks us down. Aphorism, in the ocean of faith one fishes with a net of doubts. Aphorism, consent does not establish authority, it acknowledges it. Aphorism, the name by which we are known, is merely the best known of our pseudonyms. Aphorism, the artist does not compete with his fellow artists, he does battle with his angel. Aphorism, the pleasant book does not attract the fool unless a pedantic interpretation vouches for it. Aphorism, modern man deafens himself with music in order not to hear himself. Aphorism, among the inventions of human pride, one will finally slip in which will destroy them all. Aphorism, explanation implies, comprehension unfolds. Explanation impoverishes by identifying terms. Comprehension enriches by diversifying them. Aphorism, the total truth will not be the indigestion of a dialectical process that swallows all the partial truths, but the limpid structure in which they are ordered. Aphorism, a language's attrition is faster, and the civilization that rests on it more fragile when grammatical pedantry is forgotten. Civilizations are periods of standard grammar. Aphorism, it is not so much the plebeian merriment that revolutions unleash which frightens the reactionary as the zealously bourgeois order that they produce. Aphorism, the revolutionary's picturesque outfit changes colors imperceptibly until it matches the severe uniform of a police officer. Aphorism, without a hierarchical structure, it is not possible to transform freedom from a fable into a fact. The liberal always discovers too late that the price of equality is the omnipotent state. Aphorism, we reactionaries will live in the future society just as uncomfortably as will the Marxists. But the Marxists will look upon it with the eyes of a dumbfounded father, while we will regard it with the irony of a stranger. Aphorism, the embourgeoisement of the proletariat originated in its conversion to the industrial gospel preached by socialism. Aphorism, the growing number of people who consider the modern world unacceptable would comfort us if we did not know that they are captives of the same convictions that made the modern world unacceptable. Aphorism, the speed with which modern society absorbs its enemies could not be explained if their apparently hostile clamor were not simply an impatient demand for promotions. Aphorism: nothing cures the progressive, not even the frequent panic attacks administered to him by progress. Aphorism: economists err without fail because they imagine that extrapolation allows for prediction. Aphorism: models in the social sciences are surreptitiously transformed, with consummate ease, from analytic tools into the results of analysis. Aphorism: it is not to resolve contradictions, but to order them to which we can aspire. Aphorism: history is less the evolution of humanity than the unfolding of facets of human nature. Aphorism: innumerable problems arise from the method by which we seek to solve them. Aphorism: during its journey, humanity gets sores on its feet from everything except its old shoes. Aphorism: the history of Christianity would be suspiciously human if it were not the adventure of an incarnate God. Christianity assumes the misery of history, as Christ assumes the misery of man. Aphorism: what save us from problems that defile us are problems that distress us. Aphorism: the left's theses are trains of thought that are carefully stopped before they reach the argument that demolishes them. Aphorism: whoever who does not agitate without rest in order to satisfy his greed always feels a little guilty in modern society. Aphorism: lucidity is the booty of the defeated. Aphorism: unless it runs up against successive barriers of incomprehension, a work of art does not impress its meaning on anyone. Aphorism: so-called frustrated lives tend to be merely overweening frustrated ambitions. Aphorism: in every age there are two types of readers: the curious reader in search of novelties and the aficionado of literature. Aphorism: what the leftist historian considers central to an age has never been the subject of works that have been admired by posterity. Aphorism: the object is not constituted by the sum of its possible representations, but by the sum of its aesthetically satisfactory representations. Aphorism: pedantry is the weapon with which the professional protects the interests of his guild. Aphorism: men do not proclaim themselves equals because they believe they are sons of God, but when they believe they partake of divinity. Aphorism: the modern world is condemned precisely by all that with which modern man seeks to justify it. Aphorism: aesthetic pleasure is the supreme criterion for well-born souls. Aphorism: to refute the new morality, all one needs to do is examine the faces of its aged devotees. Aphorism: capitalism is the vulgar side of the modern soul, socialism its tedious side. Aphorism: the reactionary not only has the nose to sniff out the absurd, he also has the palate to savor it. Aphorism: the increasing integration of humanity merely makes it easier to share the same vices. Aphorism: those who deny the existence of ranks do not imagine with what clarity the rest see theirs. Aphorism, because he heard it said that religious propositions are metaphors. The fool thinks they are fictions. Aphorism, I have only one theme, pride. Every stain is a vestige of it. Aphorism, it is indecent and even obscene to speak to man of progress, when every path winds its way up between funerary cypresses. Aphorism, there are no ideas that expand the intelligence, but there are ideas that shrink it. Aphorism, time distills the truth in the still of art. Aphorism, the psychological mechanism of the individual, without prejudices, lacks interest. Aphorism, sensuality is a cultural legacy of the ancient world. Societies where the Greco-Roman legacy is being wiped out, or where it does not exist, only know sentimentalism and sexuality. Aphorism, rather than against the masses that insult them, we must defend our truths against the defenders that bring them down to the masses level. Aphorism, the word was not granted to us to express our misery, but to transfigure it. Aphorism, to judge correctly, one must lack principles. Aphorism, for a cultural continuity to be broken, the destruction of certain institutions is enough. But when the soul softens, the survival of those very same institutions is not enough to prevent it from being broken. Aphorism, let us try to turn the burden that weighs us down into a force that lifts us up to salvation. Aphorism, only in what he manages to express nobly does man grasp profound truths. Aphorism, it is not in the world's steps where man dies of the cold. It is in the palace of concepts erected by the intellect. Aphorism, there is no contemptible occupation, as long as it is not credited with any importance it does not have. Aphorism, to attribute an axial position in history to the West would be extravagant, if the rest of the world only its technology, if any form which is invented today, in whatever area, did not always appear to be invented by a Westerner without talent. Aphorism, when we say that words transfigure, the fool mistakenly thinks that they adulterate. Aphorism, error does not seed well except in the shadow of the truth. Even the devil becomes bored and excuses himself from where Christianity is being extinguished. Aphorism, the ugliness of the modern face is an ethical phenomenon. Aphorism, the economic interpretation of history is faulty, as long as economics limits itself to being the infrastructure of human existence. It turns out to be relevant, however, when economics, by turning itself into the doctrinaire program for the transformation of the world, becomes a superstructure. Aphorism, his serious university training shields the technician against any idea. Aphorism, to induce us to adopt them, stupid ideas adduce the immense public that shares them. Aphorism, reactionary thought breaks into history as concrete liberty's shout of warning, as the spasm of anguish in the face of the unlimited despotism, arrived at by the man intoxicated with abstract liberty. Aphorism, we who are sedentary and indifferent to fashion enjoy nothing more than the panting gallop of straggling progressives. Aphorism: to love one's neighbor is without doubt a commandment, but the gospel is the love that awaits us. Aphorism: modern man inverts the rank of problems. When it comes to sex education, for example, everyone pontificates, but who worries about the education of the sentiments? Aphorism: literary skill consists in keeping a phrase at the right temperature. Aphorism: it is not because criticisms of Christianity appear valid that people stop believing. Rather, it is because people stop believing that they appear valid. Aphorism: every age ends in a masquerade. Aphorism: to feign knowledge of a subject, it is advisable to adopt its most recent interpretation. Aphorism: pain, evil, sin are certainties we can lean on without fear that they will break. Aphorism: it is not only to the native reader to whom the foreign critic's vision seems out of focus, it is also to the foreign reader. To appreciate pantomime or criticism, then, one need not be a critic or a mime. Aphorism: no one now is ignorant of the fact that transforming the world means bureaucratizing man. Aphorism: to condemn oneself is no less pretentious than to absolve oneself. Aphorism: to call obsolete what merely ceased to be intelligible is a vulgar error. Aphorism: power more surely corrupts the man who covets it than the man who exercises it. Aphorism: what daring is needed for today is not to contribute to defilement. Aphorism: liberal ideas are likable, their consequences ruinous. Aphorism: revolution already seems to be less a tactic for executing a plan than a drug for fleeing from modern boredom during one's spare time. Aphorism: let us not expect any success to result from anything but unforeseeable coincidences. Aphorism: it is better to see what we admire insulted rather than used. Aphorism: let us distrust the man who is not capable, in certain circumstances, of flabby sentimentality. Aphorism: in the end, what does modern man call progress? Whatever seems convenient to the fool. Aphorism: when faced with the assaults of caprice, authenticity needs to lay hold of principles to save itself. Principles are bridges over a life's flash floods. Aphorism: with the categories admitted by the modern mind, we do not succeed in understanding anything but trifles. Aphorism: the effectiveness of an intelligent action is so uncertain today that it is not worth the trouble to discipline our wildest fantasies. Aphorism: Olympus, for a modern mind, is just a peak among the clouds. Aphorism: the prophet is not God's confidant, but a rag blown about by sacred squalls. Aphorism: nothing makes more evident the reality of sin than the stench of souls that deny its existence. Aphorism: the only attribute that can without hesitation be man is divinity, but that sacrilegious pretension, nevertheless, is the ferment of his history, of his destiny, of his essence. Aphorism: admiring only mediocre works, or reading only masterpieces, characterize the uncultivated reader. Aphorism: all earthly splendor is the labor of astounded hands, because no splendor depends on the human will, because all splendor refutes the radical assertion of sin. Aphorism: literary nationalism selects its themes with the eyes of a tourist. It sees nothing of its land but the exotic. Aphorism: re-educating man will consist of teaching him once again to value objects correctly. That is, to need few. Aphorism: without the influence of what the fool calls rhetoric, history would have been nothing more than a sordid tumult. Aphorism: radical sin relegates the sinner to a silent gray universe, drifting on the surface of the water, a lifeless shipwreck, toward inexorable insignificance. Aphorism: it is not because there are ages that have been surpassed that no restoration is possible, but because everything is mortal. The son does not succeed a father who has been surpassed, but a father who has died. Aphorism: what we discover as we age is not the vanity of everything, but of almost everything. Aphorism: man emerges from the beast when he orders his instincts hierarchically. Aphorism: precision in philosophy is a false elegance. On the other hand, literary precision is the foundation of aesthetic achievement. Aphorism: let us be careful not to return from an encounter with the gods of the netherworld as. Aphorism: men tend not to live on anything but the ground floor of their souls. Aphorism: authentic history is the transfiguration of the raw event by intelligence and imagination. Aphorism: the individual does not search for his identity except when he despairs of his quality. Aphorism: whoever denies the bourgeoisie its virtues has been infected with the worst of its vices. Aphorism: I distrust the system deliberately constructed by thought. I trust in the one that results from the pattern of its footprints. Aphorism: the absolutist wishes for a sovereign force that will subdue all others, the liberal a multitude of weak forces that will neutralize each other. But the commandment decrees hierarchies of multiple vigorous and active forces. Aphorism: to be stupid is to believe that it is possible to take a photograph of the place about which a poet sang. Aphorism: ideologies are fictitious nautical charts, but on them in the end depends against which reefs one is shipwrecked. If interests move us, stupidities guide us. Aphorism: a man who has recourse to a physiological interpretation is a man who is afraid of the soul. Aphorism: without religious routine souls unlearn subtle and polished sentiments. Aphorism: the apologist of any cause falls easily into the temptation of exceeding his own conviction. Aphorism: democratic elections decide who may be oppressed legally. Aphorism: errors distract us from the contemplation of the truth by inducing us to scare them away by shouting at them. Aphorism: the Church avoided sclerosing into a sect by demanding that the Christian demand perfection of himself, not that he demand it of his neighbor. Aphorism: With the disappearance of the upper class, there is nowhere to take refuge from the smugness of the middle class and the rudeness of the lower class. Aphorism: let us choose without hesitation, but without hiding the fact that the arguments we reject often balance those we accept. Aphorism: it does not appear that the humanities, in contrast to the natural sciences, reach a state of maturity where anything idiotic is automatically obvious. Aphorism: from the slums of life, one returns not wiser but dirtier. Aphorism: everything rolls toward death, but only what lacks value rolls toward nothingness. Aphorism: great men are luminous specters that vanish in the divine light and in the plebeian night. Aphorism: living among opinions, one forgets the importance of a simple difference in accent between ideas. Aphorism: the 4 or 5 invulnerable philosophical propositions allow us to pull the rest's leg. Aphorism: the contemporary public is the first to readily buy what it neither needs nor likes. Aphorism: we who say what we think, without precaution or reticence, cannot be taken advantage of even by those who think like we do. Aphorism: the progressive dreams of the scientific stabling of humanity. Aphorism: the necessary and sufficient condition of despotism is the disappearance of every kind of social authority not conferred by the state. Aphorism: all truth is born between an ox and an ass. Aphorism: the most disastrous folly in letters is observance of the aesthetic rule of the day. Aphorism: dreams of excellence do not deserve respect except when they do not disguise a vulgar appetite for superiority. Aphorism: the people wants what it is told it should want. Aphorism: the specialist, when they examine his basic notions, bristles as if before a blasphemy and trembles as if in an earthquake. Aphorism: between man and nothingness passes the shadow of God. Aphorism: the ritualism of daily conversations mercifully hides from us just how basic the furnishings of the minds among which we live are. To avoid any shocks, let us prevent our interlocutors from elevating the debate. Aphorism: we should distrust our taste, but believe only in it. Aphorism: a limited population produces fewer ordinary intelligences than a numerous population, but it can produce an equal or greater number of talents. Great demographic densities are the breeding grounds of mediocrity. Aphorism: the palate is the only suitable laboratory for the analysis of texts. Aphorism: clarity is the virtue of a man who does not distrust what he says. Aphorism: sincerity soon becomes an excuse for saying stupid things. Aphorism: the books from which we would not like to part tend to be those which we refuse to approach. Aphorism: literature is not a psychological drug, but a complex means of communication for saying complex things. A melodramatic or cacophonous text, besides being ugly, is false. Aphorism: error almost always walks more elegantly than the truth. Aphorism. When a society's intelligence becomes plebeian, literary criticism appears more lucid, albeit cruder. Aphorism. It is not man's greatness I insist on denying, but the supposed omnipotence of his hands. Aphorism. An extreme ambition protects us against vanity. Aphorism. The only man saved from intellectual vulgarity is the man who ignores what it is fashionable to know. Aphorism. Socialism arose as nostalgia for the social unity destroyed by bourgeois atomism. But it did not understand that social unity is not the totalitarian condensing of individuals, but the systematic totality of a hierarchy. Aphorism. What is called progress are preparations for a catastrophe. Aphorism. It is always amusing to see experts suffer a setback. Aphorism. Individualism is not the antithesis of totalitarianism, but a condition of it. Totalitarianism and hierarchy, on the other hand, are terminal positions of contrary movements. Aphorism. Compassion in this century is an ideological weapon. Aphorism. In the end, we only defend and attack religious positions with zeal. Aphorism. Individualism proclaims differences, but promotes similarities. Aphorism. The contemporary Catholic looks upon scientific ideas with a stupid reverence. Aphorism. Only few admire without worrying whether their admiration discredits or recommends them. Aphorism. Liberty is the right to be different. Equality is a ban on being different. Aphorism. In well-born souls, norms become naturalized. Aphorism. Proclaims the right of the individual to degrade oneself, provided one's degradation does not impede the degradation of one's neighbor. Aphorism. Each new generation in the last 2 centuries ends up looking with nostalgia on that which appeared abominable to the previous generation. Aphorism. The authentic individual cannot be added up. He can only be placed in order. Aphorism. Dictatorship is the of politics. Aphorism. The authentic individual cannot be added up. He can only be placed in order. Aphorism. Between the dictatorship of technology and the technology of dictatorship, man no longer finds a crack through which he can slip away. Aphorism. To hope that the growing vulnerability of a world increasingly integrated by technology will not demand a total despotism is mere foolishness. Aphorism. Wealth is hopelessly demoralizing when no political function is attached to it. Even plutocracy is preferable to irresponsible riches. Aphorism. Let us deceive no one. The devil can deliver the material goods he promises. Aphorism. Conflicts rarely break out over the true disagreements. Aphorism. Without economic concerns, the fool dies from boredom. Aphorism. National histories are interesting until the country modernizes. After that, statistics are enough. Aphorism. Austerity, resignation, modesty, according to modern dogma, are forms of ideological enslavement. Aphorism. The homogeneity of a society increases with the number of its members. Aphorism. The modern mentality is ignorant of the fact that on the meta-economic level of the economy, demand increases with supply, that hunger there does not increase with lack but with abundance. That appetite is irritated there by growing satiety. Aphorism. Today they are trying to make to pardon mean to deny that an offense was committed. Aphorism. We search in vain for the explanation of certain things because we should search for the explanation of their opposites. Aphorism. Reforms are the entrance ramps to revolutions. Aphorism. The pure reactionary is not a dreamer of abolished pasts, but a hunter of sacred shades on the eternal hills. Aphorism. As the intellectual apparatus of our contemporaries is only sensitive to ideas of a frequency authorized by modern dogmas, astute democracies have understood the superfluity of censorship. Aphorism. At the thought of the current church, clergy, liturgy, theology, an old Catholic first becomes indignant, then astonished, and finally he just bursts out in laughter. Aphorism. The most shameless spectacle is that of the voluptuous throbbing with which a crowd listens to the orator who adores it. Aphorism. The emancipated intellectual shares with his contemporaries the personal taste he prides himself on. Aphorism. Cowed by the vehemence with which the artist reminds him of his famous follies, the critic walks with cautious steps, fearing that patent ugliness might end up being unusual beauty. It is not in order to admire that one requires courage today. It is in order to censure. Aphorism. The compassion we display to some helps us to justify the envy which others awaken in us. Aphorism. A paean to justice intoxicates us, because it seems to us to be an apology for the passion, just or unjust, which blinds us. Aphorism. If one only aspires to provide a growing number of persons with a growing number of goods, without worrying about the quality of the persons, or of the goods, then capitalism is the perfect solution. Aphorism. Contemporary political parties have ended up converging even in their rhetoric. Aphorism. The professional never admits that in the science he practices insignificant truths abound. Aphorism. Even for Buddhist compassion, the individual is only a shadow that vanishes. The dignity of the individual is a Christian cast made out of Greek clay. Aphorism. Whoever believes he is original is just ignorant. Aphorism. Authentic superiority is intolerable for the fool. Its simulacra, on the other hand, fascinate him. Aphorism. For the true results of a prior revolution, let us consult the revolutionaries who are preparing the next one. Aphorism. A writer should know that only a few of those who look at him will actually see him. Aphorism. Man goes out hunting less for truths than for ways of getting out. Aphorism. The man who does not claim to have panaceas does not become obliged to answer questions to which he has no answers. Aphorism. Every society is born with enemies who accompany it in silence until they ambush it at night and slit its throat. Aphorism: the larger a democratic country is, the more mediocre its rulers must be. They are elected by more people. Aphorism: the scent of the sin of pride attracts man like blood attracts a wild beast. Aphorism: humanity usually locates the pain where the injury is not, the sin where the fault is not. Aphorism: the only man who should speak of wealth or power is one who did not extend his hand when they were within his reach. Aphorism: whoever wants to know what the serious objections to Christianity are should ask us. The unbeliever makes only stupid objections. Aphorism: the alleged laws of sociology are more or less extensively documented historical facts. Aphorism: our spiritual inheritance is so opulent that today an astute fool has only to exploit it in order to seem more intelligent to a slow-witted fool than an intelligent man from yesterday. Aphorism: formal instruction does not cure foolishness, it arms it. Aphorism: collective pretentiousness comes to be more revolting than individual pretentiousness. Patriotism should be mute. Aphorism: the devil is the patron of abstract art, because to represent is to submit. Aphorism: we are witnesses today to an exuberant proliferation of non-European crowds, but nowhere do any new, yellow, brown, or black civilizations arise. Aphorism: national histories have all finally flowed into a degenerate Occidentalism. Aphorism: the Democrat comforts himself with the generosity of the program over the magnitude of the disasters it produces. Aphorism: by means of the notion of cultural evolution, the democratic anthropologist tries to avoid questions of biology. Aphorism: it is as stupid to have faith, without knowing in whom, as to yearn for a faith, without knowing which one. Aphorism: the of modern art begins with the heroic of Michelangelo and concludes with the cartoonish of Picasso. Aphorism: when we understand what those who seem to understand really understood, we are dumbfounded. Aphorism: the left never attributes its failure to a mistaken diagnosis, but to the perversity of events. Aphorism: in order to oppress the people, it is necessary to suppress in the name of the people that which stands out from the people. Aphorism: whoever does not move among works of art, as if among dangerous animals, does not know among what he moves. Aphorism: it has taken Christian philosophers' work to take sin seriously, that is to say, to see that it transcends ethical phenomena. Aphorism: apostolate perverts in two ways: by inducing one either to mitigate in order to lull to sleep, or to exaggerate in order to arouse. Aphorism: theoretical affability toward vice is not a proof of liberality and elegance, but of vulgarity. Aphorism: faith is not a conviction we ought to defend, but a conviction we do not succeed in defending ourselves against. Aphorism: the people does not convert to the religion preached by a militant minority, but to the one imposed by a militant minority. Christianity and Islam knew it. Communism knows it. Aphorism. Let us limit our assertions about man to specifications about strata of individuals. Aphorism. The conventional is not necessarily an aesthetic defect, since it is merely a sociological trait. Aphorism. To the petulant subjectivism of the man who believes he is the measure of all things, is opposed the humble subjectivism of the man who refuses to be an echo. Aphorism. Swimming against the current is not idiotic if the waters are racing toward a waterfall. Aphorism. The contemporary thinker leads us through a labyrinth of concepts to a public place. Aphorism. The circus factions were not political parties. Today's political parties are circus factions. Aphorism. With the exception of the reactionary, today we only meet candidates for positions as administrators of modern society. Aphorism. The critical analysis practiced by contemporary criticism is unreadable and makes the work it analyzes unreadable. Aphorism. Today the individual must gradually reconstruct inside himself the civilized universe that is disappearing around him. Aphorism. To teach literature is to teach the pupil to believe that he admires what he does not admire. Aphorism. If the power of an image depended on the type of memories that it invokes according to the psychoanalyst, any image would provoke not nostalgia but laughter. Aphorism. Compassion is the best excuse for envy. Aphorism. Popular suffrage is less absurd today than yesterday, not because the majorities are more cultured, but because the minorities are less so. Feast of. One can say Alexander or Dante or Pascal, and one can say simultaneously. Aphorism. To liberate man is to subject him to greed and sex. Aphorism. To learn that the most valuable goods are the least rare requires a long apprenticeship. Aphorism. After seeing work exploit and demolish the world, laziness seems like the mother of the virtues. Aphorism. The nationalist vanity of the citizen of an important country is the most amusing, since the difference between the citizen and his country is greater there. Aphorism. A modern father is one who is ready to make financial sacrifices so that his children will not prolong his life, replace him, or imitate him. Aphorism. We should not be frightened. What we admire does not die, nor be delighted, neither does what we detest. Aphorism. Dialogue does not consist of intelligences discussing with each other, but of vanities confronting each other. Aphorism. Every episode of a revolution needs a partisan to relate it and an adversary to explain it. Aphorism. Man speaks of the relativity of truth because he calls his innumerable errors truths. Aphorism. The carelessness with which contemporary humanity is squandering its goods appears to indicate that it does not expect to have descendants. Aphorism. The classical languages have educational value because they are safe from the vulgarity with which modern life corrupts the languages that are in use. Aphorism. The number of sensuable things is greatly reduced when one ceases to covet. Aphorism. The purpose of sex education is to make it easier to learn sexual perversions. Aphorism. When events mistreat him, the pessimist invokes rights. Aphorism. The atheist devotes himself less to proving that God does not exist than to forbidding him to exist. Aphorism. Whoever dares to ask that the moment stop in time suspend its flight surrenders himself to God. Whoever celebrates future harmonies sells himself to the devil. Aphorism. What the economist calls the inflation of costs is an outbreak of greed. Aphorism. The city imagined by every utopian is always tacky beginning with that of the apocalypse. Aphorism. Every society eventually bursts when envy expands too far. Aphorism. People is the sum of the defects of the people. The rest is campaign rhetoric. Aphorism. Man's dreams are not impossible, nor blameworthy. It is impossible and blameworthy for man to believe that he is capable of satisfying them. Aphorism. The impossibility of finding solutions teaches us that we should devote ourselves to ennobling the problems. Aphorism. The true reader clings to the text he reads like a shipwrecked man to a floating plank. Aphorism. We all have a key to the door that opens onto the luminous and noble peace of the desert. Aphorism. By overcoming the notion of cyclical history, Christianity did not discover the meaning of history. It merely emphasized the irreplaceable importance of the irreplaceable individual. Aphorism. Intelligence should battle without respite against the sclerosis of its findings. Aphorism. Modern man imagines that it is sufficient to open the windows in order to cure the soul's infection, that it is not necessary to clear out the trash. Aphorism. No problem exists which can be understood outside its historical context, nor which can be completely reduced to it. Aphorism. Every political solution limps, but some limp with grace. Aphorism. When the business acumen of some exploits the cultural sanctimoniousness of others, one says that culture is spreading. Aphorism. The phenomenon of the degradation of the people into rabble is the same, no matter whether it is into poor rabble or rich rabble. Aphorism. Even in opposition to the intellectual language of a time, one cannot help but write in it. Aphorism. The radical negation of religion is the most dogmatic of religious positions. Aphorism. The Catholic apologist rarely distinguishes between what must be rejected with respect and what must be crushed with contempt. Aphorism. Whoever does not simultaneously play upon the board of maximum generality and the board of maximum particularity knows nothing of the game of ideas. Aphorism. The voice of God does not echo today among craggy peaks. It thunders among the percentages in public opinion polls. Aphorism. The irritating man is the one who claims that the solution he adopts has been reached in an impersonal way, the one who does not want to take responsibility for what he adopts. Aphorism, vulgarity colonized the earth. Its weapons have been the television, the radio, the press. Aphorism, democratic atheism does not dispute the existence of God, but rather his identity. Aphorism, modernism ingeniously finds a way not to present its theology directly, but rather through profane notions that imply it. It avoids announcing to man his divinity, but proposes goals that only a God could reach, or rather proclaims that the essence of man has rights which assume he is divine. Aphorism, sensibility does not project an image on its object, but a light. Aphorism, when the theologian explains the reason for some act of God, the listener wavers between indignation and laughter. Aphorism, understanding tends to consist of falsifying what is apparently understood, by reducing it to terms that are supposedly intelligible because they agree with our prejudices at the moment. Aphorism, public gestures ought to be regulated by the strictest formalism in order to prevent that feigned spontaneity that so pleases the fool. Aphorism, the pleasure with which we walk down the trail that a system opens up for us in the woods, makes us forget that on each side the forest remains intact. Aphorism, to understand a text, one must walk around it slowly, since no one gets in except through invisible posterns. Aphorism, the fool does not renounce an error as long as it does not go out of fashion. Aphorism, even the greatest fool experiences nights during which his defenses against the truth waver. Aphorism, what disconcerts us momentarily cures our stupidity. Aphorism, a great artist is obviously one who is disconcerting. But a great artist is not one who plans on being disconcerting, but one who begins by disconcerting himself. Aphorism, the sciences, particularly the social sciences, are depositing successive strata of barbarisms on top of literature. Aphorism, transcendence is the inaccessible region to which aspire innumerable truncated straight lines. Aphorism, relativism is the solution of a man who is incapable of putting things in order. Aphorism, from the 18th century, 20th century man seems to have inherited only his dryness of soul, and from the 19th century, only his rhetoric. Aphorism, since the 18th century discovered the sensibility, the serious philosophical task has consisted in isolating in its specific capacities for perception which are confused with passive psychological states, ethical consciousness, aesthetic consciousness, religious consciousness. Aphorism, an epoch is not its ideas, nor its events but its elusive accent. Aphorism, the amateur whom the professionals allow onto the track often wins the race. Aphorism, in the last corner of the labyrinth of the soul grunts a frightened ape. Aphorism, a good painting cuts short the art critic's lyricism. Aphorism, happiness walks barefoot. Aphorism, What matters to nearly everyone is not being right, but that they be right. Aphorism, reasons do not move, but arguments descend in time from intellectual class to intellectual class until they reach the ground. In discourses, rotten arguments are consumed. Aphorism, the greatest disrespect that can be paid to a work of art is to treat it as an expensive object. No nouveau, fortunately, can hang a poem on the walls of his home. Aphorism, dismal, like an urban development project. Aphorism, we can resist the trivialization that is invading the world by resurrecting God as our rear guard. Aphorism, civilized individuals are not products of a civilization, but its cause. Aphorism, once we notice who it is that obtains what we desire, we do not care as much to obtain it. Aphorism, the importance it attributes to man, is the enigma of Christianity. Aphorism, the most pitiful thing about a youth's intellectual concerns, are the stupid things with which he relieves them. Aphorism, the society that does not discipline attitudes and gestures, renounces social aesthetics. Aphorism, the newspaper collects the previous day's garbage in order to feed it to us for breakfast. Aphorism, the only precaution is praying on time. Aphorism, for the last 2 centuries ago, they have called a free thinker, the man who believes his prejudices are conclusions. Aphorism, a thought should not expand symmetrically like a formula, but disorderly like a shrub. Aphorism, false elegance is preferable to genuine vulgarity. The man who dwells in an imaginary palace demands more from himself than the man who is happy with his hovel. Aphorism, when we make a value judgment, let us never invoke authorities. The value judgment testifies to itself. Every argument degrades it. Aphorism, only we can poison the wounds inflicted on us. Aphorism, impartiality is at times simple insensibility. Aphorism, good breeding seems like a fragrance from the 18th century that evaporated. Aphorism, the Marxist is beginning to feel uncomfortable because he is already viewed with more curiosity than dread. Aphorism, the soul where secret seeds await is not frightened by the rains that are heralded by the rumbling of thunder. Aphorism, power does not corrupt, it frees up latent corruption. Aphorism, one speaks of a consumer society in order to conceal sense production, is the progressive ideal, that one is dealing with a production society. Aphorism, the forces that will ruin a civilization collaborate from its birth with the forces that construct it. Aphorism, victorious revolutions have been outbursts of greed. Only defeated revolutions tend to be insurrections of the oppressed. Aphorism, religious instruction, appears at times to have been invented in order to counteract the religious effectiveness of the liturgy. Aphorism, the religious sensibility oppressed by the church takes refuge in strange catacombs. Aphorism, The tolling of a monastery bell penetrates into areas of the soul not reached by a sonorous voice. Aphorism. Three factors have corrupted in America the noble vigor of the Spanish language: the mental solecism of the non-Hispanic immigrant, the childlike eloquence of the black, and the shy, submissive melancholy of the Indian. Aphorism. Appetites, greed, passions do not threaten man's existence so long as they do not proclaim themselves rights of man, as long as they are not ferments of divinity. Aphorism. Being of divine right limited the monarch. The representative of the people is the representative of absolute absolutism. Aphorism. From the text we leave in peace, only the excess words are removed. Aphorism. The past appears not to have left any heirs. Aphorism. Cynicism, like every dogmatic attitude, is too easy. Aphorism. Modern man comforts himself by thinking that everything has a solution, as if there were no sinister solutions. Aphorism. To cause confusion, ambiguity is more than enough. Clarity suffices. Aphorism. The intelligent generalization should bear the decipherable imprint of the particular fact that gives rise to it. Aphorism. There are ideas that call us and leave, like the beating of wings on a window during the night. Aphorism. The technician speaks to the layman like an insolent sorcerer. Aphorism. Smiles are divine, laughs human, guffaws bestial. Aphorism. Nothing important is reached simply by walking, but jumping is not enough to cross the abyss. One must have wings. Aphorism. In politics, it is only worth the trouble to listen to the criticism that has principles but not guidelines. Aphorism. The disappearance of the peasantry and of the classical humanities ruptured the continuity with the past. Aphorism. Today a learned man understands even a rustic spell book better than he understands his neighbor. Aphorism. Sins that appear splendid from afar are from close-up nothing more than small, sordid episodes. Aphorism. The stupidity of immoralism consists of seeing in the crime nothing but the murderer's fearlessness. Aphorism. The politician in a democracy becomes the jester of the sovereign people. Aphorism. Man ends up being motivated by the motives which they say he has. A beast if they say that his soul dies with the souls of beasts. An animal with shame, at least, if they say that he has an immortal soul. Aphorism. The left calls people situated just to their rightists. The reactionary is not to the right of the left, but in front of it. Aphorism. Whoever appeals to any science in order to justify his basic convictions inspires distrust of his honesty or his intelligence. Aphorism. It is impossible to convince the fool that there are pleasures superior to those we share with the rest of the animals. Aphorism. When nothing in society deserves respect, we should fashion for ourselves in solitude new silent loyalties. Aphorism. The most convinced reactionary is the repentant revolutionary. That is to say, The man who has known the reality of the problems and has discovered the falseness of the solutions. Aphorism. What is rational consists in prolonging life, avoiding pain, satisfying the appetite for hunger and sex. Only some such definition sheds any light on the discourse of the last centuries. Aphorism. Literary genres are born and decline as mysteriously as empires. Aphorism. Journalism is the dispensation from intellectual discipline. Aphorism. The lucidity of certain moments is accompanied at times by the sensation of keeping watch alone in a sleeping city. Aphorism. The left is a collection of those who blame society for nature's shabby treatment of them. Aphorism. Resignation should not be an exercise in stoicism, but a surrender into divine hands. Aphorism. The devil can achieve nothing great without the careless collaboration of the virtues. Aphorism. We reactionaries are unfortunate. The left steals our ideas and the right our vocabulary. Aphorism. Whoever takes pride in, having lived through a lot, should keep quiet so as not to prove to us that he has understood nothing. Aphorism. Today, if a man does not have a good opinion of himself, they believe he is a hypocrite. Aphorism. Profound convictions are transmitted in silence. Aphorism. Its periods of tolerance serve humanity as time to forge a new intolerance. Aphorism. In a democracy, the only man who smiles at everyone else is the politician in search of votes. No one else can afford the luxury of smiling at others. Everyone is everyone else's rival. Aphorism. History is a picture book rather than a repertoire of notions. Aphorism. The Church in recent times has not known how to distinguish between the new truths that call for the rebuilding of the theological structure and the new errors that aim at its demolition. New Testament criticism, for example, and the biographies of Jesus. Aphorism. Leftists and rightists merely argue about who is to have possession of industrial society. The reactionary longs for its death. Aphorism. Modern man's life oscillates between two poles, business and sex. Aphorism. The bourgeoisie in the feudal framework settles in small urban centers where it becomes structured and civilized. With the breakup of this framework, the bourgeoisie spreads across all of society, invents the nationalist state, rationalist technology, anonymous urban agglomerations, industrial society, the mass man, and finally the process in which society wavers between the despotism of the mob and the despotism of the expert. Aphorism. So unforeseeable are the consequences of his actions that man finally ends up being a mere spectator of the history he makes. Aphorism. Where everyone believes he has a right to rule, everyone eventually prefers that one man alone rule. The tyrant frees each individual from the tyranny of his neighbor. Aphorism. Bodies reside comfortably in the high-tech suites of a modern building, but souls have no other place to live than the ruins of an old building. Aphorism. The abundance of translations has taken away from translation its function as a selective gesture. Translation used to be posterity's advance. Today, it is the publisher's business. Aphorism. The historian's didactic function lies in teaching every age that the world did not begin with it. Aphorism. Whoever has understood a notion from the natural sciences has understood all that can be understood. Whoever has understood a notion from the humanities has understood only what he can understand. Aphorism. Such is the complexity of every historical event that we can always fear that from a good an evil might be born, and always hope that from an evil a good might be born. Aphorism. Nothing surpasses the beauty of loyal love, of the love that is not loyalty with love, but the loyalty of love itself. Aphorism. The naturally democratic soul feels that neither its defects, nor its vices, nor its crimes affect its substantial excellence. The reactionary, on the other hand, feels that all corruption ferments in his soul. Aphorism. Whoever declares himself to be apolitical is an ashamed partisan of the losing side. Aphorism. Concepts do not seem precise, except to a man who has a merely external experience of the facts. Aphorism. History relates what happened from above a certain level, but history happens below, in the common, the mediocre, the idiotic, the demented. Aphorism. The facility with which industrial capitalism constructs and destroys obeying clear precepts of profitability transforms the average man into an intellectual, moral, and physical nomad. Whatever is permanent today is an obstacle. Aphorism. For more than a century there has been no upper class, barely even a more pretentious segment of the middle class. Aphorism. To distinguish is the mandate of history. Aphorism. Each day it becomes easier to know what we ought to despise, what modern man admires and journalism praises. Aphorism. Every event assumes its form as the result of all the forces acting where the event takes place. Everything descends indirectly from everything. Aphorism. The interpretation of an event given by an indoctrinated hick tends to be correct. The interpretation given by a well-instructed and semi-learned personage is always false. Aphorism. Today's reactionary has a satisfaction which yesterday's did not. To see modern programs end not only in disaster, but also in ridicule. Aphorism. Modern theologies tend to be the contortions of a theologian who is trying to avoid admitting his unbelief to himself. Aphorism. Our denouncing the imbecile does not mean that we wish to get rid of him. We want diversity at any price, but the charm of variety should not prevent us from judging correctly. Aphorism. The Christian knows that Christianity will limp until the end of the world. Aphorism. Life, in emphatic quotation marks, is the consolation of those who do not know how to think. Aphorism. The heart does not rebel against the will of God, but against the reasons they dare attribute to it. Aphorism. Publicity does not curb a single evil. On the contrary, it multiplies the harmful consequences of events. Aphorism. He who does not know how to condemn without fear does not know how to appreciate without apprehension. Aphorism. Let us take care not to disrespect the man who possesses the stupidity necessary for the correct functioning of institutions. Aphorism. Institutions die less from infidelity to their principle than from an excess of the principle itself. Aphorism. To reconstruct the genealogy of a system, we must at last learn to quantify necessity and the anecdote. Aphorism. Man bears persecution more easily than indifference. What has the modern clergyman not done to attract a little attention? Aphorism. To think against is more difficult than to act against. Aphorism. To be a Christian is to not be alone, no matter the solitude that surrounds us. Aphorism. Solitude is so frightening nowadays that everyone prefers the heat of battle. Aphorism. Believe in God, trust in Christ, look with suspicion. Aphorism. Identifying the bourgeois class with the bourgeois mentality tricks the enemies of the bourgeoisie. The liquidation of a bourgeois class in the modern world is, in effect, nothing more than a slaughter that does not imply the abolition of a bourgeois mentality that already dominates all of society. Aphorism. Order is the most fragile of social facts. Aphorism. What is called a solution is temporary insensibility to a problem. Aphorism. Either man has rights or the people is sovereign. The simultaneous assertion of two mutually exclusive theses is what people have called. Aphorism. Participants in a political movement are normally ignorant of its aim, its motive, and its origin. Aphorism. Revolution is a permanent historical possibility. Revolution does not have causes, but occasions it takes advantage of. Aphorism. Even though history does not have laws, the course of a revolution is easily foreseen, because stupidity and madness do have laws. Aphorism. Classifying is the first step toward understanding. Persisting in classifying is the first step toward confusion. Aphorism. We doubt the importance of many virtues, as long as we do not come across the contrary vice. Aphorism. Freedom is the term used most without knowing what it means. Aphorism. Let the priest leave stupid occupations to the stupid, for he is not responsible for doubtful progress, but for inexorable agony. Aphorism. Humanity longs to free itself from poverty, from toil, from war, from everything which few escape without degrading themselves. Aphorism. Natural disasters devastate a region less effectively than the alliance of greed and technology. Aphorism. Monotonous like obscenity. Aphorism. As long as we do not know how to judge by confronting the object alone, without the interference of norms, without the consideration of consequences and causes, we have learned nothing. Aphorism. The leftist obviously refuses to understand that the conclusions of bourgeois thought are the principles of leftist thought. Aphorism. The longer nature delays in avenging the offenses committed against her, the crueler her vengeance. Aphorism. The cultured man and the simple man do not take an interest in anything but what spontaneously attracts them. The semi-cultured man only has artificial interests. The semi-cultured man is the good fortune of the merchant of culture. Aphorism, instead of acquiring flesh, density, and substance, life loses its color, is diminished, and becomes when one does not believe in another. Aphorism, and lead us not into the foolishness of wondering each day at the daily wonder. Aphorism, man's moment of greatest lucidity is when he doubts his doubt. Aphorism, the possibility of selling to the public any man-made object in the name of art is a democratic phenomenon. Democratic ages, in effect, foment the uncertainty of taste by abolishing every model. If the most excellent work of art is still possible there, lesser art dies and extravagance abounds. Where an authority exists, on the other hand, enjoying unfamiliar works is not easy, but taste is infallible when dealing with contemporary art, and lesser art flourishes. Aphorism, only the unattainable deserves to be desired, only the attainable sought. He who seeks the unattainable goes mad, he who desires the attainable is degraded. Aphorism, civilization is the sum total of internal and external repressions imposed on the amorphous expansion of an individual or a society. Aphorism, in order to be able to speak disdainfully of the great writer who has passed out of fashion, the intellectual refrains from reading him. Aphorism, even small-town grudges are more civilized than the mutual indifference of big cities. Aphorism, let us try to define the conditions and the causes of the spiritual history of an age, but let us be careful not to attribute to them the least participation in the truths which that age discovered. Aphorism, revolutions are more a subject for sociology than for history. Manifestations of those depths of human nature that nothing educates, nothing civilizes, nothing ennobles. Revolutions despoil man of his history and return him to bestial behaviors. Aphorism, the leftist writer never writes a history, but rather illustrates an outline with examples. Aphorism, the most dangerous illiteracy is not that of a man who disrespects all books, but that of a man who respects them all. Aphorism, to speak of a people's political maturity, is characteristic of immature intelligences. Aphorism, the left no longer dares proclaim itself a hope, but at the most fate. Aphorism, even when it is unforeseeable an event is explicable, but even when it is explicable it is unforeseeable. Aphorism, it is easier to be compassionate than it is not to feel envy. Aphorism, the worst totalitarianism is not that of a state or a nation, but of society. Society as the all-encompassing goal of all goals. Aphorism, reason, truth, justice, tend not to be man's goals but the names he gives to his goals. Aphorism, if there existed a religious instinct instead of religious experience, religion would lack importance. Aphorism, the reactionary does not aspire to turn back, but rather to change direction. The past that he admires is not a goal, but an exemplification of his dreams. Aphorism, immodesty is the solvent of sensuality. Aphorism, As long as he is not so imprudent as to write, many a political man passes for intelligent. Aphorism. One must carefully examine the types of apologetics the unbeliever mocks the most. They might be those which disquiet him the most. Aphorism. To be able to deliver to the adolescent we were his ambitions unfulfilled, but his dreams unpolluted. Aphorism. The problem of educating the educators is a problem which the Democrat forgets in his enthusiasm for educating the pupils. Aphorism. The only evil which we can hate without fear of harming some good is that which is rooted in pride. Aphorism. We should not believe in the theologian's God, except when he resembles the God called on in distress. Aphorism. The newspaper allots the modern citizen his morning stultification, the radio his afternoon stultification, the television his evening stultification. Aphorism. The solution which is not ready to laugh at itself stultifies, or drives one insane. Aphorism. The sinister structure of arguments in favor of the radical absurdity of the world wavers in the presence of the thing that fulfills us. Aphorism. When the motive for a decision is not economic, modern man is bewildered and frightened. Aphorism. Religion is the only serious thing, but one need not take seriously every declaration of homo. Aphorism. Spirituality forbids itself every spiritual smile too much. Aphorism. The Democrat's ideas are more tolerable than his manners. Aphorism. For the man who lives in the modern world, it is not the soul's immortality in which it is difficult to believe, but in its mere existence. Aphorism. Never to think of the parts except by starting with the whole is a horrible guide for action, but the only one that saves us from living in a world without meaning. Aphorism. Neither defeat nor misfortune diminishes the appetite for life. Only betrayal extinguishes it. Aphorism. The devil reserves the temptations of the flesh for the most guileless, and he prefers to make the less ingenuous despair by depriving things of meaning. Aphorism. Without canon law, the Church would not have had her admirable institutional presence in history. But the vices of Catholic theology stem from its propensity to treat theological problems with the mentality of a canon lawyer. Aphorism. Man calls absurd what escapes his secret pretensions to omnipotence. Aphorism. No principle is convincing and every conviction is uncertain. Faith is not a conviction, nor a principle, but naked existence. Aphorism. The vile man is amused only by what would hurt him if it happened to him. Aphorism. Equality of opportunity does not mean the possibility for all to be decent, but the right of all not to be decent. Aphorism. Christianity is the religion of one who lives as if an earthquake were possible at any moment. Aphorism. The goal of individuality is the realization of itself. To reduce it to the mere realization of a man's specific character is to fundamentally frustrate it. Aphorism. The soul surpasses the world, whereas the world encompasses humanity. The insignificance of humanity renders philosophies of history ridiculous, whereas the infinite price of each human soul vindicates religion. Aphorism. The failure of progress has not consisted in the non-fulfillment, but in the fulfillment of its promises. Aphorism. For the man who believes in providence, the notion of providence explains nothing, since he believes that everything depends on it. Aphorism. Nothing that might satisfy our expectations fulfills our hopes. Aphorism. The kingdom of God is not the Christian name for a futuristic paradise. Aphorism. To mature is to discover that every object desired is only the metaphor for the transcendent object of our desire. Aphorism. We enemies of universal suffrage never cease to be surprised by the enthusiasm aroused by the election of a handful of incapable men, by a heap of incompetent men. Aphorism. Why march your son when one does not seek to sell it anything? Aphorism. The first generation of reactionaries accumulated warnings, the second only accumulated predictions. The following generations continue accumulating proofs. Aphorism. Nothing is easier than to blame Russian history for the sins of Marxism. Socialism continues to be the philosophy of shifting blame onto others. Aphorism. The fragment is the medium of expression of one who has learned that man lives among fragments. Aphorism. The left does not condemn violence until it hears it pounding on its door. Aphorism. A man does not communicate with another man except when the one writes in his solitude and the other reads him in his own. Conversations are either a diversion, a swindle, or a fencing match. Aphorism. It is never possible to solve a problem well, but it is always possible to solve it worse. Aphorism. Ideas try to look younger with the years, and only the most ancient achieve immortal youth. Aphorism. In order to transform the idea of the social contract into an eminently democratic thesis, one needs the sophism of suffrage, where one supposes, in effect, that the majority is equivalent to the totality. The idea of consensus is twisted into totalitarian coercion. Aphorism. When we invent a universal meaning for the world, we deprive of meaning even those fragments that do have meaning. Aphorism. A single paragraph of sense is enough for us to have to attribute the text's incoherence to our ineptness. Aphorism. The economic inflation at the end of this century is a moral phenomenon. The result, and at the same time the punishment, of egalitarian greed. Aphorism. No past is ideal, but only from the past do ideals arise that are not lymphatic, ideals with blood in their veins. Aphorism. When the dust raised by the great events of modern history settles, the mediocrity of the protagonists leaves the historian dumbfounded. Aphorism. The collision with an intelligent book makes us see 1,000 stars. Aphorism. A nation does not demystify its past without impoverishing its present substance. Aphorism. Humanity does not suppress an error without simultaneously erasing several truths. Aphorism. The ages in which original ideas grow scarce devote themselves to reviving errors. Aphorism. The cultural rickets of our time is a result of the industrialization of culture. Aphorism. Technology would present fewer dangers if manipulating it were not so simple for the imbecile and so profitable for the thief. Aphorism. The increase in freedom on the one hand and the increase in regulation on the other work together perfectly to demoralize society. Aphorism. In every historical situation, there always arises somebody to defend in the name of liberty, humanity, or justice, the stupid opinion. Aphorism. Perhaps religious practices do not improve ethical behavior, but they do, without question, improve manners. Aphorism. We will soon reach the point where civilization declines with each additional comfort. Aphorism. If the left continues adopting, one after another, the objections that we reactionaries have raised against the modern world, we will have to become leftists. Aphorism. The fact that nothing in this world fulfills us does not prevent us from longing for a world that is less ignoble and less ugly. In a well-tended garden, the soul observes with nobler tranquility the initial onslaught of winter. Aphorism. We should welcome every adventure, without pagan dread or idiotic presumption. Aphorism. The perfect serenity of the moment in which it appears as if we were bound to God by an incomprehensible complicity. Aphorism. To corrupt the individual it suffices to teach him to call his personal desires rights and the rights of others abuses. Aphorism. The pleasures that fulfill us tend to be those so humble that we usually do not know their name. Aphorism. Most of our failures are due to that property of empirical series by which they have neither a certain end nor a certain beginning. Man rarely knows where he can start and where he can finish. Aphorism. The horror of progress can only be measured by someone who has known a landscape before and after progress has transformed it. Aphorism. The brevity of life does not distress us when instead of fixing goals for ourselves, we fix routes. Aphorism. To learn to die is to learn to let the motives for hope die without letting hope die. Aphorism. The American is not intolerable because he believes he is important individually, but because he possesses, insofar as he is an American, the solution to every problem. Aphorism. Without the spread of Oriental cults and without the Germanic invasions, Hellenistic civilization would have initiated, with Rome as its starting point, the Americanization of the world. Aphorism. Let us avoid prophecies if we do not want to have to hold a grudge against history. Aphorism. The democratic ruler cannot adopt a solution as long as he does not receive the enthusiastic support of people who will never understand the problem. Aphorism. Unless what we write seems obsolete to modern man, immature to the adult, trivial to the serious man, we must start over. Aphorism. Authentic French art and authentic French literature have always existed on the fringe of those latest Parisian intellectual fashions, which the foreigner so admires. Aphorism, the typically modern solution to any problem, always scandalizes one who was born with a sensibility for human excellence. Aphorism, in a world of sovereign states, every doctrine, no matter how universal, is eventually turned into the more or less official ideology of one of them. Aphorism, the great industrial trade fairs, are the showcase of everything civilization does not require. Aphorism, not only the intellect, in some men the soul itself brays. Aphorism, the worst rhetoric is cultivated in democratic nations, where all formalism must pretend to be a spontaneous and sincere attitude. Monarchical rhetoric is a formalism that recognizes and admits what it is, like etiquette. Aphorism, Earth will never be a paradise, but it could perhaps be prevented from coming closer and closer to being a vulgar imitation of hell. Aphorism, a contemporary literary review never allows one to figure out whether the critic believes he lives among geniuses or whether he prefers not to have enemies. Aphorism, man does not do the worst things unless he declares that his conscience obliges him to do them. Aphorism, capitalism is the monstrous distortion of private property by liberal democracy. Aphorism, the West withers every non-Western soul that touches it. Aphorism, the modern mentality's conceptual pollution of the world is more serious than contemporary industry's pollution of the environment. Aphorism, poetry rescues things by reconciling matter and spirit in the metaphor. Aphorism, familiarity with persons or objects, is the only thing that does not become tiring. Aphorism, every cry of human pride ends as a cry of anguish. Aphorism, the man who invents a new machine invents for humanity a new concatenation of new forms of servitude. Aphorism, the mechanisms of modern society encourage the annoying virtues and punish the endearing vices. Aphorism, a sentiment is not sincere unless its manifestations deceive the professional psychologist. Aphorism, the anonymity of modern society obliges everyone to claim to be important. Aphorism, serenity is the state of mind of one who has entrusted God, once and for all, with everything. Aphorism, life is delightful at those moments when one is allowed to think or dream. Aphorism, listening to one's neighbor, is one of the most tiresome works of mercy. Aphorism, modern criticism usually credits the author's modest lineage to him as a literary merit. Aphorism, the rich man is not disconcerted by anyone except by someone who does not envy him. Aphorism, the senile sclerosis of intelligence does not consist in the inability to change ideas, but in the inability to change the level at which we have them. Aphorism, in order to live peacefully with one's neighbor, there is nothing better than not having a single postulate in common. Aphorism, to accuse the aphorism of expressing only part of the truth is tantamount to supposing that a verbose discourse can express all of it. Aphorism. Very few carry themselves with the discretion befitting their insignificance. Aphorism. The sciences tend to become bureaucratic, just like everything else. Aphorism. Their accommodations to practice leave nothing of political theories but a simple memory. Aphorism. Society's most serious ailments usually come from the imprudence with which they are treated. Aphorism. The rich man in capitalist society does not know how to put money to its best use, so that he does not have to think about it. Aphorism. To be a reactionary is to understand that man is a problem without a human solution. Aphorism. Allusion is the only way to express what is intimate without distorting it. Aphorism. Where the customs and the laws permit everyone to aspire to everything, everyone lives a frustrated life, no matter what position he comes to occupy. Aphorism. A noble society does not wait for catastrophes to discipline it before it disciplines itself. Aphorism. Even the least foolish usually do not know the conditions of what they wish for, and the consequences of what they admit. Aphorism. Originality is not something that is sought, but something that is found. Aphorism. The celebrities of our time are permeated with the odor of the publicity laboratories where they are created. Aphorism. The soul becomes desiccated when it lives in a world that is almost exclusively manufactured. Aphorism. One who remembers the smells of grass trampled under his bare feet never breathes well among buildings. Aphorism. It never again mattered to me where I lived after I saw the spacious, dilapidated homes pass away, and the wide open, deserted fields of my infancy covered with industrial and human filth. Aphorism. It is not to realize his dreams for which man can strive, but to appear worthy of their realization. Aphorism. Whoever seeks to mount guard in the defiles of his soul must learn to dwell between rocky crags. Aphorism. The most recent generations are particularly boring. Believing in effect that they invented violence and sex, they copulate and kill. Aphorism. Indoctrinating experts is notoriously easy. The expert, in effect, attributes to every emphatic dictum the same authority as he attributes to the procedures he follows. Aphorism. Where we imprudently tolerate agglomerations, order and tyranny in the end unfortunately coincide. Aphorism. Intelligence is the only art that can survive in any historical climate. Aphorism. It has required a titanic effort to make the modern world so ugly. Aphorism. The fool loses his hopes, never his illusions. Aphorism. To have good taste is above all to know what we should reject. Aphorism. Modern noise deafens the soul. Aphorism. Among the vices of democracy, one must count the impossibility of someone occupying an important position there without it being his ambition. Aphorism. Angels and demons both meet with disappointment at the deathbed of a thoroughly modern man in his death throes. They find barely any trace of the soul that evaporated years ago. Aphorism. The journalist arrogates to himself the importance of what he reports on. Aphorism. An obscurantist canon of the old metropolitan chapter of a brusque church lady from an uncouth cattle rancher from the savannah. We are of the same ilk. With my current compatriots I share only my passport. Aphorism. The only possible progress is the internal progress of each individual, a process that concludes with the end of each life. Aphorism. When religion and aesthetics are divorced from each other, it is not known which is corrupted sooner. Aphorism. Given the rapid obsolescence of everything in our age, man lives today in a psychologically briefer time. Aphorism. As long a party keeps the same name, its programs can change. Aphorism. The invention is invented once for all times. The idea must be reinvented each time. Aphorism. Whoever is not ready to prefer defeat in certain circumstances sooner or later commits the very crimes he denounces. Aphorism. Whoever defeats a noble cause is the one who has really been defeated. Aphorism. Every burden soon oppresses us if we do not have Jesus as our. Aphorism. Our own cross burdens us less than the one we cannot help our beloved to carry. Aphorism. The people with whom we speak every day and our favorite authors cannot belong to the same zoological species. Aphorism. Each new generation in this century enters shouting that it has something new to do and exits saying that it only has something new to lament. Aphorism. Whoever stuffs his text full of idiomatic expressions creates linguistic folklore for literary tourists. Aphorism. With somebody for whom certain terms must be defined, one must speak of some other topic. Aphorism. More than a breeze of betrayal, there howls around the modern clergyman a hurricane of stupidity. Aphorism. Intelligence isolates, stupidity brings together. Aphorism. The ability to consume pornography is the distinctive characteristic of the imbecile. Aphorism. The modern poet is a peasant who despondently sows a plot of eroded soil. Aphorism. In order to escape from this prison, one must learn not to come to an arrangement with its indisputable comforts. Aphorism. The modern theologian's pirouettes have not gained him one conversion more, nor one apostasy less. Aphorism. What cloisters us gives us the chance to ennoble ourselves, even when it is a simple rain shower. Aphorism. The people never elects, at most it ratifies. Aphorism. Man frequently owes to his defects the failures he avoids. Aphorism. Conservatism should not be a party, but the normal attitude of every decent man. Aphorism. To win a bet in our time, one must bet for the individuals or the causes which one would like to see lose. Aphorism. The only societies more odious than those which infuriate the rebellious youth are those which he innocently helps to construct. Aphorism. Ethical conduct is the aesthetically satisfactory conduct. Aphorism, dialogue with the imbecile poses difficulties. We never know where we harm him when we scandalize him, or how we please him. Aphorism, it is not to increasing our knowledge to which we may aspire, but to documenting our ignorance. Aphorism, the evolution of works of art into objects of art and of objects of art into investments or into articles for consumption, is a modern phenomenon, a process that does not evidence a diffusion of the aesthetic, but rather the culmination of contemporary economism. Aphorism, to understand is finally to make fact after fact coincide with our own mystery. Aphorism, in groups of humans, only the defects of those who join the group get added up. Aphorism, museums are the tourist's punishment. Aphorism, after a certain age, we should not look at each other except in dim light. Aphorism, the worst sort of irresponsible man, is one who assumes any responsibility without being forced to do so. Aphorism, the impertinent attempt to justify the ways of God to man, transforms God into a frustrated schoolmaster who invents educational games that are both cruel and childish. Aphorism, the truth resides in the indeterminate area where opposing principles interweave and correct each other. Aphorism, countries with an impoverished literature have an insipid history. Aphorism, one must live for the moment and for eternity, not for the disloyalty of time. Aphorism, the frightened progressive has neither compassion nor dignity. Aphorism, the of values makes obvious opinions seem daring to one who does not see values. Aphorism, an extensive card catalog, an imposing library, a serious university, produce today those avalanches of books that contain not one error nor one insight. Aphorism, few take note of the only diversion which does not become tiring, to try to be year after year a little less ignorant, a little less coarse, a little less vile. Aphorism, the sight of the modern world is so repugnant that ethical imperatives are becoming certainties in the indicative for us. Aphorism, human stupidity is so monotonous that not even a long experience adds to our collection of stupidities. Aphorism, man can be granted all types of liberties, except that of dressing himself and of edifying his taste. Aphorism, it turns out it is impossible to convince a businessman that a profitable activity can be immoral. Aphorism, the being one finds oneself to be, is also in the end a stranger to us. Aphorism, only God and the central point of my consciousness are not accidental to me. Aphorism, each gesture of pride stops up a spring. Aphorism, only the distortions of a political idea caused by the circumstances in which it acts are recorded in history. Aphorism, nothing appears more obsolete to humanity during its drinking bouts than the truths it confesses again, when it recovers its judgment. Aphorism, congenital leftism, is a disease that is cured in a communist clime. Aphorism: socialism makes use of greed and misery. Capitalism makes use of greed and the vices. Aphorism: in the modern world, it is not contrary ideas that confront each other but mere candidates for the possession of the same goods. Aphorism: to scandalize anyone today, it suffices to suggest to him that he renounce something. Aphorism: man already possesses enough power that no catastrophe is improbable. Aphorism: history shows that man's good ideas are accidental and his mistakes methodical. Aphorism: words do not decipher the mystery, but they do shed light on it. Aphorism: avoid repeating a word is the favorite rule of rhetoric, of one who does not know how to write. Aphorism: upon finding himself perfectly free, the individual discovers that he has not been relieved of everything, but despoiled. Aphorism: we should ask the majority of people not to be sincere, but mute. Aphorism: that the history of the Church contains sinister chapters and idiotic chapters is obvious, but a manly Catholicism should not make its contrite confession by exalting the modern world. Aphorism: men can be divided into the many altruists, busy correcting everyone else, and the few egoists, busy tidying themselves up. Aphorism: the fool does not concede superiority except to one who exhibits idiotic refinements. Aphorism: loyalty to a doctrine ends in adherence to the interpretation we give it. Only loyalty to a person frees us from all self-complacency. Aphorism: the evolution of Christian dogma is less evident than the evolution of Christian theology. We Catholics with little theology believe, in the end, the same thing as the first slave who converted in Ephesus or Corinth. Aphorism: the Christian faith in the last centuries has lacked intelligence, and Christian intelligence has lacked faith. Either it has not known how to be bold, or it has feared to be so. Aphorism: authentic rewards have the privilege of not being coveted, except by tiny minorities. Aphorism: civilizations enter into agony when they forget that there exists not merely an aesthetic activity, but also an aesthetic of activity. Aphorism: goodness and beauty are not mutually exclusive, except where goodness serves as a pretext for envy and beauty for luxury. Aphorism: conformism and nonconformism are symmetrical expressions of a lack of originality. Aphorism: the public does not begin to welcome an idea except when intelligent contemporaries begin to abandon it. No light reaches the masses but that of dead stars. Aphorism: a prolonged childhood permitted by industrial societies. Current prosperity redounds merely in a growing number of infantilized adults. Aphorism: the absence of legal hierarchies facilitates the rise of the less scrupulous. Aphorism: the predominance of the social sciences hides more and more from contemporary historiography the difference between ages. Aphorism: this century has succeeded in turning sex into a trivial activity and an odious topic. Aphorism. At a certain profound level, every accusation they make against us hits the mark. Aphorism. Moral indignation is not truly sincere, unless it literally ends in vomiting. Aphorism. The soul grows full of weeds, unless the intelligence inspects it daily like a diligent gardener. Aphorism. The barriers life frequently throws across our way are not obstacles for us to demolish. They are silent warnings that divert us onto the right path. Aphorism. In every ovation there is a clack. Aphorism. One soon turns one's back on the art of the end of this century, not because it shocks one with the scandal of what is unusual, but because it overwhelms one with the tediousness of what has already been seen. Aphorism. The ownership mentality, so sharply censured by modern man, has transformed into a usufruct mentality that avidly exploits persons, works, things, without reserve, without pity, without shame. Aphorism. The government of these American fiefdoms has been assumed since independence by the mestizo descendants of. Aphorism. What bodes ill is not great ambition, but the teeming of paltry ambitions. Aphorism. When it comes to political matters, there are few who even in private do not argue at the level of a public meeting. Aphorism. If time, subjectively, makes us change taste, it also objectively makes things change flavor. Aphorism. The curve of man's knowledge of himself ascends until the 17th century, declines gradually afterwards. In this century it finally plummets. Aphorism. The only certain patrimony after a few years is the load of stupidities that chance prevented us from committing. Aphorism. A journalist is someone for whom it suffices, in order to speak about a book, to know of the book's topic only what the book he is speaking about says. Aphorism. To change thoughts repeatedly is not to evolve. To evolve is to develop the infinitude of the same thought. Aphorism. Ingratitude, disloyalty, resentment, rancor define the plebeian soul in every age and characterize this century. Aphorism. Man rarely understands that nothing is permanent, but that some things are immortal. Aphorism. Aristocracies are proud, but insolence is a plutocratic phenomenon. The plutocrat believes that everything can be sold. The aristocrat knows that loyalty cannot be bought. Aphorism. The descriptive use of social anecdotes has more exactitude than statistical percentages. Aphorism. We must remind those who infer from the social utility of myths, the social utility of lies, that myths are useful thanks to the truths they express. Aphorism. History exhibits two types of anarchy, that which emanates from a plurality of forces and that which derives from a plurality of weaknesses. Aphorism. Political scientists learnedly analyze the squawking, howling, and growling of the animals on board, while the maelstrom of the masses silently pushes the ship from one shore to another. Aphorism. Humanity is not ungovernable. It merely happens that rarely does a man govern who deserves to govern. Aphorism. By merely looking at the face of the modern man, One infers the mistake in attributing ethical importance to his sexual behavior. Aphorism. In a fiery intelligence, the materials are not fused in a new alloy. They are integrated into a new element. Aphorism. Depravity always arouses the secret admiration of the imbecile. Aphorism. Discipline, order, hierarchy are aesthetic values. Aphorism. The growing difficulty of recruiting priests should embarrass humanity, not disquiet the church. Aphorism. Great stupidities do not come from the people. First, they have seduced intelligent men. Aphorism. Man can only be of his misfortune. Aphorism. Approaching religion through art is not the caprice of an aesthete. Aesthetic experience spontaneously tends to expand into a presentiment of religious experience. From an aesthetic experience, one returns as from a sighting of numinous footprints. Aphorism. In a hierarchical society, imagination's force is disciplined and does not unhinge the individual as it does in a democratic society. Aphorism. In every individual sleeps the germ of the vices and the mere echo of the virtues. Aphorism. It is by means of intelligence that grace saves us from the worst disgraces. Aphorism. Not the man who has disciplined only his intelligence is cultivated, but rather the man who also disciplines the movements of his soul and even the gestures of his hands. Aphorism. As long as they do not take him seriously, the man who says the truth can live for a while in a democracy. Then, the hemlock. Aphorism. The man who wants to avoid grotesque collapses should not look for anything to fulfill him in space and time. Aphorism. Modern man is never prepared, either morally or intellectually, to slip and fall with the greatest dignity possible. Aphorism. If dignity does not suffice to recommend modesty, vanity should suffice. Aphorism. No one grants humanity certain extreme liberties, except someone indifferent to its destiny. Aphorism. The separation of church and state can suit the church, but it is disastrous for the state because it delivers it over to pure Machiavellianism. Aphorism. Only ecclesiastical hands knew, for a period of a few centuries, how to beautify conduct and the soul. Aphorism. Evil does not triumph where good has not become insipid. Aphorism. Agreement is eventually possible between intelligent men, because intelligence is a conviction they share. Aphorism. Eroticism and Gnosticism are the individual's recourse against the anonymity of mass society. Aphorism. Man conceals under the name of liberty his hunger for sovereignty. Aphorism. History allows for understanding, but it does not require absolution. Aphorism. The psychological study of conversions only produces flowers of rhetoric. God's ways are secret. Aphorism. To restore an old liturgical gesture in a new context can approach heresy. To receive communion standing today, for example, becomes a gesture of pride. Aphorism. True reading is an escape, The other type is an occupation. Aphorism: to write honestly for the rest, one must write fundamentally for oneself. Aphorism: certain traumas to people's soul appear to be the only acquired trait that is inherited. Aphorism: the secret force behind technology appears to be the intention to make things insipid. The flower without fragrance is its emblem. Aphorism: he who knows how to prefer does not exclude. He puts in order. Aphorism: a phrase should ruffle its wings like a falcon in captivity. Aphorism: man pursues desire and only captures nostalgia. Aphorism: what is difficult is not to strip naked, but to walk without taking pleasure in going around naked. Aphorism: the most dispiriting kind of solitude is not one lacking in neighbors, but one deserted by God. Aphorism: the years do not deplume us of illusions, but of stupidities. Aphorism: one could object to science that it easily falls into the hands of imbeciles, if religion's case were not just as serious. Aphorism: pleasures abound as long as we do not confuse their ranks. Aphorism: words arrive one day in the hands of a patient writer like flocks of doves. Aphorism: to become cultivated is to learn that a particular class of questions is meaningless. Aphorism: those who confess to us that they have doubts about the immortality of the soul appear to believe we have an interest in their soul being immortal. Aphorism: the artlessness with which the simple resign themselves puts to shame our fits of presumptuousness. Aphorism: as it is unable to explain that consciousness which creates it, science, when it finishes explaining everything, will not have explained anything. Aphorism: revolutions are carried out in order to change the ownership of property and the names of streets. The revolutionary who seeks to change man's condition ends up being shot for being a counter-revolutionary. Aphorism: the common reader is as rare as common sense. Aphorism: man pays for the powers he acquires over the world by giving up the meaning of things. To construct the theory of wind one must renounce the mystery of a whirlwind of dry leaves. Aphorism: ethics and aesthetics, when divorced, each submit more readily to man's whims. Aphorism: each one of man's new conquests is the new plague that punishes his pride. Aphorism: hell is the place where man finds all his plans realized. Aphorism: stupidity spread at the speed of light. Aphorism: most of the things man needs are not necessary to him. Aphorism: the liberation promised by every invention ends with the growing submission of the man who adopts it to the man who manufactures it. Aphorism: humanity is not cured of its diseases except by means of catastrophes that decimate it. Man has never known how to renounce at the right time. Aphorism: despite what is taught today, easy sex does not solve every problem. Aphorism: in the society that is starting to take shape, not even the enthusiastic collaboration of the sodomite and the lesbian will save us from boredom. Aphorism. Sometimes only humiliations leave ajar for humanity, the gates of wisdom. Aphorism. The one constant in every technological enterprise is its curve of success. Rapid initial rise, subsequent horizontal line, gradual fall until unsuspected depths of failure. Aphorism. In aesthetics as well. One only reaches heaven by the uneven road and through the narrow gate. Aphorism. Political parties and democracies have the function of enlisting citizens so that the political class can direct them as it pleases. Aphorism. Humanizing humanity again will not be an easy task after this long orgy of divinity. Aphorism. History charges a high price for the destruction of one of its rare successes. Aphorism. Arts and letters soon become sterile where the practice of them gives one wealth and the admiration of them prestige. Aphorism. The civilizing effect of works of art is due less to the aesthetic value than to the ethic of aesthetic work. Aphorism. I appreciate the pedestrian gait of certain poetry, but I prefer the hard rhythm of where song is raised. Aphorism. Only goodness and beauty do not require limits. Nothing is too beautiful or too good. Aphorism. Religious thought does not go forward like scientific thought, but rather goes deeper. Aphorism. Justified pride is accompanied by profound humility. Aphorism. The world is not in such bad shape, considering the men who rule it. Aphorism. An excess of laws emasculates. Aphorism. An overpopulated country is one where every citizen is practically anonymous. Aphorism. Ritualism is the discreet guardian of spirituality. Aphorism. A cloud of incense is worth 1,000 sermons. Aphorism. Rationalizing dogma, relaxing morality, simplifying the rite, do not make it easier for the unbeliever to approach the church, but rather for the church to approach the unbeliever. Aphorism. Each day people are born more suitable for being boxed into statistics. Aphorism. The continuous discourse tends to conceal the breaks within being. The fragment is the expression of honest thought. Aphorism. Christianity completes paganism by adding confidence in God to fear of the divine. Aphorism. Nothing more ominous than the 19th century's enthusiasm for the unity, the solidarity, the unanimity of the human race. Sentimental sketches of contemporary totalitarianism. Aphorism. A non-economic problem does not appear worthy, in our time, of the attention of a serious citizen. Aphorism. People admire the man who does not complain of his troubles, because it exempts them from the duty of feeling sorry for him. Aphorism. In ages of complete freedom, indifference to the truth grows so much that nobody makes the effort to confirm a truth or to refute it. Aphorism. One must appreciate commonplaces and despise fashionable places. Aphorism. we usually share with our predecessors more opinions than ways of reaching them. Aphorism: every intelligence reaches a point where it believes it is walking, without advancing a step. Aphorism: the opposite of the absurd is not reason but happiness. Aphorism: decadence makes many things lovable. Aphorism: periods of political stability are periods of religious stability. Aphorism: in solitude man recovers strength to live. Aphorism: maturity consists in walking through well-trodden paths with an unmistakable step. Aphorism: what ceases to be thought qualitatively, so as to be thought quantitatively, ceases to be thought significantly. Aphorism: an outlandish idea becomes ridiculous when several people share it. Either one walks with everybody or one walks alone. One should never walk in a group. Aphorism: from behind the will of all, the general will pokes its head out. A will that is not volition in reality but a program, the program of a party. Aphorism: when he is stripped of the Christian tunic and the classical toga, there is nothing left of the European but a pale-skinned barbarian. Aphorism: the two most insufferable types of rhetoric are religious rhetoric and the rhetoric of art criticism. Aphorism: concessions to the adversary fill the imbecile with admiration. Aphorism: the only pretension I have is that of not having written a linear book, but a concentric book. Aphorism: truths do not contradict each other, except when they fall out of order. Aphorism: the aesthetic impossibilities of an age stem not from social factors, but from internal censors. Aphorism: the Democrat changes his method in the social sciences when some conclusion makes him uncomfortable. Aphorism: the Marxist's mind fossilizes with time. The leftist's becomes soft and spongy. Aphorism: in important matters, it is not possible to demonstrate, only to show. Aphorism: the distinction between the scientific use and the emotional use of language is not scientific, but emotional. It is used to discredit theses that make modern man uncomfortable. Aphorism: the modern writer forgets that only the allusion to the gestures of love captures its essence. Aphorism: the external adversary is less the enemy of a civilization than is internal attrition. Aphorism: the political errors that could most obviously be avoided are those which are most frequently committed. Aphorism: it is in reiterating the old commonplaces that the work of civilization, strictly speaking, consists. Aphorism: verisimilitude is the temptation into which the amateur historian most easily falls. Aphorism: solitude teaches us to be more intellectually honest, but it induces us to be less intellectually courteous. Aphorism: it is customary to proclaim rights in order to be able to violate duties. Aphorism: the difference between organic and mechanical in social facts is a moral one. The organic is the result of innumerable humble acts. The mechanical is the result of a decisive act of pride. Aphorism, the dangerous idea is not the false one, but the partially correct one. Aphorism, the writer who does not insist on convincing us wastes less of our time, and sometimes even convinces us. Aphorism, the relativity of taste is an excuse adopted by ages that have bad taste. Aphorism, we do not always distinguish what harms our delicate nature from what provokes our envy. Aphorism, when the intellectual climate where something occurs is lacking in originality, the occurrence only has interest for those whom it concerns physically. Aphorism, history seems to come down to two alternating periods: a sudden religious experience that propagates a new human type, and the slow process of dismantling that type. Aphorism, modern man has no interior life, hardly even internal conflicts. Aphorism, where there are no vestiges of old Christian charity, even the courtesy is somewhat cold, hypocritical, hard. Aphorism, let us not give stupid opinions the pleasure of scandalizing us. Aphorism, we reactionaries provide idiots the pleasure of feeling like daring avant-garde thinkers. Aphorism, someone who has been defeated should not console himself with the possible retaliations of history, but with the patent excellence of his cause. Aphorism, when we aim high, there is no public capable of knowing whether we hit our target. Aphorism, the history of literary genres admits of sociological explanations. The history of works of literature does not. Aphorism, the only superiority not in danger of being eclipsed by a new superiority is that of style. Aphorism, a decision that is not a little crazy, does not deserve respect. Aphorism, what is difficult is not to believe or to doubt at any time but to measure the exact proportion of our authentic faith or our authentic doubt. Aphorism, whoever lives long years is present at the defeat of his cause. Aphorism, the habitual factors of history are not enough to explain the apparition of new collective mentalities. It is advisable to introduce into history the mysterious notion of mutation. Aphorism, we should only encourage someone to do something that is worth doing because it is worth it. Goodness for goodness' sake, truth for truth's sake, art for art's sake. Aphorism, in order to renew, it is not necessary to contradict. It is enough to make profounder. Aphorism, the liberal is always mistaken because he does not distinguish between the consequences he attributes to his intentions and the consequences his intentions effectively include. Aphorism, to belong to a generation, rather than a necessity, is a decision made by gregarious minds. Aphorism, to want Christianity not to make absurd demands, is to ask it to renounce the demands that move our heart. Aphorism, there are many who believe they are God's enemies, but only manage to become the sacristan's enemies. Aphorism, the common man lives among phantasms. Only the recluse moves among realities. Aphorism, replacing the concrete sense perception of the object with its abstract intellectual construction, makes man gain the world and lose his soul. Aphorism, only the unexpected fully satisfies. Aphorism, law is the easiest method of exercising tyranny. Aphorism, reactionary texts appear obsolete to contemporaries and surprisingly relevant to posterity. Aphorism, each one of a science's successive orthodoxies, appears to be the definitive truth to the disciple. Aphorism, everything that is physically possible soon, seems morally plausible to modern man. Aphorism, a good book from yesterday, does not seem bad except to the ignoramus. On the other hand, a mediocre book from today can seem good even to a cultivated man. Aphorism, all metaphysics must work with metaphors, and almost all end up only working on metaphors. Aphorism, ages of sexual liberation, reduced to a few spasmodic shouts the rich modulations of human sensuality. Aphorism, the existence of a work of art demonstrates that the world has meaning, even when it does not say what that meaning is. Aphorism, only the contemplation of the immediate saves us from tedium in this incomprehensible universe. Aphorism, one can only support the weight of this world while on one's knees. Aphorism, philosophers tend to be more influential because of what they seem to have said rather than because of what they really said. Aphorism, solutions in philosophy are the disguise of new problems. Aphorism, common sense is the paternal house to which philosophy returns, in cycles, feeble and emaciated. Aphorism, nothing makes clearer the limits of science than the scientist's opinions about any topic that is not strictly related to his profession. Aphorism, contemporary man admires only hysterical texts. Aphorism, man compensates for the solidity of the structures he erects with the fragility of the foundations upon which he builds them. Aphorism, a valiant and daring thought is one that does not avoid the commonplace. Aphorism, it is not where mythological allusions disappear that the Greek imprint is wiped away. It is where the limits of the human are forgotten. Aphorism, our neighbor irritates us because he seems to us like a parody of our own defects. Aphorism, a communist society is soon intellectually paralyzed by reciprocal terrorism. Aphorism, the only indices of civilization are the clarity, lucidity, order, good manners of everyday prose. Aphorism, modern man is ignorant of the positive quality of silence. He does not know that there are many things of which one cannot speak without automatically disfiguring them. Aphorism, every strict classification of an historical event distorts it. Aphorism, the atomization of society derives from the modern division of labor, where nobody knows specifically for whom he works, nor who specifically works for him. Aphorism, classical Castilian means, with a few exceptions, an unreadable book. Aphorism, The most notorious thing about every modern undertaking is the discrepancy between the immensity and complexity of the technical apparatus and the insignificance of the final product. Aphorism, when it finishes its ascent, humanity will find tedium waiting for it, seated on the highest peak. Aphorism. Subjectivism is the guarantee that man invents for himself when he stops believing in God. Aphorism. The permanent possibility of initiating causal series is what we call a person. Aphorism. The book that does not scandalize the expert a little has no reason to exist. Aphorism. The two poles are the individual and God. The two antagonists are God and man. Aphorism. The majority of civilizations have not passed on anything more than a stratum of detritus between two strata of ashes. Aphorism. Let us not confuse the specific stratum of mystery with the stratum of the unexplainable, for it might be merely the stratum of the unexplained. Aphorism. Without a previous career as an historian, no one should be allowed to specialize in the social sciences. Aphorism. Of the great philosopher, only his good ideas survive. Of the inferior philosopher, only his errors remain afloat. Aphorism. The only goals which it has occurred to the philosopher to set for human history are all tedious or sinister. Aphorism. Freedom intoxicates man as a symbol of independence from God. Aphorism. Unless circumstances constrain him, there is no radically leftist Jew. The people that discovered divine absolutism does not make deals with the absolutism of man. Aphorism. It is not the vague notion of service that deserves respect, but the concrete notion of servant. Aphorism. There is something definitively vile about the man who only admits equals, who does not tirelessly seek out his betters. Aphorism. Even when it cannot be an act of reason, an option should be an act of the intelligence. There are no compellingly demonstrable options, but there are stupid options. Aphorism. Where even the last vestige of feudal ties disappears, the increasing social isolation of the individual and his increasing helplessness fuse him into a totalitarian mass. Aphorism. The theses that the Marxist refutes come back to life unscathed behind his back. Aphorism. Liberties are social precincts in which the individual can move without any coercion. Liberty, on the other hand, is a metaphysical principle in whose name a sect seeks to impose its ideals of conduct on everyone else. Aphorism. When the tyrant is the anonymous law, modern man believes he is free. Aphorism. Few ideas do not turn pale before a fixed glare. Aphorism. A greater capacity for killing is the criterion of progress between two peoples or two epochs. Aphorism. To criticize a present in the name of a past can be futile, but to have criticized it in the name of a future can turn out to be risible when that future arrives. Aphorism. The world becomes filled with contradictions when we forget that things have ranks. Aphorism. Modern art still seems alive because it has not been replaced, not because it has not died. Aphorism. The root of reactionary thought is not distrust of reason, but distrust of the will. Aphorism. Until the end of the 18th century, what man added to nature increased its beauty. Since then, what he adds destroys it. Aphorism. We can build nothing upon the goodness of man, but we can only build with it. Aphorism. After solving a problem, humanity imagines that it finds in analogous solutions the key to all problems. Every authentic solution brings in its wake a train of grotesque solutions. Aphorism. Only the defeated come to possess sound ideas about the nature of things. Aphorism. Good taste that has been learned ends up being of worse taste than spontaneous bad taste. Aphorism. There is some collusion between skepticism and faith. Both undermine human presumptuousness. Aphorism. When one is confronted by diverse cultures, there are two symmetrically erroneous attitudes: to admit only one cultural standard and to grant all standards the same rank. Neither the overweening imperialism of the European historian of yesterday, nor the shameful relativism of the European historian of today. Aphorism. The temptation for the churchman is to carry the waters of religion in the sieve of theology. Aphorism. To give an aged truth its freshness back, it is enough to oppose it to a new error. Aphorism. History exhibits too many useless corpses for any finality to be attributed to it. Aphorism. Without literary talent, the historian inevitably falsifies history. Aphorism. There are certain types of ignorance that enrich the mind and certain types of knowledge that impoverish it. Aphorism. The modern machine becomes more complex every day, and every day modern man becomes more elemental. Aphorism. Economic claims, hostility between social classes, religious differences, tend to be mere pretexts for an instinctive appetite for conflict. Aphorism. They started out calling liberal institutions democratic, and they ended up calling democratic despotisms liberal. Aphorism. Nothing is so important that it does not matter how it is written. Aphorism. Interesting autobiographies would be plentiful if writing the truth were not an aesthetic problem. Aphorism. Life is a daily struggle against one's own stupidity. Aphorism. In the social sciences, one should only generalize in order to individualize better. Aphorism. Love uses the vocabulary of sex to write a text unintelligible to sex alone. Aphorism. Let us be careful not to call accepting what degrades us without any resistance accepting life. Aphorism. The modern mentality is the child of human pride, puffed up by commercial advertising. Aphorism. To believe that an obvious truth, clearly expressed, should be convincing, is no more than a prejudice. Aphorism. The basic problems of an age have never been the theme of its great literary works. Only ephemeral literature is an expression of society. Aphorism. A class-conscious proletariat in Marxist vocabulary means a people that has converted to bourgeois ideals. Aphorism, I have no pretensions to originality. The commonplace, if it is old, will do for me. Aphorism, an explanation, consists in the end in assimilating a strange mystery to a familiar mystery. Aphorism, only to defend our secondary convictions do we possess abundant arguments. Aphorism, the imbecile is betrayed less by what he says than by his diction. Aphorism, each day modern man knows the world more and man less. Aphorism, sincerity, if it is not in a sacramental confession, is a factor leading to demoralization. Aphorism, asking the state to do what only society should do, is the error of the left. Aphorism, nothing arouses more mutual disdain than a difference in pastimes. Aphorism, mechanization is stultifying because it makes man believe that he lives in an intelligible universe. Aphorism, one usually does not reach conclusions except by ignoring objections. Aphorism, we are saved from daily tedium only by the impalpable, the invisible, the ineffable. Aphorism, the philosopher becomes unbalanced easily. Only the moralist tends not to lose his reason. Aphorism, souls that Christianity does not prune never mature. Aphorism, words are the true adventures of the authentic writer. Aphorism, we can only hope for a reform of society to come from the contradictions between human follies. Aphorism, to do what we ought to do, is the content of the tradition. Aphorism, he who does not search for God at the bottom of his soul finds there nothing but muck. Aphorism, sexual liberation, allows modern man to pretend to be ignorant of the multiple taboos of another kind that govern him. Aphorism, whoever insists on refuting idiotic arguments ends up doing so with stupid reasons. Aphorism, no writer has ever been born who did not write too much. Aphorism, the modern clergyman declares that Christianity seeks to solve earthly problems, thereby confusing it with utopia. Aphorism, a simple fit of impatience often soon bridges the distance between utopia and murder. Aphorism, man is an animal that can be educated, provided he does not fall into the hands of progressive pedagogues. Aphorism, the commonplaces of the Western tradition are the guidelines that do not deceive in the social sciences. Aphorism, every man lives his life like a pent-up animal. Aphorism, philosophies begin in philosophy and end in rhetoric. Aphorism, since philosophy is a dialogue, there is no reason to suppose that the last one to give his opinion is the one who is right. Aphorism, the authentic vocation becomes indifferent to its failure or to its success. Aphorism, individualism is the cradle of vulgarity. Aphorism, The most ironic thing about history is that foreseeing is so difficult, and having foreseen so obvious. Aphorism: the philosopher's intuitions sometimes dazzle us. His ratiocinations make us bristle with objections. Aphorism: stupidity appropriates what science invents with diabolical facility. Aphorism: where equality allows freedom to enter, inequality slips in. Aphorism: the sociologist never knows, when manipulating his statistics, where the relative figure matters and where the absolute figure matters. Aphorism: where communism triumphs, silence falls with the sound of a trap closing shut. Aphorism: to know an historical episode well consists in not observing it through democratic prejudices. Aphorism: among those elected by popular suffrage, only the imbeciles are respectable, because the intelligent man had to lie in order to be elected. Aphorism: man does not have the same density in every age. Aphorism: the vice which afflicts the right is cynicism, and that which afflicts the left is deceit. Aphorism: knowing solves only subordinate problems, but learning protects against tedium. Aphorism: those who replace the letter of Christianity with its spirit generally turn it into a load of socioeconomic nonsense. Aphorism: humanity is what is elaborated in man's animality by reserve and modesty. Aphorism: nothing is more disquieting to an intelligent unbeliever more than an intelligent Catholic. Aphorism: the realism of photography is false. It omits in its representation of the object its past, its transcendence, its future. Aphorism: the perfect transparency of a text is, with nothing more, a sufficient delight. Aphorism: our life is an anecdote that hides our true personality. Aphorism: to speak about God is presumptuous. Not to speak of God is idiotic. Aphorism: people without imagination freeze our soul. Aphorism: the spectacle of a failure is perhaps less melancholy than the spectacle of a triumph. Aphorism: certain ideas are only clear when formulated, but others are only clear when alluded to. Aphorism: when he repudiates rights, man reduces himself to an animal that copulates and eats. Aphorism: modern man defends nothing energetically except his right to debauchery. Aphorism: the reactionary's objection is not discussed, it is disdained. Aphorism: in religious matters the triviality of the objections tends to be more obvious than the fragility of the proofs. Aphorism: when those elected in a popular election do not belong to the lowest intellectual, moral, social strata of the nation, we can be sure that clandestine anti-democratic mechanisms have interfered with the normal outcome of the vote. Aphorism: when a revolution breaks out, the appetites are placed at the service of ideals. When the revolution triumphs, ideals are placed at the service of the appetites. Aphorism: Between the causes of a revolution and its realization in actions, ideologies insert themselves, which end up determining the course and even the nature of events. Ideas do not cause revolutions, but channel them. Aphorism: those who defend revolution cite speeches. Those who accuse them cite facts. Aphorism: falsifying the past is how the left has sought to elaborate the future. Aphorism: sensibility is a compass less susceptible of going crazy or misleading than is reason. Aphorism: the day is made up of its moments of silence. The rest is lost time. Aphorism: man is important only if it is true that a God has died for him. Aphorism: the modern desire to be original makes the mediocre artist believe that simply being different is the secret to being original. Aphorism: not all defeated men are decent, but all decent men end up being defeated. Aphorism: even the most austere rulers end up attending the circus in order to please the crowd. Aphorism: everything in history begins before where we think it begins, and ends after where we think it ends. Aphorism: inequality and equality are theses that should be defended alternatively, in opposition to the dominant social climate. Aphorism: neither a declaration of human rights, nor the proclamation of a constitution, nor an appeal to natural law protects against the arbitrary power of the state. The only barrier to despotism is customary law. Aphorism: a man does not become by his prejudices unless he believes they are conclusions. Aphorism: one can only speak of the sovereignty of the law where the legislator's function is reduced to consulting the consensus of custom in the light of ethics. Aphorism: grand theories of history become useful when they give up trying to explain everything. Aphorism: in history, understanding the individual and understanding the general condition each other reciprocally. Aphorism: there is no social science so exact that the historian does not need to correct and adapt it to be able to use it. Aphorism: man does not become educated through the knowledge of things, but through the knowledge of man. Aphorism: intellectual boorishness is the defect that we least know how to avoid in this century. Aphorism: determining what is the cause and what is the effect tends to be an insoluble problem in history. Aphorism: man never calculates the price of any comfort he gains. Aphorism: there is no coincidence in history that does not submit to the coincidence of the circumstances. Aphorism: the notion of determinism has exercised a corrupting and terrorizing influence on the task of philosophy. Aphorism: only he who suggests more than what he expresses can be reread. Aphorism: nobody is ignorant of the fact that historical events are made up of four factors: necessity, coincidence, spontaneity, freedom. Nevertheless, it is rare to find a historiographical school that does not seek to reduce them to a single factor. Aphorism: historical necessity is usually just a name for human stupidity. Aphorism. The spectacle of humanity does not acquire a certain dignity, except thanks to the distortion it undergoes in history due to time. Aphorism. The politician never says what he believes to be true, but rather what he considers to be effective. Aphorism. Rather than from the disturbing spectacle of injustice triumphing, it is from the contrast between the earthly fragility of the beautiful and its immortal essence that the hope of another life is born. Aphorism. Cultural rhetoric today replaces patriotic rhetoric in the effusive expectorations of fools. Aphorism. An intelligent touch can make the austerity imposed by poverty culminate in the perfection of taste. Aphorism. Man no longer knows how to invent anything that does not serve to kill better or to make the world a little more vulgar. Aphorism. Only religion can be popular without being vulgar. Aphorism. Man's freedom does not free him from necessity, but twists it into unforeseeable consequences. Aphorism. To substitute a democratic government for another, non-democratic government comes down to substituting the beneficiaries of the pillaging. Aphorism. It is upon the antinomies of reason, upon the scandals of the spirit, upon the ruptures in the universe, that I base my hope and my faith. Aphorism. The state has not behaved with discretion and restraint, except when it has been watched by rich bourgeoisies. Aphorism. The lower truths tend to eclipse the highest truths. Aphorism. Even if he were to succeed in making his most audacious utopias a reality, man would continue to yearn for otherworldly destinies. Aphorism. Doubts do not fade one by one. They disappear in a flash of light. Aphorism. It is above all against what the crowd proclaims to be natural that the noble soul rebels. Aphorism. All that is most excellent in history is a result of singularly unstable equilibriums. Nothing endures for sure, but the mediocre lasts longer. Aphorism. The only pellucid dialogue is one between two recluses. Aphorism. Formulating the problems of today in a traditional vocabulary strips away their false pretenses. Aphorism. In spiritually arid centuries, the only man to realize that the century is dying from thirst is the man who still harnesses an underground spring. Aphorism. Liberty is not the fruit of order alone. It is the fruit of mutual concessions between order and disorder. Aphorism. My convictions are the same as those of an old woman praying in the corner of a church. Aphorism. The ultimate reality is not that of the object constructed by reason, but that of the voice answered by sensibility. Aphorism. The social sciences are not, properly speaking, inexact sciences, but sciences of the inexact. Aphorism. They speak emphatically of transforming the world, when the most to which they can aspire is to certain secondary remodelings of society. Aphorism. The most persuasive reason to renounce daring progressive opinions is the inevitability with which sooner or later the fool finally adopts them. Aphorism. I would not live for even a fraction of a second if I stopped feeling the protection of God's existence. Aphorism. I am not so dumb as to deny the indisputable successes of modern art. But when I look at modern art in itself, just as when I look at Egyptian or Chinese art, I feel like I am looking at exotic art. Aphorism. After experiencing what an age practically without religion consists of, Christianity is learning to write the history of paganism with respect and sympathy. Aphorism. There are two equally erroneous attitudes toward Marxism: disdaining what it teaches, believing what it promises. Aphorism. To philosophize is to guess, without ever being able to know whether we are right. Aphorism. Marxism and psychoanalysis have been the two traps of the modern intelligence. Aphorism. A healthily constituted state is one where innumerable obstacles restrict and impede the freedom of the legislator. Aphorism. Our spontaneous aversions are often more lucid than our reasoned convictions. Aphorism. A revolutionary today means an individual for whom modern vulgarity is not triumphing quickly enough. Aphorism. Even though they are full of threats, I fail to see anything in the Gospels but promises. Aphorism. The embourgeoisement of communist societies is, ironically, modern man's last hope. Aphorism. A civilized society requires that in it, as in the old Christian society, equality and inequality be in permanent dialogue. Aphorism. Envy differs from the other vices by the ease with which it disguises itself as a virtue. Aphorism. Political activity ceases to tempt the intelligent writer when he finally understands that there is no intelligent text that will succeed in ousting even a small-town mayor. Aphorism. In the intelligent man, faith is the only remedy for anguish. The fool is cured by reason, progress, alcohol, work. Aphorism. The pleasure of guessing the ingenious meaning of a metaphor tries to replace, in modern poetry, the mysterious joy of song. Aphorism. The line between intelligence and stupidity is a shifting line. Aphorism. The diversity of history is the effect of always equal causes acting on always diverse individualities. Aphorism. The nature of the effect in history depends on the nature of the individual on which the cause acts. Aphorism. Faith is not a conviction we possess, but a conviction that possesses us. Aphorism. Once the intoxication of youth is over, only commonplaces appear to us to deserve careful examination. Aphorism. Unlimited tolerance is nothing more than a hypocritical way of resigning. Aphorism. Tolerating even stupid ideas can be a social virtue, but it is a virtue that sooner or later receives its punishment. Aphorism. The onslaught of words unleashed by an unlimited freedom of expression ends up reducing errors and truths to an equal insignificance. Aphorism. Social utility is a criterion that slightly degrades what it seeks to justify. Aphorism. The wealth of a merchant, of an industrialist, of a financier, is aesthetically inferior to wealth in land and flocks. Aphorism. It is from a mistaken accentuation that the majority of the errors in our interpretation of the world proceed. Aphorism. What is difficult about every moral or social problem is based on the fact that its appropriate solution is not a question of all or nothing, but of more or less. Aphorism. Faith is not an explanation, but rather confidence that the explication ultimately exists. Aphorism. We are fully convinced only by the idea that does not need arguments to convince us. Aphorism. By denouncing corruption, press publicity spreads it. Aphorism. We who want to admit nothing but what has value will always seem to those who recognize nothing but what is in force. Aphorism. If determinism is real, if only that can happen which must happen, error does not exist. Error supposes that something happened that should not have. Aphorism. More so than the immorality of the contemporary world, it is its growing ugliness that moves one to dream of a cloister. Aphorism. Something is modern if it is the product of an initial act of pride. Something is modern if it seems to allow us to escape the human condition. Aphorism. In unremarkable texts, we soon trip on phrases that penetrate into us, as if a sword has been thrust into us up to the hilt. Aphorism. Rights preserve, sermons undermine faith. Aphorism. Human warmth in a society diminishes by the same measure that its legislation is perfected. Aphorism. Liberty's remaining partisans in our time tend to forget that a certain old and trivial bourgeois thesis is the proof itself. The condition sine qua of liberty, for the proletariat as well as for the owners, is the existence of private property. Direct defense of liberty for the ones, indirect defense of liberty for the others. Aphorism. In the modern world, the number of theories is increasing that are not worth the trouble to refute, except with a shrug of the shoulders. Aphorism. What concerns the Christ of the Gospels is not the economic situation of the poor man, but the moral condition of the rich man. Aphorism. Modern society works feverishly to put vulgarity within everyone's reach. Aphorism. Meaning, significance, importance are terms which do not merely designate transitive relations. There are things with meaning, significance, importance in themselves. Aphorism. The ignoramus believes that the expression aristocratic manners signified insolent behavior. Whoever investigates discovers that the expression signified courtesy, refinement, dignity. Aphorism. The Church's function is not to adapt Christianity to the world, nor even to adapt the world to Christianity. Her function is to maintain a in the world. Aphorism. The historian who speaks of cause, and not of causes, should be fired immediately. Aphorism. The economic cause produces something, but only the historical juncture decides what. Aphorism. The essential mechanism of history is the simple replacement of some individualities by others. Aphorism. For the fool, Obsolete opinion and erroneous opinion are synonymous expressions. Aphorism. Nothing is more common than to despise many persons who should actually arouse our envy. Aphorism. In modern art, there were numerous trends that exhausted the aesthetic consciousness's capacity for indignation. Aphorism. The nature of the work of art can depend on social conditions, but its aesthetic quality depends on nothing. Aphorism. Political regimes become tolerable when they begin to hold their own principles in contempt. Aphorism. God does not die, but unfortunately for man, the subordinate gods like modesty, honor, dignity, decency have perished. Aphorism. The majority of the tasks that this century's typical ruler believes he is obliged to assume are nothing more than abuses of power. Aphorism. The police force is the only social structure in the classless society. Aphorism. The majority of new customs are old behaviors that Western civilization had shamefacedly confined to its lower-class neighborhoods. Aphorism. The limits of science are revealed with greater clarity by the waxing light of its triumphs. Aphorism. Everything that can be reduced to a system ends up in the hands of fools. Aphorism. Many are the things about which one must learn to smile without disrespect. Aphorism. So that one does not live depressed among so many foolish opinions. It behooves one to remember at every moment that things obviously are what they are, no matter what the world's opinion is. Aphorism. Someone who did not learn Latin and Greek goes through life convinced, even though he may deny it, that he is only semi-cultured. Aphorism. The classical humanities educate because they ignore the basic postulates of the modern mind. Aphorism. History clearly demonstrates that governing is a task that exceeds man's ability. Aphorism. Man tries so hard to demonstrate in order to avoid the risk that he ultimately cannot avoid assuming. Aphorism. Even when patriotic historians become angry, the history of many countries is completely lacking in interest. Aphorism. The immigration of the peasant into the cities was less disastrous than that of the notable from the people. Rural society, on the one hand, lost the structure of prestige that used to discipline it, and the notable, on the other, was transformed into an anonymous particle of the amorphous human mass. Aphorism. Modern man believes he lives amidst a pluralism of opinions, when what prevails today is a stifling unanimity. Aphorism. When it comes to knowledge of man, there is no Christian, provided he is not a progressive Christian, whom anybody has anything to teach. Aphorism. The glory of the truly great writers is a glory artificially imposed on the public, an academic and subsidized glory. Authentic, popular, spontaneous glory crowns none but mediocre men. Aphorism. Shows which are called technically for adults are not for adult minds. Aphorism. The results of modern liberation make us remember with nostalgia the abolished bourgeois hypocrisies. Aphorism. They call crowning mediocre men, promoting culture. Aphorism. In philosophy, a single question is sometimes enough to make an entire system come tumbling down. Aphorism. When we suspect the extent of the innate, we realize that pedagogy is the technique of what is secondary. We only learn what we were born to know. Aphorism. Our meditation should not consist of a theme proposed to our intelligence, but of an intellectual murmur accompanying our life. Aphorism. The greater part of an age's political ideas depends on the state of military technology. Aphorism. The will is granted to man so that he can refuse to do certain things. Aphorism. There are arguments of increasing validity, but in short, no argument in any field spares us the final leap. Aphorism. The improvised idea shines and then goes out. Aphorism. The victims of the most serious individual and social catastrophes are often not even aware. Individuals become brutish. Societies become degraded, unawares. Aphorism. Neither improvisation by itself, nor meditation by itself, achieves anything important. In reality, the only thing of value is the spontaneous fruit of forgotten meditations. Aphorism. What is difficult about a difficult philosopher is more often his language than his philosophy. Aphorism. There is no sociological generalization that does not appear inadequate to the man to whom it applies. Aphorism. In culture which is bought there are many false notes. The only culture that never goes out of tune is that which is inherited. Aphorism. It fell to the modern era to have the privilege of corrupting the humble. Aphorism. Public political discussion is not intellectually adult in any country. Aphorism. Puritanism is the attitude that befits the decent man in the world today. Aphorism. The Christian does not pretend that the problems posed by religion have been solved. Instead, he transcends them. Aphorism. The sinister uniformity that threatens us will not be imposed by a doctrine, but by a uniform economic and social conditioning. Aphorism. The gesture rather than the word is the true transmitter of traditions. Aphorism. Escapism is the imbecile's favorite accusation to make. Aphorism. I have seen philosophy gradually fade away between my skepticism and my faith. Aphorism. The principle of inertia and the notion of natural selection eliminated the necessity of attributing meaning to facts, but they did not demonstrate that meaning does not exist. Aphorism. Man's full depravity does not become clear except in great urban agglomerations. Aphorism. Whereas contemporaries read only the optimist with enthusiasm, posterity rereads the pessimist with admiration. Aphorism. It is fine to demand that the imbecile respect arts, letters, philosophy, the sciences, but let him respect them in silence. Aphorism. Educating the individual consists in teaching him to distrust the ideas that occur to him. Aphorism. None of the high points of history has been planned. The reformer can only be credited with errors. Aphorism. Words are born among the people, flourish among writers, and die in the mouth of the middle class. Aphorism. Civilization does not conquer definitively. It only celebrates sporadic victories. Aphorism. Monarchs in almost every dynasty have been so mediocre that they look like presidents. Aphorism. Only the years teach us to deal with our ignorance tactfully. Aphorism. Perfect prose is prose which the ingenuous reader does not notice is well written. Aphorism. The people today does not feel free, except when it feels authorized to respect nothing. Aphorism. Modern man lost his soul, and is no longer anything but the sum total of his behaviors. Aphorism. Evening dress is the first step toward civilization. Aphorism. An education without the humanities prepares one only for servile occupations. Aphorism. In addition to civilized societies and semi-civilized societies, there are pseudo-civilized societies. Aphorism. The social sciences abound in problems that are unintelligible by their very nature to both the American professor and the Marxist intellectual. Aphorism. Nothing is more irritating than the certainty with which a man who has had success in one thing gives his opinion on everything. Aphorism. The true Christian should not resign himself to the inevitable. He should trust in the impertinence of a repeated prayer. Aphorism. Boring, like an illustrious foreign visitor. Aphorism. The industrialization of agriculture is stopping up the source of decency in the world. Aphorism. The heresy that threatens the church in our time is worldliness. Aphorism. The peddlers of cultural objects would not be annoying if they did not sell them with the rhetoric of an apostle. Aphorism. The fragments of the past that survive embarrass the modern landscape in which they stand out. Aphorism. Faith is part intuition and part wager. Aphorism. The golden rule of politics is to make only minimal changes and to make them as slowly as possible. Aphorism. The people is sometimes right when it is frightened, but is always wrong when it becomes enthusiastic. Aphorism. Why deceive ourselves? Science has not answered a single important question. Aphorism. Unjust inequality is not by equality, but by just inequality. Aphorism. In a healthy society, the state is the organ of the ruling class. In a hunchbacked society, the state is the instrument of a bureaucratic class. Aphorism. The fool, seeing that customs change, says that morality varies. Aphorism. The Christian knows with certainty what his personal behavior should be, but he can never state for certain that he is not making a mistake by adopting this or that social reform. Aphorism. The majority of properly modern customs would be crimes in an authentically civilized society. Aphorism. It is not in the hands of popular majorities where power is most easily perverted. It is in the hands of the semi-educated. Aphorism. Demographic pressure makes people brutish. Aphorism. The left claims that the guilty party in a conflict is not the one who covets another's goods, but the one who defends his own. Aphorism. Envy is the key to more stories than sex. Aphorism. To have faith in man does not reach the level of blasphemy. It is just one more bit of stupidity. Aphorism. We do not know anything perfectly, except what we do not feel capable of teaching. Aphorism. Religion is socially effective not when it adopts socio-political solutions, but when it succeeds in having society be spontaneously influenced by purely religious attitudes. Aphorism. After having been in the last century the instrument of political radicalism, universal suffrage is becoming, as foresaw, a conservative mechanism. Aphorism. The church used to educate. The pedagogy of the modern world only instructs. Aphorism. There are moments when the worst failing, the worst offense, the worst sin, seems to be bad manners. Aphorism. The so-called prejudices of the upper classes tend to consist of accumulated experiences. Aphorism. The modern clergy, in order to save the institution, try to rid themselves of the message. Aphorism. An individual is defined less by his contradictions than by the way he comes to terms with them. Aphorism. Baroque, preciosity, modernism are noble failings but failings in the end. Aphorism. Everything in the world ultimately rests on its own final, just because. Aphorism. No thesis is expounded with clarity, except when it manages to be expounded by an intelligent man who does not share it. Aphorism. Except in a few countries, trying to promote culture, while recommending the reading of national authors, is a contradictory endeavor. Aphorism. The secret longing of every civilized society is not to abolish inequality, but to educate it. Aphorism. There exist two interpretations of the popular vote, one democratic, the other liberal. According to the democratic interpretation, what the majority resolves upon is true. According to the liberal interpretation, the majority merely chooses one option. A dogmatic and absolutist interpretation, the one. A skeptical and discreet interpretation, the other. Aphorism. Nature was a pre-romantic discovery which Romanticism propagated, and which technology is killing in our days. Aphorism. It is not primitive cults that discredit religion, but American sects. Aphorism. In modern society, capitalism is the only barrier to the spontaneous totalitarianism of the industrial system. Aphorism. The reactionary's ideal is not a paradisiacal society. It is a society similar to the society that existed in the peaceful intervals of the old European society, of before the demographic, industrial, and democratic catastrophe. Aphorism. The problem of increasing inflation could be solved if the modern mentality did not put up insurmountable resistance against any attempt to restrain human greed. Aphorism. Where the law is not customary law, it is easily turned into a mere political weapon. Aphorism. Why not imagine the possibility, after several centuries of Soviet hegemony, of the conversion of a new Constantine? Aphorism. The people that awakes first shouts, then gets drunk, pillages, and murders, and later goes back to sleep. Aphorism. If we are ignorant of an epic's art, its history is a colorless narrative. Aphorism. Historical events stop being interesting the more accustomed their participants become to judging everything in purely secular categories. Without the intervention of gods, everything becomes boring. Aphorism. Modern man calls walking more quickly in the same direction down the same road change. The world, in the last 300 years, has not changed except in that sense. The simple suggestion of a true change scandalizes and terrifies modern man. Aphorism. Those who insist on being up to date with today's fashion are less irritating than those who try too hard when they do not feel that they are up to date with tomorrow's fashion. The bourgeoisie is aesthetically more tolerable than the avant-garde. Aphorism. The modern clergy believe they can bring man closer to Christ by insisting on Christ's humanity, thus forgetting that we do not trust in Christ because he is man, but because he is God. Aphorism. Compared to the sophisticated structure of every historical fact, Marxism's generalizations possess a touching. Aphorism. A bureaucracy ultimately always ends up costing the people more than an upper class. Aphorism. One must beware of those who are said to have much merit. They always have some past to avenge. Aphorism. The modern world resulted from the confluence of three independent causal series: the demographic expansion, democratic propaganda, the Industrial Revolution. Aphorism. Nothing upsets the unbeliever as much as defenses of Christianity based on intellectual skepticism and internal experience. Aphorism. Unlimited gullibility is required to be able to believe that any social condition can be improved in any other way than slowly, gradually, and involuntarily. Aphorism. That the abandonment of the what-for in the sciences has been productive is indisputable, but it is an admission of defeat. Aphorism. A noble society is one where obeying and exercising authority are ethical behaviors, and not mere practical necessities. Aphorism. If one does not believe in God, the only honest alternative is vulgar utilitarianism. The rest is rhetoric. Aphorism. Superficial, like the sociological explanation of any behavior. Aphorism. No one is more insufferable than a man who does not suspect, once in a while, that he might not be right. Aphorism. The so highly acclaimed dominion of man over nature turned out to be merely an enormous capability to kill. Aphorism. Ever since, one of the classic places of disguised unemployment is the experimental psychology laboratory. Aphorism. History is indeed the history of freedom, not of an essence, freedom, but of free human acts and their unforeseeable consequences. Aphorism. The progressive Christian's error lies in believing that Christianity's perennial polemic against the rich is an implicit defense of socialist programs. Aphorism, fashion, even more than technology, is the cause of the modern world's uniformity. Aphorism, in the modern state there now exist only two parties, citizens and bureaucracy. Aphorism, society until yesterday had notables. Today it only has celebrities. Aphorism, the modern metropolis is not a city, it is a disease. Aphorism, where Christianity disappears, greed, envy, and lust invent 1,000 ideologies to justify themselves. Aphorism, the contemporary church prefers to practice an electoral Catholicism. It prefers the enthusiasm of great crowds to individual conversions. Aphorism, nobody in politics can foresee the consequences either of what he destroys or of what he constructs. Aphorism, as they cannot be defined univocally, nor irrefutably demonstrated, so-called human rights, serve as a pretext for the individual who rebels against a positive law. The individual has no more rights than the benefit that can be inferred from another's duty. Aphorism, it is not just that human trash accumulates in cities. It is that cities turn what accumulates in them into trash. Aphorism, the voter does not even vote for what he wants. He only votes for what he thinks he wants. Aphorism, in their childish and vain attempt to attract the people, the modern clergy gives socialist programs the function of being schemes for putting the Beatitudes into effect. The trick behind it consists in reducing to a collective structure external to the individual and ethical behavior that, unless it is individual and internal, is nothing. The modern clergy preach, in other words, that there is a social reform capable of wiping out the consequences of sin, from which one can deduce the pointlessness of redemption through Christ. Aphorism, the Gospels and the Communist Manifesto are on the wane. The world's future lies in the power of Coca-Cola and pornography. Aphorism, what is important is not that man believe in the existence of God. What is important is that God exists. Aphorism, envy tends to be the true force behind moral indignation. Aphorism, the particular creature we love is never God's rival. What ends in apostasy is the worship of man, the cult of humanity. Aphorism, concerning himself intensely with his neighbor's condition, allows the Christian to dissimulate to himself his doubts about the divinity of Christ and the existence of God. Charity can be the most subtle form of apostasy. Aphorism, writing is the only way to distance oneself from the century in which it was one's lot to be born.